everybody, how are you all doing today? I hope your day is going great. I hope it's fantastic. I hope that today is a 10 out of 10 kind of day for you. That today is gonna be the best day. I don't know what I'm doing with this intro today, but hello Rocket. Hello anybody who is lurking or watching the VOD, either on Twitch or when it's uploaded onto YouTube in like a year. If I keep with my current track record. It'll eventually be there, I swear. But yes, are we ready to go back to the house in Fata Morgana? I did double check for that one character whether it was pronounced with like a Y or an H, and it was pronounced with an H. Verse was correct. Because I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure this game was originally in Japanese, so it's gonna be in katakana. Right? Hello, YouTube in heckin' 2020. I mean, wait. Oh, okay, you're dating today. I'm not good at keeping track of, like, time. I think, like, I think my brain is, like, back a year. I think. I keep thinking that it's 2023, and it's like, no, it's 2024. I don't know why. Okay, but let me make sure it loads everything. I'm still like I'm still kind of nervous because like I saw a list of okay. Sorry, it showed me most recent autosave, which was like the first choice, and it's like I know I saved since then. I had a moment of panic. Just saw the mystery machine. IRL? Oh my gosh. That's so cool. I in the neighborhood that I left, there was someone with a Jurassic Park Jeep that was like, they weren't a neighbor, but they were like along the path that I would walk to work. I think they had two, but I think I would only usually see one at a time. So I'm not sure, but like they had a little Jeep that was all decorated as one of the Jurassic Park Jeeps. It was really cool. I think when I was younger, there was also someone driving around like a Herbie Love Bug as well. I haven't seen that for a while, so I don't know if that's still around. About 40 minutes away from home noise. So yes, let's see. I think we should be able to switch back over here. Yes. Let us load. And see how this could possibly go wrong. I still don't know if the audio is good or not. I think I might have my mic in a good position where it's okay, but I don't know. Back at my grandparents' old home, one of the neighbors had a tank. Oh my gosh. Water, 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 water. I just need some water, just some water. Will they attack me again? No, if I ask. Did they look like they were open to requests? No, they tried to kill me. They almost killed me. They threw stones at me. They did more than that. Hoes and knives and sticks and I don't know. Things I didn't even recognize. They hit me with them. They tried to kill me. They looked like they were going to kill me. I almost died. I'm on the verge of death even now. My throat is sore. It hurts. No, I don't feel any pain anymore. It burns? Does it burn? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm so thirsty. Water. I just need water. Will they not even give me any water? Why? Why not? Because I'm a bestia? Because I'm a beast. Because I don't need to live. because I don't deserve to live. Are beasts meant to die? Am I meant to die? I'm thirsty. My stomach is probably empty too. I don't know anymore, but I'm hungry. So very hungry. Can't take it, I 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 can't take it. What an interesting way to start back in this story. What was that that inflection when you said a tang? A tang? I think is what I did. I don't know. Water. I just need water. It's just some water. What must I do to get some water from the village? A well. A well. I can find a well. There has to be a well. I know that what that is. I know what a well is. What else do I know? Nothing. 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 I have no memories. I have nothing. I am a beast. A newborn beast. What is this? It's buried. It's red. It feels rough. There was something. There is something. Something I know. I know this. This is mine. It must be. It's mine. I know this. It's mine. I know how to use it, how to touch it, how to hold it, how to swing it. Did I leave my door open? I did. I know what this is, what to do with it, what it's for. I know what this is. I can fight on equal footing with them. Beast, beast, beast. I'm a beast. Beasts are meant to be ridiculed, to be hated, to be resented, to die. But I want to live, which means I only have one option, only one way, only one. With this, I must overthrow those who tormented me. I can do that. Water and food. I can get that. I can get anything. Dude, throw a long rubber thing with a suction cup at the end of it out of everything. They could have tried killing me with that one. Oh my god.
Who could that be at this time of night? Who's there?
You shouldn't answer it. It's probably a beggar or something. Ugh, these are dangerous times.
You're right. How unpleasant a world we live in. That we should have to fear for our lives in this little village.
Unpleasant indeed. I hope things go back to how they used to be soon enough. God, you just don't give up. Who's there? You're not coming in without identifying yourself. This is rather strange.
What's going on, Dad?
Oh, did the noise wake you? There's nothing to worry about, son. I don't know how long ago this was, so I don't know how young Avi is. All jokes aside, that's something I've been hit with. Not even an expert or my best friend's mom throw it at me. Oh no! My mic has been very weird lately. I don't know why. I just saw a pop-up of like input device not connected, and it's like, what are you talking about? I did not move anything. I'll be quiet soon. The door. Huh? Guitar noise. What's... Sounded like a straight up Murgle. Just...
Mom?
Javi, look away. Why is the bestia? Run, you hear me? Go out the back door and let everyone know. Shout as loud as you...
What is this?
What's going on? Why? There's blood? Why? It can't be. What the... How did this... Why? Why? Mom! Dad! Bestia! Bestia!
I'm gonna take this as an opportunity to close my door. What's the matter? You sound like you're in pain. There you go, I'm getting cozy again. Would you like me to fetch you some water?
Water. Don't touch me! Keep your hands off me!
Not a particularly restful sleep, I take it.
You... Where are you hiding? Why did you disappear? You were always around before. Show yourself! Show yourself immediately! Where are you? Show yourself!
And if I did, what would you do then? Kill me? You thirst for blood, to instill fear, to live in the face of your desire. Others' lives are meaningless. That's the kind of man you are. Or you intend to pretend that you never did anything of the sort.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I couldn't help it. I wanted to live. I didn't want to die.
Yes, yes indeed. That's the kind of man you are. You'll kill for your own sake. You'll kill a child's mother and father as he stands there watching.
They tried to kill me first. All of them. The entire village.
Calm yourself. Who are you speaking to? Please, get a hold of yourself.
Silence! Stop talking. Keep your hands off me. I'll kill you too. I'm a beast who will kill anyone.
Calm down. It's all right. Everything's all right. It's all right.
I'm a beast. Beasts kill, and so I kill.
Breathe slower. I will not harm you and you will not harm me. It's all right. Put your arms around me. See for yourself that I am not afraid of you. This is brilliant. What are you clinging on to this woman for? Is that the only way you can maintain your grip on yourself? It would be so much easier if you simply accepted the fact that you're a beast. You've always been one, haven't you? And a beast. Cultivate love like a human. Weep in sorrow like a human. No, we cannot. It's utterly ridiculous.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
It's all right. I'm here. I'm right here.
Can I trust you?
Of course.
I keep pressing the wrong button. Just D-dragons.
This little facade will be over soon enough. It will end at that woman's hands, because that's what she's here for, to crush your soul into tiny pieces.
Also, apologies for the loud chair noises as I was getting back into it. It's, we ended up getting, like, little chair mat things, because we, like, didn't like not being able to roll because it's carpet, but, like, they get, like, kind of stuck in, like, little crevices.
We met 3 years ago. I thought for sure I would get burned, sitting beneath the hellishly pounding sun on that sweltering summer day. It's only ever on days such as those that we end up having lunch outside. Not just out of the house, literally outside. The heat was searing. I could hear the cry of seagulls from the restaurant's terrace. My brain was like, the umineko. Umineko no konakokoro ni tayo. I remember that day as clear as crystal.
Yes, I have to say, the food here is spectacular. And I love that they give you so much meat. Though, I thought my gut would explode the first time I saw it. Wouldn't you say, son? Indeed. Yes, it is. By the look on your face, I'd say you're already feeling it. You're not going to make it in this line of work without a big old stomach, son. I'm a huge fan of this country's food. One taste and you never forget it. I'd like to bring the entire cuisine back with me if I could. This is the first time we've seen you in how long, and you're talking...
This is the first time we've seen you in how long, and you're talking about food? The first thing you asked when you arrived was, is the restaurant by the seaside still open, for goodness sake? Is your heart made of stone?
What, would you prefer we discuss the mundane? Why don't we talk about market developments and our spices inventory?
That's not what I meant. It's hot. My parents' relationship is on thin ice, but the air feels like it's on fire. It's much too hot. My dad loves this seaside restaurant. It actually specializes in fish, but he always asks for meat. Though always isn't very often. He's out of the country most of the time, so we rarely eat together as a family.
I don't know why, but that was making me think of, like, when people go to a Chinese restaurant and they get, like, a burger. Which, like, I can only think of, like, one place that actually had that be the case. Or, like, you go to heckin' like a Del Taco and you get the burger. You just get the thing that that's not the main focus.
For that reason, I can usually put up with a little heat for a family gathering.
They're being so awkward right now.
Today, however, is awkward.
Go on, son, dig in. You can't find food this good back home.
As you say. Every course, the table is lined with meat, meat, meat. Even I'm starting to feel heavy in the gut. At this rate, I might turn into meat myself.
I mean, technically.
What kind of meat would I turn into, though? I guess beef, maybe, if the meal keeps on like this. Just how much food are you planning to order? I can't believe you. Why did I ever marry you?
Oh, come now, we're out as a family. You could stand to be a little more pleasant.
And who do you think is making me unpleasant? Now.
Now. From time to time, our eyes meet, but every time they do, we both avert our gaze. This goes on throughout the meal. My father invited him to lunch. Dad introduced him as his right hand, so I assume he's also a traitor. Oh, this is them first meeting. Okay. His eyes are somewhat narrow, his posture perfectly upright. He looks very no-nonsense and not especially affable. Frankly, he kind of scares me. Hey, Dad, are we going anywhere after lunch? I figured since we're all together, maybe we could take a walk or visit someplace out of town. Yes. Actually, I've got a letter to write after this. A letter to one of the bigwigs back home, so I'm planning to head straight back to the trading post.
Oh, okay. Can't say I'm especially surprised.
What do you want me to do? It's work and it has to be done. If I could get an audience with him in person, maybe this wouldn't be necessary, but that's not possible. So I have no choice but to write a long, long letter. Ah, yes, Pauline. If you're going on a walk, bring him along. I'm sure he's tired from putting up with me day in and day out.
What? Oh, no, Hold on now. Can you please leave Pauline out of this? She has things she needs to do too.
What's the big deal? You want to know about the area? Ask someone who lives there. That's the best way to learn. Besides, you'll stick out like a sore thumb wandering around on your own, son.
But I couldn't.
You don't mind, do you, Pauline?
Not at all. God, you are the most inconsiderate man, Mom says, then leans in to whisper to me. Listen to me, do not let your guard down around a foreign man.
My father is, as a matter of fact, a foreigner. And the man he brought to lunch is from the same country. I guess, I don't know, this seems weird. There you go. I readjusted and muted in that moment.
This is a park. Park dayo.
Indeed it is. It is a park. My assignment to show this man around town is, to be honest, going quite horribly. This is a park. No, just... no. Couldn't you come up with anything better, Pauline? But I don't know anything about the history of this park. In fact, I don't know much about anything about this town's history. I just sort of walk around every day, not really paying it much mind. Wouldn't someone more knowledgeable make a better guide? I can't do it. Don't ask this of me. Also, he doesn't talk very much, and he's got this perpetually stern look on his face. He really does scare me. Don't worry, Mom. Your daughter won't mistakenly fall for a foreigner. At any rate, regardless of how I feel, I'm still technically his guide. I've got to try a little harder, though I know it won't be easy. And then, there's a fountain. There is indeed a fountain. There's a fountain. Again, no. Seriously, Pauline? He has eyes! I'm sorry. I'm not much of a guide. Maybe my dad could show you around instead? No, don't worry about it. I think you're doing just fine. In fact, I'm sorry you got roped into this. I doubt you would enjoy having to walk around town beside, someone like me. What? No, that's not it at all. Oh, is that so? I'm glad to hear it. Here's an idea. Rather than guide me, how about this? Why don't you show me what you usually do, the places you normally go? Do you really want to see that? I'd prefer to see the town through the eyes of a resident, to see it for what it is instead of what makes good sightseeing.
All right then. I often get ham sandwiches from the shops near here. Having lunch on the wall by the fountain is the most wonderful thing. Look over there. See the butcher shop? And the bakery next to it? I buy bread from the bakery, bring it to the butcher, get a few slices of ham, and put it on the bread.
Oh my god, wait. Didn't you say that there was a shop that made the ham sandwiches? She's honestly working like smarter. I'm just like, I get myself some really good bread. I go to this person that specializes in meat. I got the best heckin' sandwich in the world.
It's absolutely to die for.
But you just had a huge lunch.
I'm not even getting one right now, or I'm not getting one right now. Also, please don't think I'm as carnivorous as my dad.
Sorry, I didn't mean to imply any such thing.
Jeez. Wait, hold on. Did he just smile? He did. It was a small one, but he did. He can actually smile.
Being human, that should be obvious, but it's kind of strange seeing it on him. Maybe, just maybe we'll be able to get along. Even just a little bit. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Sure, go right ahead. Could you tell me about your home country? I've asked Dad, but he won't tell me very much. Come on, how about it? I'm really curious. Oh, I'm just realizing there was something that I didn't open before stream. Let me get that open real quick. Okay, we should be good now. I'm really curious. He probably doesn't know very much himself. What? About his own homeland? Some don't. What do you... How about that fountain? I'd like to get a closer look at it. At the spot you say you like to sit.
Okay. What was that just now? Did he dodge my question?
Is there something there he doesn't want me... Or is there something there he doesn't want to get into? From this angle, it looks like the fountain's sitting atop the ocean.
Yes, it does. It does. If you want, we can go to the beach. It's a straight walk from there.
No, I like this view. The sea is a pretty color here. You can clearly see the white of the fountain upon it.
The sea's a different color than the fountain?
It is. In fact, the sea often changes colors itself, but out of the water it can be easy to overlook. It can be the color of emeralds or deep blue like sapphire, or almost black like obsidian. The sea has a face, and with it many emotions.
Huh. I'd like to see that. Maybe I'll ask Dad and get him to take me out on a ship.
You'll have quite the adventure, or you have quite the adventurous spirit. Not many women say they want to ride a ship.
You think? I want to go everywhere I haven't been before. I want to see for myself what the world extends beyond this town, or that it does.
Oh, that's a fine ambition. Hopefully, the time will come when anyone can have access to a ship with relative ease.
He actually smiles quite a bit, I guess. And we seem to be talking pretty comfortably, too. He's a lot more friendly than he looks. He appears almost noble the way he looks out at the sea, his gaze steadfast and unwavering.
Oh dear, that was close. He almost deceived me.
He's a foreign man, and I'm simply his guide.
You mustn't think you've grown close to him just because you were able to hold a brief conversation. By the way,
Pardon me, yes?
that outfit you're wearing.
What, this? Oh yes, it's absolutely splendid. My dad brought it back for me. It's a peculiar design with unusual accessories. The moment I saw it, I said, "Oh my!" "Oh my," I said. "It's so pretty. I want to show it off to everyone."
I see.
Oh, it's just so magnificent. He actually has a decent eye for clothing. I guess he has more in that head of his than meat.
Actually, I brought back that outfit.
Huh?
When I heard I was going to meet my boss's daughter, I thought it would be best if I brought some kind of gift, so I had a tailor imitate the style of my homeland. I'm delighted it is to your liking.
Hold on a second.
Yes?
So you're saying these clothes I'm fawning over were given to me by you, and you had them made for me?
Indeed.
And completely oblivious, here I am wearing them now.
More precisely, you've been wearing them since lunch.
Why didn't you say something before? This is humiliating. I want to bury my head in the sand.
But I thought you liked them.
I do indeed, but...
Having never met you, I wasn't sure what colors you liked, but I was relieved to see you wearing them. They look nice on you.
He says with a smile. He's always standing up perfectly straight, always looking stern and no nonsense. And he kind of scares me. But he's a gentleman. I'm gonna go change.
What?
I'm going to go change. I'll be back in 5 seconds, so just wait here.
5 seconds is infeasible.
Oh God, help me, Mom. I really, really need your help because my heart just skipped a beat for a foreign man. For a foreign man. From the same place as my date.
I don't know.
I mean, technically, if he's from the same place as your dad,
Like, you're half of that, so it's not completely different. You have some genes from that area. I don't know.
Oh, is that so? Very well then. Oh, no, thank you for the information. I really appreciate it. And don't worry about me, I'll keep safe. Goodbye.
Shortly before I arrived at the village, a beast appeared. It killed a number of villagers and then disappeared. Ever since then, the village hasn't been itself. There's a cloud of gloom hovering over it, fear visible in everyone's eyes. At first, I thought their fear was of the beast returning, but that's not quite right. Their troubles with the beast are, in fact, still ongoing.
Ah, Javi.
Hey, I hear you were asking around about the beast.
Yeah.
Talking about the beast is taboo. People are going to push you away even harder now. Oh, I guess. Whoops, I skipped that. I guess you are leaving in a few days.
People going missing. Your beast problem is still going on, isn't it?
Huh.
After asking around, I'm beginning to piece things together. When the beast first appeared, you chased it away. However, later, the beast came back killing villagers. After that, the beast disappeared, and villagers began disappearing too. Once a week, someone would just be gone. And even as the weeks passed, none of them ever returned. The people of the village think the beast is responsible. They think it's kidnapping villagers.
That's right. This village is under the beast's curse. So you're better off forgetting about this place and the savage beast that dwells nearby. You don't belong in a place like this. Go back to your hometown where it's peaceful. That's the kind of life you deserve.
Avi,
What?
I want you to be honest with me about something. Where does...
I won't tell you.
Why not? They told me that you would know where the beast is, Javi. I heard from the other villagers that you once chased the beast.
Sure you didn't mishear him?
No, I'm positive. You know where the beast ran off to, where its hideaway is. You chased after it, found its den, and then you came back. That's what I heard. Didn't you? Why did you keep that from me? When you told me about the beast, I asked you to tell me everything you knew, Javi, but you brushed me off, said you didn't know anything. Said that I should talk to someone else, when in reality, you know more about it than anyone else. Tell me, why? Why did you hide that from me? What were you thinking as you watched me frantically asking around the village for more information? Were you enjoying yourself? Tell me, why are you always so mean to me?
Shut the heck up! Like I could tell you. Like I could actually tell you that. What did the village tell you about me? Did it go something like this? That the kid couldn't even take revenge for his parents? That he's a dang coward? I'm sure you heard that one plenty from everyone, and now you think that I'm a coward too.
I don't...
Yeah, it's true. I went after the beast. I chased it down the night it killed my parents. Hiding around back, I saw it slip into the forest, so I went after it, chasing it until I reached its den. I despised that bestia with everything I had. Murdered my mom and dad. Murdered my friends, the kindly priest, every decent person in town. I needed to get revenge for what it had done. It was my duty to bring retribution upon the beast that stole everything from me. So I tried to confront the bestia, but I couldn't do it. Not only could I not stand up to it, as soon as it turned around and I saw its eyes, its bloodshot eyes and black irises, I couldn't move.
Avi.
Yeah, that's right. I was a coward. I watched it as it killed my parents, and even followed it home. I couldn't do anything except run, flee, screaming in terror. That was all I could do.
Avi, that doesn't make you a coward. If the beast really was terrifying, but I was supposed to stand up to it.
That's what the rest of the village would have wanted. For someone to eradicate the bestia. But when I came back, having accomplished nothing, everyone was so harsh. You coward. What did you even go out there for? Constant ridicule.
What right do they have to? If they really want him gone, they could all go together and...
No one's got that kind of courage left. They're all waiting for someone else to speak up. Someone to stand up and say, let's go kill that beast. But no one has the guts to take that initiative. It could have been me, but at the moment I fled back to the village in fear, I lost that qualification. You think that was just me being mean?
Huh?
And I didn't tell you where the beast dwells. Do you think that was just me harassing you? I've seen the beast. I know how scary it is, and I know how dangerous it is. And you think I'd tell you where it is? I know good and well what you're thinking, that the guy you're looking for might have been taken by him, and you want to go to its den and to see if he's there. Knowing that, do you really think I'd tell you? If you go, it'll kill you. You don't have any evidence anyway. Nothing that points to that guy being taken by the beast. But you don't need to put your life on the line for something like that, something so uncertain. Even if by some chance he was taken by the beast, there's no way he'd be alive. That's what the beast does. No one comes back alive.
But you came back alive, Javi. Which means there's no saying for sure either way.
That's just because I ran away immediately, but even if he did manage to escape, that's all the more reason to not to check the beast's den.
I want to know for sure whether he's alive or dead. Somewhere in that little corner of my heart, part of me thinks that he might actually be dead. I have to have faith. I'm so close to cracking, to thinking he won't ever come back to me.
Then why don't you just give up on him already?
Without knowing for sure, I can't let go.
I'll debate with myself forever until I die an old lady about whether or not he's still alive. That's how my life will end. You want closure. You want to know for sure whether he's alive or dead, right? And even if he is dead, you'll be satisfied just knowing it?
Right. Which is why I want to, at least, follow any possible leads. There might not be anything saying he's there, but it is true that remains of the ship he was washed up on is in this village. If he wandered the sea and ended up at the beast's den, where he was killed, then I'll let go. So please, Javi, tell me where the beast dwells.
Make this the last time.
Huh?
Even if you find no trace of him at the beast's den, even if you don't figure out whether he's alive or dead, you'll give up your search for him. You'll assume he's dead. If you don't reach some conclusion, you'll just keep searching, just going to dangerous places, keep putting yourself at risk. I want you to stop that. To stop, go back to your town, and live a normal life. Settle on an answer. If you can promise me that, I'll tell you where the beast's den is.
Okay. I promise. This will be the last place I look.
2 more things.
Huh?
First, I'm going with you.
What? But I thought... Isn't it dangerous?
Exactly. I can't let you go alone.
Avi.
I have to go with you and make sure you don't do anything stupid.
All right, fine. And the other one is?
You will not enter the den. You don't understand just how dangerous the beast is. It knows no mercy. It indiscriminately attacks any human it sees, so you can't let the beast find you. You just examine the den from the outside, and when you're done, back to the village. Understood? You need to promise me this.
Okay.
Oh, right, one more thing. My goodness.
Huh? I thought it was just 2 things.
This is less of a promise and more something that would be nice. I decided when we make it back to the village, I actually would like if you could take me to your hometown.
Javi,
I'd figure out some way to get permission, and I'll do my best not to be a burden on you. I'm still just a kid, and there's not a whole lot I can do even in a better place. But I'm surprisingly skilled with my hands. If you have work for me, I'll do anything. So, there's that.
Yes, of course I will. We'll go back to my hometown together and I'll show you around. You can get some great ham sandwiches there. We'll eat them together in the park.
You've told me that already. Are you ever not hungry, lady?
You laughed. You just laughed, Javi.
Whoa, back off. I did not laugh.
Nope, you definitely laughed. You're kind of cute when you laugh, Javi. Come on, do it again. Go on, like this.
Just shut up. Stay back. Stop it. Don't touch my cheeks.
I wanted to see it again.
I am not your plaything. Anyway, we set out tomorrow. We will return before it gets dark. You will keep your promises, and you will not do anything dangerous. Got it?
Promise. Thank you, Javi.
I don't need your thanks.
Thank you.
That thank you is not for him agreeing to tell me where the beast's den is, but because I can see that Javi's trying to save me. His care calms the turbulent waves that have been crashing inside me. I was always anxious. I always believed. I always thought I'd see him again. But I also recognized that I was partially living a fantasy. I was just too stubborn to admit it. I certainly won't be able to change how I feel immediately. I'll probably continue loving him. Nevertheless, Javi's words resonated comfortingly with me. I can see, if but vaguely, a new path, a new way of life appearing before me. That's what he did for me. I will make this the last time, my final attempt to find him. No matter the outcome, I will stop stubbornly believing he's still alive. And then I'll find happiness on a different path.
I feel like this is probably not gonna end well.
Master. Master! Ah, you have awakened. You gave me quite the startle. Do you not remember? You suddenly started staring off into the distance, and you would not respond to anything I said.
I thought you were playing a prank on me.
Your hand?
Oh, yes, I did not let go of it.
Or if I had, we would be in quite the predicament. Someone approaching the mansion, you say? You saw them? Those images were not shown to you by me. If you saw something, then it was your own powers. But if you think about it, that is not unusual. You are, after all, the master of this house. You should, in all actuality, be able to do anything I can do by yourself, master. So it is very possible you could have knowledge that I do not. Now, let us return to the mansion's tale. After the second beast paid a visit, Bestia began to destabilize again. The white-haired girl would soothe his heart, but the calm was only ephemeral. He was like a cracked glass ball. If you dropped him, that would be the end. If you put too much force into handling him, he would shatter. He was very difficult to care for, and cracks do not heal. The damage still remains, even if the two sides appear to be held together firmly in place. Furthermore, they slowly, gradually, and without intervention spread. The beast appeared to be afraid of someone's voice. He would on occasion stare into empty space and shout, cover his ears, and groan. One day, he shattered all the windows in the mansion, crushed the silverware I had just polished to a shine, and destroyed all the mirrors. I assume he did not want to see his beastly self. More. There's more. There's still more that reflects my image. Mirrors, vases, dishes, they all show my reflection. What are you doing? I have no need of anything that reflects me. You can understand that, can't you? Why? You're going to cut your hands like that. Tracing the wall with her fingers, the white-haired girl approached Bestia.
She stretched her spindly fingers out towards the beast's rugged hands. Ugh. His hands were wet with blood from his frenzied attempt to destroy anything reflective in the house. Look at all these cuts.
Stop. You're going to dirty your hands. Get back.
No, I will not.
It's no use. No matter how many times you call me human, the mirrors tell another story. Not just the mirrors. Everything reflective shouts beasts at me angrily. Look at how precarious I am. It's hideous, pitiful. I thought it all over when I protected you from that beast, but that image keeps coming back to me. The sight of another beast clinging on to me. I can hear its voice. It says I was only ever a beast.
Voice? Whose voice?
So you don't know. So you can't hear it.
We're fighting against something beyond the limits of my perception.
Fighting? No. If only it were a fight. It speaks the undeniable truth.
As I have said before, you are not a beast. You look like me, I'm certain of it.
Your eyes.
What?
Your red eyes show you nothing, but they show me what I am. They show me the difference between us.
Are you afraid of my eyes?
Don't do the thing that I think you're about to do. There was no trigger warning for eye trauma. So you better not. You better not.
If my eyes cause you fear, if you can see them in your reflection, then you're welcome to destroy them. Rip them from me with your own hands. I have no need of them after all.
Why would you go so far from me? The voice says you're laughing at me. That deep down you ridicule me.
Do you believe that? After all the time we've spent together?
I don't know. I'm starting to lose confidence. I believe you. I think I believe you, but I find myself wavering. I'm losing sight of myself. And of you. Of everything. In all my memories, I am a beast. The voice says I was always this way, which, I suppose, means I am a beast. I can't be anything but.
Do not trust the voice. Trust me instead. I do not want to make another mistake. To do something like run away, because I am so weak-willed.
I do not understand this woman. She's so pure-hearted, so beautiful, like hope personified. I want to understand, to believe her. I was sure I could do it, but I keep failing. Why? Why am I losing my grip on everything?
Are words not enough to convince you?
What?
Are words not enough to convince you that you are not a beast? Then see for yourself. Feel for yourself. That there is but one difference between us.
What are you doing?
I assume our skin, and our hair, and our eyes are different colors. But those do not count as a difference. The only thing that differs between us is our sex.
Hold on. In his utter shock, Bestia was frozen in place. And he was right to be surprised. The sound of rustling fabric shook the air in the forlorn mansion. What are you doing? What are you doing? She placed her hand on the sleeve of her garment and began to disrobe. Before long, gaze upon me. Don't have us gaze upon you, please. She was standing there completely undressed. Her body was incomparably beautiful. Slender, not an ounce of excess fat on her. The sight of her was impressive, almost divine. I let out a gasp when I saw her. See for yourself. This was the first time Bestia had seen the white-haired girl unclothed. Though they slept in the same bed, as I said before, they did not have a physical relationship. She grasped his unmoving hand and guided it towards her. Don't. Okay. I'm like In preparation of just like, don't get sus. Don't get sus. The situation's kind of sus already, but don't get more sus.
She moved his hand across her flesh, along the curve of her shoulder, down her arm, and pressed it against her chest firmly enough for him to feel her beating heart. Do you think this caused a stirring within him? Is there any man for whom the touch of a woman's skin would not, especially one so beautiful as her? However, he was not aroused. Why do you think that was? Because a beast cannot lust after a human? I believe you know the answer. Are you crying?
Could you smile for me?
What?
I want to see your smile.
Like this? I'm not sure I'm doing a good job.
No, you're doing fine. Your smile is so pretty. It calms me, warms my heart. I think I know someone, somewhere, who has that same smile.
Okay. I was so worried it was gonna go sus.
Thank you for seeing me off.
Don't mention it.
I learned so much about this town thanks to you. You made my stay here quite enjoyable. Well, what's the matter? You're looking rather glum.
I wonder. I wonder why the sea exists. I was born in a port town, and it's always been there for me. This huge, never-ending, expansive, magnificent ocean. Far too big for a single, measly little human like me to cross. It's so pretty.
It is.
I feel like I understand why you like the sea. But right now, I can't help wondering why God created such an enormous sea. Why He didn't make the world smaller. I'm sorry. I'm talking nonsense. Not at all.
I'll probably be back eventually. It's just part of the job.
And will you have lunch at the seaside restaurant again?
Quite likely. And I bet it'll be mostly meat, too.
Was your stomach able to handle it?
I'll train up for next time.
Your ship is going to embark soon.
Yeah,
Will people get mad if you're not helping them prepare?
most likely.
Then you should hurry off.
Yeah. Pauline? I just wanted to thank you. I appreciate you taking some time to show me around. Oops.
Is that all?
No. I don't know why, but I was considering leaving without telling you this.
I'd like you to tell me.
I'd feel better if you turned me down.
What?
My homeland is only getting more isolated. Unlike your country, mine is not eager to associate with the rest of the world. I probably don't even have their patronage anymore. What I'm saying is that I have absolutely no stability. I can't even say for sure whether I'll be back, so...
You're right. There's nothing but obstacles. I'm sure my mom would be opposed as well. But I've fallen for you. The way you look staring out at the sea, the shape of your lips when you smile. Pardon. The kindness in your voice, the more time I spend with you, the deeper I fall in love with you. The whole world could separate us, and these feelings would not change.
Well, dang. You beat me to it.
If I'd waited, I don't think you would ever have gotten to it.
I'll say it myself too. I love you, Pauline. I fell for you the moment I first saw you. I promise we will meet again.
I promise. I'll be waiting.
Thank you. It's visible in both of our eyes, this love strong enough to wash away all our tribulations. It's all right there, plain as day in each of our eyes. Mine and his.
Did you hear something?
Huh? It sounded like someone's voice. I didn't hear anything. Must have been your imagination.
Oh.
You want to turn back, lady?
Huh?
You're looking nervous.
I'm just fine. Let's keep moving. But there's one thing.
What?
My name isn't Lady, it's Pauline.
This again?
Lady is so distant. I don't like being called that. So please call me Pauline.
Polly. How's that? Can I call you Polly?
Oh, come on. I'd really rather you call me Pauline. I'm an only child, so I've always wanted a younger brother or sister, but Polly makes it sound like I'm the younger one.
I'm not your brother and I'm not a child.
You called yourself a kid yesterday, though.
That's not what I meant.
Oh, fine. You can call me Polly. It's not my full name, but I'm glad you're calling me something other than Lady, Javi.
Then that's what I'll do.
You left.
Be quiet.
You're no fun.
There's a mansion up ahead, standing atop the cliff. I can't say why exactly, but I feel like it's something that shouldn't be there.
What do you mean?
It feels out of place in this area, and something seems off about it. Like it's somehow ethereal and could disappear at any moment. No, I'm probably just overthinking things. Sorry, that was silly of me to say.
It's okay.
We still can't see the mansion Javi's talking about from here, just dense, overgrown forest. But for some reason, I can sense that we're approaching it. It's a strange sensation. Anxiety is bubbling up from deep inside me, and at the same time, I feel like I could burst into tears. Not out of fear, but familiarity. Familiarity? I've never been to this country before. Everything I'm seeing is new to me. There's nothing at all for me to find familiar. Why then? I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you sure you want to do this?
I am.
You agreed not to go inside. Don't break that promise.
It's okay, don't worry. I'm sorry for putting you through this, making you relive unpleasant memories, but thank you for accompanying me when you have nothing to gain from it. Don't worry, I'll just look around. I'm only searching for a sign he was here, and then I'm done. We'll return to the village together.
All right.
Okay, now, let's go.
We push our way through the dark, dense woods, and then, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appears before us. It rests quietly upon a cliff, against a backdrop of emerald ocean. This is the beast's den? It should, by all rights, be a magnificent scene, but the blue sky and jade sea clash with the building. It appears alone, isolated precariously from the rest of the world. Yes, this is it. This is the mansion where the beast dwells. Careful not to make any noise, we draw nearer to the house, this inexplicable structure sitting in between the forest and the cliff. The fluttering I feel in my heart does not seem to be caused by only fear of the beast. The weeds and plants growing unchecked around the house are tall enough for Javi to hide in. I imagine that's how he approached the mansion the first time, lurking in the overgrowth. Say, have the people of the village thought about leaving this area? Moving somewhere else, away from the beast's den? Only those with enough savings can do it. Leave without money and you'll just die in a ditch somewhere. Everyone's made their lives here in the village. We have farmland, cattle, ships. It's not easy to let all that go. Not everyone can just hop onto a boat to another country like you, Polly.
Oh,
We're not wealthy.
sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
I know. I was being too harsh. You're just ignorant. So naive you believe the whole world is this perfect magical place. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. If you're capable of seeing the world like that, there's no reason you should look at it any other way. As for as mature as you can be, Javi, you're also rather cynical. Oh, pardon me. When you said you would take me to your town, that kind of made my day. There's nothing left for me in this village.
You'll find plenty of new things, I'm sure. You can even make some friends in my town. After all, you've still got a long life ahead of you, Javi. So you should make it a fun one.
You make it sound like I'm about to throw myself off a cliff.
I didn't mean it like that.
We should try to keep quiet from here out.
Okay, got it.
As we draw closer to the mansion, I can see the ivy twisted across its stone walls. I press my back against the wall and take a few deep breaths. There's a window next to me. If there really is a beast, if there really is a terrible man-eating monster inside, I'm in danger if it catches me. Hobby's eyes entreat me not to get any closer, but I have to see. I have to see if there's a mountain of corpses inside these walls. If there's even the slightest trace of him, I'm just going to have to look. Peek in from outside without being noticed. That's all I'm going to do. And when it's done, I'll go home. Through the window, I can see a dimly illuminated hallway. Like the garden, the one in the inside is so desolate. But there's still the sense that someone lives here. It's not completely abandoned. Polly. I see something moving inside the mansion. I hold my breath so whatever is in there does not sense my presence, does not sense my gaze. And then... What? A shadow whisks past. No. Polly? Hey, Polly! Open up! Please open the door! Stop it, you silly! What do you think you're doing? Please open the door! Polly, you promised me. Have you lost your mind? The only thing in there is it's not a beast. Huh? It's not a beast. A beast isn't living in this mansion. You're wrong. It is. There's a beast in there, a bestia. Get away from the door. The beast, it's not a beast. Open the door. Open the... I knew it. I knew it. I was right. You're alive. You're alive. You're alive. I never stopped believing. I knew you wouldn't die. Would you? Yukimasa? Yukimasa? What? That's not a name that we've ever seen. I don't think. I had faith you were still alive. I wanted to prove it, and I was right. I'm so glad I had faith. Unless that was the name of the boy. I guess we only really saw the merchant. I'm so glad I didn't give up. I missed you so. All this time, I never stopped thinking about you. I've never stopped imagining our reunion. Yukimasa, I'm so glad you're alive. Stop it, Polly. Get away from him. That's the beast! Oh. You'll kill me if I do not kill you, so I must show you that I will. So wait. Oh, I was wondering why the CG was different than the little standing art when it popped up. I didn't think too much of it. I was like thinking that was probably gonna be the case, but that's really good. That's why they had it show for only like a second, because it was to make you think that it was the person knocking on the door. That's good. That's good. That's good. I must show you that I'm serious. I must kill you or you just won't understand. You just don't understand. If I don't show you firsthand, you just won't understand. I'll make you understand. I'll make your flesh and bones understand. Kill. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Oh, dang. That's a nice expression that they drew.
That's it. Cry for me. Beg for your life. Pray for your mercy. Weep and struggle and suffer and die. Look at this. No one can stand up to me. Humans have no chance against beasts.
Yukimasa, what's wrong? What? What's the matter? It's me, it's Pauline. I came to find you. I've missed you so much. Yukimasa? Sorry, I still don't understand your language. Wait! Where are you going?
Stop it, Polly! Don't go after him! Polly!
Oh, this happened earlier. Why are you running from me? Don't you recognize me? It's Pauline, your love. Why? Your katana. Why would you point that at me? You're scaring me. What's gotten into you? Hey, what's the matter? Yukimasa, do you know who I am? What happened? You used to be able to speak my language so fluently. Let's talk. What do you say? Put that thing away, please. It's dangerous. What? Why? You cut me. So hot. Why? Yukimasa, it's me. It's Pauline. Open your eyes. Oh no, I'm about to be blown up.
Why did it not blow up? It's randomizing, but it didn't blow me up. What the heck? I have at least, oh gosh. Let me see. Refresh that source. Hopefully next time I can explode. How are you doing, Nisa? I don't remember if you were here for the monster part, but the monster was this lady's boyfriend. And now she's dying. No, stop! Masa, please stop this. I'm begging you!
Why would you do this to me?
I'm holding Prob's gonna go on a walk.
Hopefully. I've heard walks help with brain gunk.
I usually don't do that, so I don't know how accurate it is, but a lot of people say that brain gunk goes away with walking, or at least walking helps. What a thing to come into, right? How are you doing, Mal? You thankfully missed the siblings chapter. Stop this, Yukimasa! Stop this!
His blade, held high above his hands, glimmers. Why? He's the beast? Tell me, Yukimasa, did you kill all these villagers? Are you going to kill me? Why?
Yeah, the siblings were a little too freaky. It was only one-sided, but it was still there. And actually, technically also half-sibling was involved, I think. So it was kind of messed up either way. Dang.
Yuki, it's me. It's Pauline. Please open your eyes. Let's go back to my town. I never got the chance to ask if you wanted to move to my country, and we wouldn't have to wait so long to see each other. What do you think, Yukimasa?
Burn in hell!
Why?
Man.
Tell me. Why? What happened here?
I'm grateful that you cannot see, because you would certainly think me a beast if you were able to see this. Because you cannot see, you do not know what I look like. But I do know. Another beast like me broke into the mansion.
Was it?
I protected you! Did I not? I protected you! Say that I protected you. And I did this for you.
Actually a beast?
Dang.
I can hear a woman's voice. I can't keep my eyes open. I wonder who she is. They seem like they're really close. Did you choose someone else? Then you could have just said so. I wouldn't be angry. Been apart for so long. But this does kind of hurt. It hurts. I can't take it. Just once. Could you turn back and say my name? I proved it. But you're still alive. We were lovers, weren't we? So why? You said you wanted a peaceful life. I cannot take this.
Ugh.
It hurts so bad. Masa. I can't take this.
Yeah, everyone's a little messed up. I'm kind of curious as to how... What I want most is to spend a nice, quiet life with you. I don't need anything extravagant. Just an ordinary life, slowly growing older, having 3, maybe 4 children. We'd never fight, and eventually, before I knew it, I'd be an old lady. Thinking, it was an uneventful life, but it was the best I could have asked for. That's the life I want. And what about you? Yes, I too wish for a peaceful life with you. I really wonder, like, what made the man lose his mind like that. I guess, like, it would have to be some kind of seasickness, right? maybe? I'm not too sure.
Holly, I can't, or I couldn't. Again, I couldn't do.
Ah, 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 ah. It's like it's always the crying out and screaming things where it's like I don't want people to hear me and worry.
Master, Master, what is the matter? You look pale as a ghost. What? I lied to you? I have not told you a single falsehood, Master. Ah, about the beast? That means you were seeing her memories, then. Is that so? That must have been quite difficult to witness, but I assure you I have told you no lies. Bestia was convinced he was a beast. And as a servant of this house, it is my responsibility to present my former master to you as he saw himself. This would have been a very different story had you not discovered the truth. A beast meets a white-haired girl and learns humanity. That tale would have been far easier on you, I'm sure. By remaining in the dark and seeing the story through his eyes alone, you would not have had to witness that poor girl's miserable death. And that, perhaps, would have been better for you. But the reality you observed through her eyes changes the truth of his tale. And it sounds like the visions you had did not run in parallel to the events I described for you, but took place slightly earlier in time. Which means that, yes, her fate was set in stone well before you ever saw it. I do have to wonder, though, why did Bestia believe the woman to be a beast like him? Perhaps it was because her hair, eye, and skin color were similar to his own. The poor young woman who called upon the mansion did indeed resemble Bestia. They were of a similar race. Half of her blood was the same race as his. But was that the only reason? Would that be enough for him to mistake her for a beast? I have my own theory. His memories may have played a role. I suspect Bestia was afraid the memories from when he was human would cause him to waver. But that is simply my own speculation. Perhaps he had merely lost his grip on reality. How well have you come to understand Bestia, Master? You do appear to think he was an ordinary human who believed himself to be a beast. But where does the line between man and beast truly lie? That I do not know. Master, if, like Bestia, you were to lose your memories and endure persecution and degradation until you broke, would you still remember those you care for? Now, our tale is not yet over. The web of misfortune was tightly, oh so tightly entangled. It would not be unraveled, or it could not be unraveled. Let us return now from her memories to the point where we left off in our story. Just after the white-haired girl had disrobed, showing Bestia the difference between him and her. This was, yes, several days following the young woman's death. The blood in the hall had been cleaned up, and there was no trace of it any longer. He had made a tremendous mistake, though the only people aware of that mistake are you and I. There is, perhaps, a chance the white-haired girl had realized, but she knew nothing of the woman. So I entreat you not to fault the white woman for trying to be kind to Bestia. She is without sin, in any and all times. The beast, no, the man, made the white-haired girl put her clothes back on. He seems to have calmed down a bit. After examining her body and comparing it to his own, he was once again coming to think he might not be a beast. In the past, he would have rejoiced to have proof of his own humanity. However, it was for him, then, the seed of several new doubts. You said I am human. Yes. Do you still believe this? I certainly do. You are simply mistaken. You believe yourself to be a beast because of what the villagers said. Why did they call me a beast? If I were able to see, I could surely answer all your questions. But I cannot, so all I can afford you is my conjecture. Go on, tell me. I suspect that you did not come from this country. No, you do not come from this continent. You came to this continent from far, far away, perhaps even across the seas. This land has been cast into turmoil by the war. Fortunately, no fighting reached the village, but it has blocked trade routes, stripped them of their independence, and cast a dark shadow over their hope. They are quite devastated, I imagine. And then you showed up.
Peak fiction. It's quite interesting so far, absolutely. Also, hello, welcome in.
From what I have heard, this area is not particularly friendly to people from other countries, even less so those from another continent. I doubt they know much about distant lands, so they had probably never seen someone like you before. But in addition, you would have been wearied and worn. I guess you were emaciated, wasting away. Enough so that you do not even look like yourself. You remember how you arrived at the village?
When I woke up, I was on the beach. I don't remember anything before that. My joints all ached, and I was incredibly thirsty. I was in so much pain, I sought help. But nothing I said got through to the villagers. I do not understand what they said either.
But the thing you did understand is what they were calling you, Bestia.
Right. And I also understood that the word was used to describe beasts. The way they looked at me, it wasn't normal. So I
imagine at first they simply didn't want the trouble. They didn't actually think you were a beast, simply that this wretched man, unfamiliar in appearance, who had washed ashore, resembled a beast.
Washed ashore?
You were in an accident, were you not? While crossing the sea.
I do not remember. I can't remember. No, I mustn't remember. If I am not a beast, that means the other beast wasn't one either. What did the beast look like? It looked somehow similar to me. Its hair color, skin color, eye color, and the way it spoke seemed vaguely familiar, which means it was... I cannot accept that. If I do, then that means I've done something terrible. No.
What?
They did call me a beast. I was in fact a beast.
As I've been saying, that's because...
Tell me I'm a beast, please. Don't let me remain a beast.
How do you imagine he saw the world? I cannot even begin to fathom. But you can never know what someone else sees. There is nothing to say that they see the same thing as you. As you and I have seen different things, so too did the man and his lover see different things. Or perchance the true shape of the world is visible only through the white-haired girl's sightless eyes. Do you think the reason he was so stubbornly rejected his human memories is because he had taken the life of his beloved? I personally believe that there was more to it than that.
Or two is a little bit boring. Aw, man. That means it's gonna get intense after this, then. I did like how it had the little standing art for him, but in the way that made you think it was the first guy to show up. And so as time went on, you're like, wait, maybe.
Someday you shall remember. You shall remember everything. It will not allow you to avert your eye, or I will not allow you to avert your eyes. Remember that you have always, always been a beast, incapable of saving anyone, only of taking. Remember and suffer, agonize, writhe, anguish, grieve, suffer.
It's a big old splash.
Such a dang shame. Our homeland is but a stone's throw away and they still won't let us in. Just how long are they going to maintain this stance? Regrettable, isn't it, son? Yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Captain Asama. We can make it this far on the white men's ship, but they give no response to our missives. I'm not sure it's even reaching the magistrate's hands. Is it so difficult to be even the slightest bit accommodating to your fellow countrymen?
They seem to be treating the white men rather poorly as well. I hear they imprison them on a tiny man-made island. That's no way to make friends. Well, all things considered, we can hardly call this our homeland anymore anyway. For how many generations have your family lived overseas again? I am the third. I see. Then I doubt you have any attachments to this land. That's not true. I may never have the opportunity to set foot on her soil, but my spirit dwells within this land. My grandfather has told me much about this country, of her 4 rich, vibrant seasons and boundless beauty. I am deeply grateful that you invited me to this voyage to visit her, Captain Asama. Right, the music's really cool. I have finally, if only at a distance, laid eyes upon my home. And I cannot say when this era may draw to a close, but I hope the time comes when we can proudly proclaim her our motherland. You can't set foot this good back home, or you can't find food this good at home. I eagerly await the day that becomes true. Indeed, as do I. I've lied to her. She believes I was born in the Orient. But in truth, I've never once set foot in that country. I was born in Europe. My family has not been permitted to return since my grandparents left. I can still remember as clear as day, the look of profound regret on my grandfather's face as he departed from this world. He bequeathed onto me a katana, and on that day, that blade became the one object binding me to my homeland. I could not bring myself to call her or to tell her that I am disallowed to return home. I do not want her to think that I have forsaken or had been forsaken by my country, that my country would do such a thing. However, some part of me believes that there was more to it than that. A smuggler? Yes. I never would have expected it, not on this ship. One of the crew was conspiring with a government official. He hid unreported goods on board and delivered them in secret. What goods? Silver coins. Spanish coins trade for more than they're worth as currency. The official was sentenced to commit seppuku, but we are responsible for our own crew's punishments. I'm still trying to decide how to handle it. Have him commit seppuku as well. The sailor has brought shame upon the entire ship. If he is made to take responsibility for his actions, then perhaps we can minimize the damage of our reputation. You make a fair point. Unfortunately, he is not of this land. I doubt he is familiar with the ritual. Then I shall serve as a second and ensure he dies without issue. Have you lost your mind? I have been trained in the art. It is unlikely I should fail. You are not a samurai, though. I was born into a family of samurai. At least, it was until 3 generations ago. But that blood still courses through my veins. Very well, then. That is how we shall do it. We now commence the ritual seppuku of our fellow crewman, Seedorf. Seedorf has, in violation of restrictions set in place by the shogunate, committed the grave crime of smuggling prohibited goods into the country. In order to atone for this betrayal of the trust of both nations, he vows to take his life here before you. Do you have any last words? I deeply regret that we should have to lose a companion with whom we've traveled the 7 seas in this manner. Do it. It wasn't me. What? It wasn't me! I've been set up. I didn't smuggle anything. I don't know anything about any silver coins. I've been framed! Believe me! Why should I have to slice my... Yukimasa. He said the accusations were false. Lies to escape punishment. I could not allow him to continue shaming himself and us when his fate was already decided. They would only serve to tarnish the ship's honor. But an investigation was performed. It was our duty to trust those results. You're right. Yes, you're right. Good work. Now this needs to be cleaned up. Yes, sir. I'm sure I was mistaken, but I would like to ask you anyway. Were you smiling as you did it? You must have been seeing things.
Oh no.
he really truly is a monster from the very beginning.
Was that really the only reason? I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth.
What was that dream? Is that from my memories? No. Masa, I've never met that man. Or that woman. No, I was just, no, it wasn't me. I don't remember. I don't remember anything, not a thing, not a single thing. I am a beast. I'm a beast, not a human. I don't need those memories. Are you there? Are you there? Where are you? Come to me, be with me. Peace, my peace. Where are you? Where have you gone? Why are you not at my side? I don't remember anything. Stop remembering.
Oh, did he also kill the father, maybe?
Is that a silver coin? Spanish silver. Some weeks after we set off back west, I found a silver coin in the ship's hold. I don't know if it got overlooked or dropped when transporting the rest, but there's just one. The first thing I think when I find it is that I should report it to Captain Namasa. But instead, I slip the coin into my pocket and take my leave of the hold as if nothing ever happened.
Welcome back, Rocket. This man's killed his wife. Or girlfriend, I guess. I don't think they ever got married.
Not for the purpose of smuggling it for some extra cash. It only has extra value in the East. Back west, it's worth nothing more than its designated value as currency. So again, it's not for want of money.
Well, dang. Seems Seedorf might have been innocent after all.
Perhaps so. And if he had no hand in the smuggling, then I have done a horribly regrettable thing.
No. As you said, an investigation was conducted. We had no choice but to leave the information we were given. You mustn't blame yourself. I feel bad for putting such an unpleasant responsibility on you.
Not at all.
Now, how do we handle this? I can't believe a silver coin was found in someone else's luggage.
It would be best to handle this internally.
Wait, is he... Wait, so he might have not been the original person, but I feel like he's framing the others.
Publicly, we have already made our amends with Seedorf's death.
That's true.
But it would be prudent to try and discover from where he is acquiring the coins, so as to prevent another such incident. Should one of our crew be caught smuggling again, he will not be the only one asked to take responsibility. I have great sympathy for you, Captain Asama.
This is quite the headache. I can't imagine he would give up his connections just because we asked. We can force him.
If he doesn't want to talk, then we can just give him some encouragement.
But I couldn't.
Worry not, Captain Asama. I shall take care of the dirty work. You needn't trouble yourself with anything, Captain. Leave it to me.
Captain. Very well. I'll leave this in your hands, Yukimasa.
Yes, sir. How are you feeling?
Hey, untie me! What's the meaning of this?
A silver coin was discovered in your luggage.
Huh? A silver coin?
Interesting. It would seem you have quite a knack for acting.
Hold on, I don't follow. I thought the smuggling problem was taken care of.
Seedorf wasn't the one doing the smuggling. It was you.
Like heck! I've never seen any dang silver coins. This is some kind of mistake. Check my bags again.
A coin was found in your luggage, regrettably. Captain Amasa found it himself, or saw it himself.
Lies! I swear I've never touched one!
Is that so? I swear.
Hello, Pistol Whip. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. How was the game that you were playing? I peeked in a little bit earlier, but I wasn't able to stick around for long. Impossible creatures. That's what it looked like a It looked like it had some like RTS elements, but I'm not 100% sure if that's how it played. Like I said, I just kind of peeked.
I swear, never once! Please believe me, I'm no smuggler. I've done a good work, even on this expedition. You know I'm not someone who would get involved in smuggling.
I don't know what kind of person anyone is.
I'm bad at RTSs. I lost because I let one of my main characters die. Oh no. It's all good. I am also bad at RTSs. I'm still not sure if I have the volume set right. I don't know if I'm fighting with the audio or if it's at a good level. I don't know. But hopefully you had fun at least.
We may have known each other for years, but that doesn't mean I have any way of knowing what you think in private, how you feel, what kind of person you are. You smuggled the coins, didn't you?
I didn't! I had nothing to do with it!
Who was your supplier?
I'm telling you, I'm no smuggler!
It puts Captain Amasa in an uncomfortable position if you don't talk. We can't risk damaging our homeland's trust any further.
I swear to God, I had nothing to do with it!
So you won't tell?
How can I tell you something I know nothing about?
I see.
You believe me?
So it's very, very important information. Enough so that you can't give it up so easily. In which case, I'll just do what I have to until you talk.
What are you...
Whenever you're ready to talk, let me know. I'll stop right away.
Hey, stop! What are you...
Quite the thick fingers you have.
Let go! What are you doing? Are you gonna cut them off or are you gonna just be like, chomp?
Had fun, just didn't feel like restarting the level. Fair enough, yeah.
But it's all meat. Your bones aren't any thicker than anyone else's.
Ah! My finger!
Oh, don't start screaming just yet. That was just the first, your little finger. Next is your ring finger.
Okay, so he's probably just like snapping the fingers.
Stop! Please don't! I'm begging you!
Yubi.
Are you ready to talk?
I told you I don't know anything!
Too bad. Your middle finger.
Don't!
Your right hand is going to be useless if you don't start talking soon.
What do you want me to tell you? I swear I had nothing to do with it.
What has you so stubbornly refusing to talk? Is your supplier really worth going to such lengths to protect?
No, I can't tell you. But I don't know, that's...
All that's left is your thumb.
Help! Someone get me!
Just so we're perfectly clear, everyone on board knows what you did. No one's going to come to a smuggler's aid.
God, I can't take any more of this. Please stop!
Ready to talk? What will it be?
I'll talk. Okay, I'll talk.
If anything you tell me is a lie, you can consider your life forfeit. Are you ready to tell me the truth? We will investigate the details of your confession. If you lie, we will find out. Understood?
But I...
Speak. But... Or can't you?
I don't know anything!
That's a shame. Oh well, you won't be using your right hand ever again. Although there are still 5 fingers on your left. Are you in pain? Do you want me to stop?
Yes, please. All right. 4 left. That is quite the face. I wish I could show it to you in a mirror. What is wrong with you? You monster! I'm not doing this because I want to. You're the one forcing my hand by refusing to talk. Now go on, spit it out. You wouldn't believe anything I said anyway. How long have you been doing this? You're the first. Liar! You sick. It's the truth, though. And why? Why are you smiling? 3 left. What'll it be? Will you tell me everything? No lies, no omissions. It wasn't me! It wasn't me! I didn't do anything! 2 left. It's surprising how easily they break. No! Stop! This is the last one. I'm like trying to make the moans of pain not sound too lewd. It burns. It burns. My fingers are on fire. Now, what next? It burns. It burns. It burns. Are you listening? Hello? This over a few broken fingers? Need me to wake you up? Let me tell you something. I'm the one who put the coin in your luggage. Of course you don't know anything. Someone, anyone get in here! The silver coin wasn't... Don't go shouting things you'll regret. It's hard to fight back with your hands in that condition. Having trouble breathing, huh? Well, are you? You need air? I guess it's hard to talk with my hands around your throat, huh? Do you want air? All right. You can have some air. Someone, please, get in! You just don't learn. I can see the words written on his face. Why? Why are you doing this? Why? That is a good question. I'm not even sure myself. Hey. Answer me. Well, dang. I missed the opportunity to use my katana. My goodness, this man's really is a monster. I tossed the man's body overboard. My story will be that he sneaked out while I wasn't looking, and threw himself into the sea. As I watched the sack of flesh sink into the depths, I'm thoroughly shocked to realize I don't feel the slightest bit bad about what I've done. No regret, no remorse, nothing. I comprehend that the things I've done are reprehensible, that they're evil, but that knowledge wasn't sufficient to restrain my urges. There is an itch I felt deep within my chest ever since the moment my blade sunk its teeth into Seedorf's neck. Why was it in his neck? If you were helping it with seppuku? Oh well. I don't know what to call it, but I feel like I'm floating. Like everything swirling about me, or about inside me, has been unleashed and set free. There's also an edge of anxiety, though. If I continue down this path, what might I transform into? Despite feeling not the slightest bit guilty about the horrible things I've done, I still fear this life I've made slipping away from me. I want something to anchor me. What exactly am I?
Is this what I wanted to become? The kind of man who can take another's life without flinching, fully aware of his actions. And if that's truly what I am, perhaps it would make things easier if I did lose everything.
Oh, don't scare me like that. And where did you pick up the word? Like, I still don't know how to pronounce this little bunny word.
I never took you for someone so pretentious. I'm sorry. You just looked so much like a rabbit there, the way you were tossing your head back and forth looking around for me.
Oh, you.
It was, it has, Nijntje. I believe someone said it was a Dutch word for little bunny. I think it was Iowa that said it. But, like, I don't know phonetically how to pronounce it.
Oh, you. That's something you call a child. Not a little girl anymore.
I'm sorry, really. Don't be so mad, Pauline. I'm not mad at all. It's been 1.5 years. We finally get to see each other again. That we do. Did you have any trouble out at sea? Did you fall ill or get caught in a storm or run into some kind of danger at all? No, there was no trouble. Everything went fine without incident. The sea god was watching over us, I suppose. He let me kill whoever I wanted. I don't know. What am I? Who am I? Who? What is this room? What are those colored windows? Were those here before? In the mansion? I know what this is. It's an angel. The angel. The angel it's looking at me and laughing. The angel is looking down on me and laughing. Everything was fine at sea. I killed so many people. It was awesome. What are you doing? The angel. The angel's laughing at me. The angel. The Google Translate says it's something like Nianjie? Nianjie? To use Romanji. Don't know the international phonetic alphabet, so Romanji will have to do. Okay. So,
Nianjie.
that makes sense.
Nianjie.
That does kind of sound cute now that I know how to pronounce it.
So I, the angel. You. Where were you? I went to the kitchen to get a drink of water. You have nothing to worry about. I will not run away from you. I am not human, am I? I am not a human. You are not a human. You are. You. It's all right. I imagine it's quite disconcerting having lost your memories. But no matter what happens, you will always be you. Don't be afraid. Are those the words of encouragement I truly wanted to hear? Am I afraid of being myself? I don't know. Don't think about it. I'm a beast. Beast with no memories.
Angel foreshadowing is so good, right?
Also, hello, Sans.
Guess what time it is? Is it time for possible identity theft?
His psyche drifted radically between human and beast. If he accepted himself as human, it might cause memories better left buried to return to him.
Yeah and no? No? Are you playing again or first time?
This is my first time playing.
Oh, thank you for the stretch. Oh gosh. Oh no. And for the hydrate, I'll hydrate before doing that. Why would I do that? I don't know.
ジグメジグのコックのする、すれけれかいじのすらいまつ、うらいまつ、ふらいまつ、くなるところに住むところ、やぶるこじにブルクジ、パイポのシューリンガンのグリーンデのポクリピーナポクリパラチョキメロチョスケ。
It's always with that first shooting gun that I like can maybe get it. Enjoy its peak fiction for me. Nice. Yeah, it was recommended to play it like by a few people. And it's not bad, definitely, so far. I don't know how much there is of it, but it must be shorter than Umineko. If he accepted himself as a beast in exchange for his memories, he would no longer be able to rejoin human society. The white-haired girl fervently supported him in these precarious times. I was quite amazed. I had never imagined she would grow to be such a strong woman. Nevertheless, God is a cruel master. For what strength he gave her spiritually, he took an equal part from her physically. Though she persisted, day in and day out, to stay by the man's side, one day she suddenly fell ill. With her in the throes of a high fever and not knowing the cause, he fell into a perpetual panic. There was no medicine in the mansion. They could hardly manage to put together sufficiently nutritious meals. Though there was no medicine, maybe there was something else that could make her feel better. However, everything he could think of required him to leave the house. Hey. Huh? After fourth door, the real thing begins. Oh gosh. Is there anything you would like? Anything I would like? I'm considering visiting the village. I see. You're going to the village. I thought I might be able to get some medicine. I would prefer to bring a doctor here, but no one would come if they learned you were in this mansion. So, he was planning to put on a disguise to enter the village as a person. The white-haired girl smiled when she heard his idea. She had, after all, always wanted him to think of himself as human. However, because she was so pure-hearted, she did not comprehend the full extent of the slaughter he had confessed to committing. The revenge he had taken on those who had chased him around. How sinister is cackling and furious his reaping. She did not grasp just how serious it was. She had faith that Bestia had kindness in his heart. If you cannot get any medication, then buy me some oranges, please. Oranges? This is a land blessed by the sun. You should be able to find some wonderful fresh oranges. Will that make you feel better? Yes, it should. Okay. Bestia's mind was made up. He would don the skin of a human for her to protect the peace he had. He would return to the place he had left with so many painful memories. It was, to him, the source of his fear. Whenever he let his guard down, their shouts would play back in his mind. Bestia! 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 Hideous beast! Though he had physically conquered the people who lived there, Bestia's memories of the village still haunted him. But her health meant more to him than any of that. He was willing to cast aside his fear if it meant the white-haired girl would recover. The girl still in her bed, he made his way out of the mansion. I don't know how good your disguise is gonna be, man. It's probably not gonna be that great. He crossed the overgrown forest, pushing forward one step at a time, all the while trying to brush aside his apprehension, until he arrived at the village. This is where they called me a beast, where I was almost killed, and where I killed them. I look different than I did then. I'm dressed differently too, but can I play the part? Can I act a convincing enough human? I have no choice. There are no other villages. I can't let her die. Excuse me. Could you answer a question for me? Village man is looking at me. Only for a moment, but for me that moment is torturously long. A faint look of panic crosses his face, perhaps in fear of my appearance.
staring at me. Will he point his finger and call me a beast? Will the other villagers come to kill me? However, I haven't seen you around here. You didn't recognize me. Yes, I come from a faraway land, and I am unfamiliar with this area, so... You're dressed like a nobleman. On a secret trip or something? Something like that. You look really pale, though. Searching for a doctor? Yes, but not for me. My companion has come down with a fever. Sorry to hear it. Well, I'd love to introduce you, but he's out right now, and he won't be back for a few days. I see. And where might I be able to buy some fruit? There's a shop just around that corner. Thank you very much. Don't mention it. Do take care, traveler. It's dangerous out there. I'm starting to attract attention, but not the same kind as before. They don't look at me with revulsion, hatred, or furious indignation. They're simply curious. The village feels different than last time. Would it have changed this drastically? Or is it because I really did look like a beast then? And now I look like a human. I don't know. Danger, he is danger. Technically, he has killed many people. Excuse me. Me? Yes? I would like to buy some fruit. Some oranges. Oranges? Alrighty, just a sec. Fruit vendor doesn't recognize me as a beast either. Any other year and they'd be a lot plumper than this. But this year we've had the end of the war and this whole mess with the beasts, and it's just been crazy. If you'd like, how about you come back in a few years and try your oranges again? They'll be several times better, I assure you. I'll keep that in mind. You bet. That'll be... I'm sorry, I don't have any local currency. Would this suffice? What? How? Is... not good, I take it? No. On the contrary, it's hardly fair for you trading a jewel for a few oranges. That's all I have to offer. I hope you can exchange it for money. Sure. You nobles are something else. Noble. Aren't you? Though if you wander around dressed too well, you put yourself in danger. You might find yourself stripped bare by a bandit, or perhaps even catch the attention of the beast. Beast. Wait, I missed something while you look at so this is his human disguise. But do you remember... I think you were here during the last bit of yesterday's stream. But when it kept going to, like, the couple in, like, a different time frame. And, like, this is the guy. That girl is also dead, by the way. Everyone mentions the beast. They speak of me. Have you heard the tales? I have not. There's a beast den not too far from this village. It's attacked before, and we've been living in fear, never knowing when it might attack again. But all that ends today. The men have finally found their spines. They all got together and went out to exterminate it. Okay. White hair girl's in trouble. What? And you'll never guess who is responsible. A kid! A little boy is spearheading the attack. Never would have guessed a little kid to whip all our lazy, cowardly men into shape. The boy is the only one who knows where the beast's den... Oh, hold on. What about your oranges? The men have banded together. They're going to kill the beast? Why now? Why when I'm not there? I'm the beast. I'm right here. I am what you're trying to hunt. The only person in the mansion right now is her. He regretted not asking the fruit vendor how long ago the party set off. Though what good would that knowledge have done him? He had to hurry back regardless. The sun was beginning to set, draping the surroundings in a deep blackness. As if to keep him from returning home, the night wrapped its hands around his head, covering both eyes. In what direction did he have to head to return to the mansion?
He stormed through the forest, and eventually the mansion appeared before him, like the world fading into view after a dream. Bestia was a tempest in the night, blowing through the overgrowth towards the house. Please make it in time. I need her. I need the peace that she provides me. The last thing I want for her is to die. In the blink of an eye, he was through the door, charging down the mansion's halls. He could not sense anyone else inside, though. All he could hear was the whoosh of the wind blowing to the house from somewhere. It seemed a window was open. Where are you? Where have you gone? Answer me, please answer me. Because all the main characters can know her name, but we can't yet. Cried out the girl's name again and again, until his throat was sore and his voice hoarse, but she did not respond. He rushed into her bedchamber. Hey, hello? Where are you? Where are you? Answer me! The man swung his head back and forth so hard he thought he might break his own neck, and when he made to look down, he slipped, falling on his tailbone. He felt something slick on his hands, and sensation he would recognize anywhere. The liquid was still warm. No, that cannot be. It can't. It can't. It cannot be! Muttering incomprehensibly in fear, he crawled back through the door of her chamber and into the corridor. Like a genuine beast, he followed the trail of slippery fluid on all floors. The trail glimmered like red wine. It stretched down the hall past the living room and smeared across the floor like it had been wiped down with a mop. That's fucking messed up. The man crawled and crawled and crawled until at last he reached the stairs leading down to the cellar. The ruby trail continued. From beyond the door he could hear men's voices. With a howl, the man stumbled down the stairs, throwing open the wooden door. His first impression was that the stench of blood was suffocating, and indeed, there he discovered the white-haired girl. He found himself unable to even scream. Her once porcelain skin was no longer even sickly pale. It was now the bloodless color of dirt. She was sprawled haphazardly on the cellar floor, dried blood stains around her half-open mouth. And those lips were, naturally, lacking their former rose and sheen. Her body was covered with an array of wounds, but the most prominent was the man's singular sword standing tall in her chest. This is the Bestia? He doesn't look like the same. It's him! He's the same guy. He's the Bestia. Several villagers surrounded him at the behest of a young boy. He's gotten himself dressed up all proper and fancy, but good clothes don't make him a good man. Isn't that right, you Bestia? No. You murderer! Why did you kill her? 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 Why? You want to know why? Her death was an accident, I'd say. I feel bad about what happened, but any woman who would live with a man like you must be a witch. Does that hurt? Are you hurting right now, you Bestia? Then maybe now you understand. You not only stole my parents and my friends from me, you ripped the last shard of hope I had from my hands. Do you get it? Do you finally understand how I feel? Now do you know how it feels to have someone you care about taken from you? Pauline was desperately trying to find you. Why? Why would you kill someone so devoted to you? Do you understand what you've done? I'm asking you a question, you heckin' murderer! I see. And now, I have nothing left. What? The man stepped forward, almost perfectly calm. His panic had vanished, as if it were never there. His eyes were disturbingly vacant. Perhaps the sorrow had overpowered him, beating his heart into quiet submission. No, that was not the case. Though his eyes were empty, a faint smile spread across his lips. The transition was swift, as though a gear had switched in his mind. The boy and the other villagers were frozen in place at the sight. Before long, the man was standing before the deceased girl's body, and then he pulled the blade from her chest. I was really a beast. And what I wanted was a tether. What are you yammering on about? Didn't you care about that woman? Didn't you choose her over Pauline? Who you then threw aside and butchered? What is wrong with you? What was she to you? She was my serenity. But she's dead now. There's nothing I can do about that. Peace, calm, tranquility. The man's behavior was downright eerie, causing the boy to flinch back. Believing he had everything taken from him and could not possibly lose anything more was, I imagine, what had allowed him to stand up to the beast, the source of such crippling fear. Yet now, he found himself unable to move. He found himself in the face of such an incomprehensible creature, paralyzed with fear, and the villagers were simply dumbstruck. Not even I could understand his behavior. What the hell is wrong with you? How could you laugh at this? I don't get it. How indeed. I wonder myself. I don't know either. But you know what? It doesn't matter anymore. Because every last one of my anchors is broken off and sunken into the sea. My goodness. Damn it, get moving! Kill it! I'll slaughter every last one of you! Yes. My whole life, I've always wanted to kill. Dang. I am having lots of fun. What was it that afflicted you with such madness? Losing your memory in the shipwreck? The abuse and insult you suffered at the villagers' hands? Or was it your grief of not being able to return to your homeland? No. None of those were the root. You were always like this. You always bore those twisted desires. You held those deep, constant urges to cause others harm. That is your essence. The real you hidden beneath the mask of serenity. Or sincerity, not serenity. The true beast was your heart. The beast was a convenient skin for you to wear. You wanted to be a brutal, savage murderer. You never really loved the white-haired girl or the black-haired woman for that matter. You were merely attached to them, fixated on the idea of a world of tranquility. You used this peace to anchor yourself, to prevent you from drifting off into the ocean of your desires. You yearned to cause pain, while also hungering for the opposite, a calm life. You idolized this idealized life, spent in quiet harmony with another, because you knew just how difficult it would be for you to attain. Far more difficult for you than satisfying your cravings, but not impossible. I personally had hoped you would find peace with someone rather than descend into savagery. It may have been only superficial, but it would have been very human. But ultimately, peace slipped through your fingers, and no one was left to suppress your desires. You cannot, after all, hold them back yourself. What a tragic man. What a hopeless man you are.
Yeah, we done chapter 2. We did it.
Now to see what other horrors we may see. The door to the cellar swung shut. You had fallen to the floor at some point, unable to bear the stench of blood. The maid stood behind you, her arms wrapped around your shoulders. The maid's voice was chillingly gentle. That was quite horrific, wasn't it? Are you feeling unwell, Master? Oh my, you're shaking, Master. Fear not, I assure you the beast will not come through that door. I am here for you, and I will continue to hold you for as long as you need to settle your nerves. Oh dear, you feel like you might freeze in my arms. Am I really that cold? I cannot tell my own temperature. You wish to know what happened to Bestia after that? I could open the door once more and show you. But I have no intention of knowingly tossing you back into that den of horrors. He lost the rest of his humanity, becoming wholly beast. But, to tell just a little bit more of the tale, it is my understanding that an entire village was ravaged shortly thereafter. He was a bewitchingly talented swordsman. Not a single person living in that village could stand up to him. In the woman's memories you saw, he was a gentleman, yes? But even the mildest of men can change. Though, personally, I believe that without an element of monstrousness buried somewhere within, a man cannot become a beast, regardless of what may push him in that direction. Do you follow? Now tell me, Master, have you remembered anything? Oh dear, I was afraid of that. I am a remarkably patient maid. I shall accompany you for as long as you require. So do please find your memories. Now, let us head to the next door. The mansion is quite large, so hold on to my hand. We would not want to get separated. You and the maid traveled down the dimly lit hall, passing by the mirror once again. The light from the candle in the maid's hand was the only thing that reflected in it. The maid herself did not appear. However, just as you were about to avert your eyes, you thought you caught a glimpse of white hair. You heard a voice echo in the darkness, and when you turned to face the mirror again, the glass was the color of obsidian, as if it had been painted over. Ooh. Basically, like, you can't know yet. It's too early. The voice seemed to be coming from beyond the mirror. The maid did not turn back, evidently having not heard anything. You... Ooh. I don't know if these have, like, any, That's probably not autosave. But I'll save here. All over my eyes, just because it's like, the house doesn't want me to see. I will comply. You averted your eyes. Up ahead, the maid's candle flicked faintly. You found the dim orange more comforting than the all-consuming darkness. And so, you followed the maid's lead, returning to the living room. From there, you climbed a set of stairs, your hand sliding through the dust that had settled on the ebony railing. Standing on one end of the long corridor, you asked the maid, "When was the mansion built?" "I would imagine you know more about that than me, Master." "Yes, I know. You have not yet regained your memories. I was simply teasing you. I have been a servant of this house for many, many years, but the truth is, I do not know everything about it. All I know is that the mansion is cursed, and that it was has brought misfortune upon its residents. Since times of old. Especially that one person's grandfather. You know how he died. I can make a conjecture as to when it began, but I believe you should figure it out for yourself, Master. There is no guarantee my perspective is the correct one. Now let us proceed." You and the maid traveled down the dimly lit corridor. While the layout of the house was the same as in the eras of the flaxen-haired boy and the beast, the bleak, colorless gloom felt incredibly dreary. On the wall, part way down the hall, hung a painting. The painting, which depicted a beautiful landscape, was oddly entrancing, but you did not have time to appreciate the artwork.
Your hand in the maid's, you passed by the painting. Before long, a door came into sight at the end of the hall. This door is what I would like to show you next, Master. Listen closely. Do you hear the voices? Lively but rough, energetic but coarse. What lies beyond this door is neither a period of elegance and abundance like the first, nor one of ruin and savagery like the second. Technology and culture had become quite developed. Cameras and photography had been invented. It was a time of great progress and many breakthroughs, and for that reason, those who lived in it were constantly seeking to try new things. The tale I'm about to tell you is one of a man who wagered everything in his ambitions. I hope that what you see, Master, will stir something in your heart. Now, through the door we go. Please, do not let go of my hand. The maid pushed open the door. Colorful balls bounced around atop a long, dark green table. One man, dressed in black, standing by the billiards table, turned towards the door. The room was inundated with eye-watering cigar smoke, causing you to squeeze your eyes shut.
Okay.
Not what I was anticipating for the next one, but I guess it would be, yeah.
Oh. A little bit more than 100 years passed, I guess. 1869. I was gonna say it was the 1800s, but it's like the mid-1800s this time. Ooh.
That era was a rat race of innovation and development.
This is not too bad.
The smoke was so thick that you could hardly see more than a few feet ahead of you. I could compare it to a dense morning fog, but it might give the impression of beauty, and there was little of that to be found in this haze. Do you see the silhouettes of several men in the smoky room? The one in the middle, the one looking in your direction, Master, was the present master of the house. Jacopo. His name was Jacopo. And though he dressed in such fine attire, I sincerely doubt he understood how splendid the furnishings left in the mansion truly were.
I feel like this face is very similar to a previous face, but probably just for stylistic reasons and not for like plot reasons, maybe. Yeah, well, maybe.
I'm a faithful servant of this house, and I would not for the life of me dare speak ill of my master. However, this is a time long past, so I can say that he sucked. I imagine God would be so kind as to turn a blind eye to a little bit of honesty. I was not terribly fond of my master back then. He had wavy hair the color of over-dried tea leaves, a piercing gaze, an arrogant smile, and wore a hat that made him look rather haughty. He put his trust only in money, renown, and rank.
I know because of a movie I watched with that name being a character. Ah, okay. It was like Javi that showed up, where it's just like, okay, that's a J. I don't think it's gonna be Javi. But I wasn't sure if it was gonna be Yavi or Javi, so I'll say Jacopo.
He loved only the iron and steel that had revolutionized so many industries. He had not the slightest bit of love or care for other people. At the very least, that is what I believed at the time. Take a look around the room, Master. Jacopo had remodeled it into a recreation area. The billiards table sat in the center of the room, and the downward-facing lights hanging from the ceiling were special made. The lights shone upon the dark green stand like a stage. Cigars and bourbon lined glass cases installed in place of bookshelves. The cases were always fully stocked, their contents available to partake of readily. At that particular moment, as he had made many times before, Jacopo had invited several friends and acquaintances, and they were entertaining themselves. His wealthy, higher-ranking acquaintances had a variety of hair colors, from polished brass to the brown of a baby robin to the color of sunburnt wheat. There was also much greater variation in skin tone compared to the visitor and residents of previous eras, but That was hardly any surprise, for the mansion set upon land inhabited largely by immigrants, the New World.
What's the matter? What are you looking at?
Nothing. I just thought I heard someone say my name.
Ain't no one there unless you've seen a ghost.
I don't believe in such nonsense.
It's an old house with a long history. Wouldn't be surprised if it was a ghost, if it had a ghost or two. But if the place is gonna be haunted, I'd take a princess over a bloody broad any day. A princess, eh? And when she showed up, you'd have your way with that ghost lady, am I right? Color me impressed, son. You jump her bones and she don't even got any to jump. Come on now, that's hardly fair. Not much you can even do with a ghost. My god, are you men or children? This is my house, and I would rather you didn't talk about it like that. Just the blatherings of a couple of drunks. Pretend you didn't hear nothing. For the love of God. In any event, whatever happened to that printer you invested in? I haven't heard their name come up in some time. Ugh, can we please avoid that topic? It's been quite the headache for me. I thought it'd pay off, but it always sounded sketchy to me. I'd recommend you pull out unless you want to find yourself with nothing left but a nice fat pile of debt. You could have mentioned that beforehand. Ugh, this is killing me. The man's deep voices resonated in the cloudy room. As they imbibed alcohol and puffed on their cigars, they conversed mostly about business and money. What? Give me a second. I got a pop-up for something and it almost made me close the game. Jacopo and the rest of the men were a breed known as investors. You might also call them tacticians. They survived on information attained before anyone else by making swift decisions and having foresight. Though instead of flesh and bone, their soldiers were made of ink and paper. To an outsider, this meeting might appear to be a congregation of friends, but in reality, they were observing one another, gathering information and anything else they could use to get ahead. At times, money and information were exchanged directly, and when they were no longer of financial value to one another, their relationship would pop like a bubble and dissipate into nothing. But you know, Jacopo, you can't be sure this railroad you're so passionate about ain't gonna bear fruit neither. You don't even know if it'll get finished. And even if they do connect the tracks, was it really in any shape for people to ride? It's a pipe dream. It's transcontinental railroad of yours, for this one. Jacopo went silent, but I am certain this is what was going through his head. You're a bunch of dang imbeciles if you can't see that the entire country's put their weight behind this endeavor. That's why you have so much trouble making even a few thousand. My goodness. At the time, a great railway was being built across the breadth of the continent. Construction was spearheaded by two large rail companies in competition for both prestige and a bigger share of this massive national enterprise. The Union Pacific Railroad Company started building from the east, and the Central Pacific Railroad Company went from the west. But government bonds alone were not enough to finance the massive undertaking. By the way, there have been some less than pleasant reports about workers dying on the job for the company you chose, Central Pacific. You mean how they're using explosives to blast through the mountains? Making quite a bang they are. But if this gets to be much bigger of a fix, they're not going to be able to continue construction. You should have at least put your money in the more sure bet of the two, the Union Pacific. It'll cost you to hire replacement workers, and if they keep kicking the bucket, you're going to have trouble finding more. My goodness! And here I thought you all had spines. You think we're gonna run out of workers just because a few ate it? There's so many we don't even know what to do with them all. There's not a chance that well will dry up. And if by some chance it does, all we have to do is scoop up a ship full of people of different color. I know the wording could be worse, but it's like, I don't want to say I don't want to say that word. Being specifically racist to two groups of people. Right? Yeah, but I saw this in the trigger warning list, so I feel like this door is where I'm gonna have to change a few words. Yippee! You won't get anywhere if you spend your time worrying about a few measly laborers. This is an endeavor backed by an entire nation dared deaths are honorable in service of their country. The biggest loss is not of people's lives, but of time. I mean, like, I already knew that I wasn't really gonna like these people. That definitely enforced it. It was the time, but it's also a thing of I can choose not to say it. The bigger the project takes, the more money it costs, and the less profit we make. What we seek is rapid progress, even if the methods to obtain it are messy or deadly. The other men in the room chuckled uncomfortably at Jacopo's distasteful choice of words. Even his friends are like, dude. Do you agree with his way of thinking, Master? Perhaps he does have a point in that great sacrifice is necessary to accomplish great things. And it is true that tragedy often lies in the shadows of the splendor of times long past. Furthermore, the way people see the world changes with the times, so I hesitate to criticize him too severely. Now, as I am sure you have already picked up on, he was an investor who had put money into the railroad company. He also possessed several crude oil refineries, riding on the world's second wave of industrial development. The mansion, too, bustled with life in a way it never had before. Dozens of maids, including me, gardeners, chefs, sculptors, artists. At times, we had even writers coming in and out of the house. There was rarely a moment of silence. However, I was not terribly fond of the hustle and bustle personally. But please do not get me wrong, I am hardly opposed to the mansion being cheerful. It was just... how should I put it? The splendor of the time seemed superficial, heartless. It was as though everyone was being rushed along by some unknown invisible force. Part of it was, I expect, caused by the growing divide between those standing on the top and sitting at the bottom. Or perhaps the mansion was simply taking after its master. There's no time to waste. Everything is resting upon the success of this project. Whatever it takes, I will ensure it happens. I need more money and more power. Suddenly, a restrained knock on the door stopped his train of thought. From beyond the door came a woman's voice, gentle as a soft spring breeze. Pardon me. I have made some tea. May I offer anyone a cup? That's not what I would envision as a maid outfit, but that is very pretty. Very pretty. And she still has the rose decoration, although it's red this time. When the door opened, in it stood a beautiful woman with pure white hair. It was indeed her. Are you surprised? Or did you anticipate her in appearance? Though she was not the same age and dressed differently, the white-haired girl, whom you saw fall into the hands of misfortune in the era of roses and the era of the beast, was also present in this era of innovation. Furthermore, she was Jacopo's wife. I feel so bad for her. Okay, so she's not the maid. She is the wife who is being treated as a maid. Tea! I don't recall asking for that. When were you asked to make it? I wasn't. But I had these leaves with the most wonderful aroma, and I thought you might enjoy... Shut your trap and know your place. Oh gosh, this man is stinky. All around. Multiple reasons. I hope he dies soon. What do you think we have all these maids for? Hey now. No need to treat your lady like that. She was just trying to be courteous. These are my personal affairs. Please keep your comments to yourself. His friends were unsure how to react, but ultimately nobody stepped up to stop Jacopo. They merely shrugged, tossing glances at one another. Jacopo stomped over to the white-haired girl. He then grabbed her by the arm and dragged her from the den. Wish this man a very bad time, right? Absolutely. What the heck do you think you're doing? I've told you time and time again to stay away from that room unless absolutely necessary.
I'm sorry, but I made tea and...
Shut up about the tea already. You think we're having tea parties in there like a bunch of prissy nobles?
I'm sorry.
If you really feel so bad, don't go in there in the first place. My goodness. Get the heck back to your room.
I meant no harm. It's just... I'm your wife. I thought it would be nice if I could do something.
Like I've told you, it's not your job. Don't show yourself in front of the other men. I have nothing else to say to you. Got it? Now scram. Sakes alive. First them, now you. It's driving me up a wall. What's with these good people? What's with these good people trying to be good? Why can't you be bad? Why can't you be morally bad? Why can't you be the worst person alive? You married me. Why can't you be evil? What is it? I told you to get out of here.
Right. But,
What?
when will you spend time with me next? It has been some time since we last went out together. But we don't even have to go out. Just having dinner together would...
How many times are you gonna make me repeat myself, you worthless tramp? Are those ears only for show? Go back to your heckin' room!
My apologies.
Looking utterly downtrodden, the white-haired girl made her departure. Such a piteous sight she was. As he watched her go, Jacopo merely snorted, just thinking about the way he behaved, and angered me. I have little fondness for men who did not treat their spouses with respect, so as you can see, the white-haired girl was in hardly a joyous situation. She was devoted to Jacopo and tried to do whatever she could for him, but he not only brushed her aside, he did so in an insulting, deliberately hurtful manner. They were far from picturesque partners. Do you wonder then, Master, why she married him? The answer to that question will come to light in time. For now, let us follow her. He needs to lose it. Absolutely. Right, I'm very glad that the maid was like, first and foremost, I hate this master. I'm not supposed to hate the masters of the house, but boy. Looking down dejectedly at the undrunken tea, the white-haired girl walked alone down the corridor. Though its calming scent filled the air, there was nobody around to have their heart warmed by it. Nor was there anyone to alleviate her loneliness. Despite being the master's wife, the maids who crossed her path in the halls said nary a word to her. As a matter of fact... Oh dear, I beg your pardon, madam. It's fine. One even bumped into her, stifling a laugh as she trotted off. In all likelihood, she had done it intentionally. The poor white-haired girl, who had fallen to the floor, stared helplessly at the broken cups. The tea she had made for her husband was forming a stain in the carpet. The maid's behavior toward the mistress of the house was absolutely unacceptable. Nonetheless, it was commonplace, all because of the way Jacopo treated her. The more the man of the house acted cruel to her, the less weight her position as the wife held to the servants. Day in and day out, the maids worked busily, offered little opportunity for leisure, so they would naturally have accumulated quite a bit of stress, and she became the target for them to let off the steam. Not directly, but through a more subdued kind of harassment from the shadows. She must have felt quite miserable. I imagine she would have been better off as one of the maids. On the surface, in front of the others, they showed respect for her as Jacopo's wife or bride, but behind closed doors they acted very much the opposite. The disparity between the treatment she received around others, the treatment she was supposed to receive at all times, and the way she was actually treated made the abuse much more worse. And furthermore, as you have seen through the other doors, Master, she was a very reserved young woman. She could neither raise her voice in reprimand nor raise her hand in retaliation. I have to get this cleaned up. She extended her spindly fingers towards the shards of shattered porcelain. But even the broken cup seemed to have no concern to spare for her. Its shattered edge cut her fingertip, when she made to pick it up. A trickle of warm red blood ran across her unearthly white skin. As painful as the sight of it was, it had made sort of taboo beauty to it. The blood spilling from her finger showed no signs of slowing down. She clenched her hand into a fist, let out a sigh, and went back to collecting the shards of porcelain. But when she did... Madam! What's the matter? Madam, you're bleeding! While all the other maids ignored her, one came running over, shouting to the white-haired girl's side. We need to get that cleaned and bandaged up. Oh, you don't need to pick that up. That's not your job, madam. It's all right, Maria. There's not much to pick up. It is not all right. All right? And the rest of you, why are you just standing there? Your boss's wife is on her hands and knees and you're not even lifting a finger to help her? You disgust me.
Maria, it's fine, really. Oh, madam. If you weren't so timid, this wouldn't happen. You're allowed to yell at them, you know. It's all right, really. It's my fault. Anyway, we should get that finger taken care of. Let's get you back to your room, okay? About the broken cups and the spill. As I said, that's the maid's work. Now come on, let's go. Okay.
And the rest of you, get this mess cleaned up. She roared like the wind in a thunderstorm. The other maids stood there dumbfounded, watching as she and the white-haired girl disappeared down the hall. But they were soon frowning and grumbling to one another. She thinks she can act all high and mighty just because the master is fond of her. Wow, there's so much, like, drama going on in this one. I hate this guy, he's annoying, stuck-up, cocky, he raises sexist piece of trash. Absolutely. Let me see, what would be a common death in the 1800s? I hope he gets stuck in some kind of machinery. Finally a good character in this time besides Bleach Girl, right? Besides, like, she comes off as, like, what is it? Oh gosh, what's the word for it? Albino. She's like an albino girl, because they're, like, because their skin's pale, hair's white, eyes are red. Getting hit by a car, maybe. I feel... I don't think cars were that fast in this time period. That might, like, scratch him up, but, like, I don't know. If he gets hit by his worker's hot kettle and gets burned. Oh my gosh. The woman's name was Maria, and she was one of the maids. And she was the one person in the mansion the white-haired girl could think of as an ally. Though her husband paid her no mind, the maids made her life miserable. Just one person, Maria, treated her with respect and kindness. And I am sure you can readily imagine just how much of a lifesaver that was for her. I too found myself somewhat relieved that Maria was there for her. Being a servant of this house, I was also one of the maids working there at the time. However, I was unable to involve myself to any great degree in her fate. This meant that there was little I could do to assist her, even in times of pain and unpleasantness. The best I could do was pray that Maria would continue to lend the white-haired girl her hand. And that does it. Thank you, Maria. You're always such a big help. Oh no need to thank me. I just did what any good maid would do. No one else is in the room, you know. Oh, right. Then I can drop the act? Man, I just can't get used to talking all stuffy. I'm out there doing my best, but the head maid's still spouting stuff like, your manner of speaking is improper for a servant every single time we meet. Yeesh, come on, just shove it, would you? You're a dang creep. Now, you mustn't speak of her like that. Sorry, slip of the tongue. She just kind of gives me the willies, you know? Speaking of, you drop the stuffy talk too, madam. Kinda awkward if only one of us is acting casual, you know? This is normal for me. If I attempted to talk like you, I would freeze up out of nervousness. This is my casual. Fair enough. Guess that's what happens when you're raised well. I like it though. Has a really regal feel about it. I don't think my upbringing is the only factor. But you know, upbringing is important. Worth a whole lot more than money, I'd say. I suppose. Thank you, Maria. You're always so compassionate. You betcha. They don't call me the Virgin Mary for nothing. I practically bleed compassion. You know, that might be true. You very well could be the reincarnation of the Mother of God. No. You were supposed to laugh at that. It's just embarrassing if you take it seriously. Alone in the white-haired girl's room, Maria was acting much more friendly and relaxed as they conversed, as opposed to her no-nonsense attitude in the hallway. The two women were, as you can see, quite close. They had crossed over the wall separating master from servant and built a bond of friendship, and at some point they had begun to speak frankly with one another when no one else was around. Maria was the only person in the mansion around whom the white-haired girl felt compassionate being open, or comfortable being open. I imagine she very much enjoyed those moments of conversation. You wish to know who the head maid was? My. Are you sure you want to ask me that, master? Some questions are better left unasked. For your own good. I have to say, madam, you have the prettiest fingers. Mine are all rough and dry and nasty. You think so? Mine haven't the slightest bit of muscle. They're about as frail as dead branches. Oh, who needs beefy mitts anyway? I still think healthy-looking hands like yours are far more attractive. What? What's to like about these things? Women all over the world dream of having hands like yours. Slender, feminine, and perfectly cared for. I don't know, just looking at him lights a fire in my loins. Okay. Avi gets hit by his worker's hotcut. I hope the motor vehicles parks on him on a rainy day on the hill and he drowns in the filth he came from. Oh my gosh. I want giant hands that can crush steel. Right, just huge yaoi hands that you can crush your enemies with. Makes me wanna lick every last one of them. Actually, say, can I lick them? Can I lick your fingers? I want to taste those. I want to taste those fingies. Pulled out the ye old threats, yeah. Right, she is so gay. That's why they get along with each other. She's just like, please let me have your, let me just lick your fingers. It's fine, just real quick. I only need to, if only one would suffice, please. I hope. Now I'm worried. I feel like something bad's gonna happen to her now. I feel like something's bad gonna happen to her first. Can I run my tongue up and down all 10 of those sweet little digits? Come on, can I? What do you say? Stop that, Maria, seriously. I'm kidding, I'm just kidding. Oh, Maria. Ah, right. How did those tea leaves turn out, madam? The ones you imported? All the maids just adore it. They can't get enough of that aroma. I'd sure like to get a taste of it. Right, kidding. Unless... if you end up with extra, you could... you think you could spare a sip from me? Tea? From the same cup? From the same side? Indirect kiss? Indirect kiss? I have no word to explain how uncomfortable hearing that sentence makes me feel. Oh, with the licking those sweet 10 digits of yours. That was, what was in the cups I dropped? What? Really? Well, ain't that a crying shame? And Jacopo wouldn't have any of it? God, why does that man have such a stick up his... You went through all the trouble of making it for him and... He was busy. It's not his fault. Busy? You mean playing billiards, drinking bourbon, and puffing a heckin' cigar? It may look to us like they were just making small talk, but I'm certain their meeting has some importance to their business. It was imprudent of me to try and step into the men's world. That's just not right. I mean, you're his wife! Why shouldn't you be allowed into that room? It doesn't bother me. You don't have to pretend. Here's an idea. How would you like to have some of that tea now? We also have some orange marmalade, which you like so much. Add a scoop of that in a tray of cookies and we have the perfect tea time. You're singing the siren song, madam, but you really should be doing that with him. He would not have tea. I suspect he does not like it. I don't want it to go to waste, so... Madam, I know it's none of my business, and I have no place saying all this, but it's not impossible for a woman to file a divorce these days. You don't have to sit down and take it, not one bit. Divorce that man and hook up with me. Let me lick your fingers, please. You're pretty, well-educated, still young. There's hope. Even if you do love him, or even if you do leave him, there are plenty of other men out there. You aren't obligated to stick around with that arrogant jerk. He's just very busy right now. There you go again. There was a time when he was kind. Or there was a time when he was kind. Eh? It wasn't like that when we first met. Back then, he was a little awkward, but a kind man. Him? A kind man? Yes, believe it or not. There was indeed a time. Say, Maria, would you mind giving me a little bit more of your time? I'll make some tea and we can talk. All right. If you're telling me about when Jacopo was decent, I'm all ears. Indeed. A nice little tea time while we... she is so pretty. As I am sure you're aware, our parents arranged our marriage. Before I immigrated to this country to be married, I lived in a misty island nation. Portraits of my ancestors hung in the house where I lived. I remember as a child wincing in fear at the sight of them staring down at me. For some reason, they all looked like me. It was really weird. My mother and father were constantly telling me to show them respect, as it was their hard work that kept our bloodline alive and well. However, they were fighting an uphill battle to do the same. It would have been clear to anyone reasonably perceptive that our house was coming tumbling down. Valuable furniture and paintings slowly disappeared, and eventually the portraits were gone too. As our house collapsed, so did my parents' health deteriorate, robbing us of me accidentally continuing too fast of any source of income. And though I was educated, I lacked the skills necessary to obtain work. Just as we were about to run out of money and options, my parents received Jacopo's parents' marriage proposal. Both of our families stood to benefit from the arrangement. I had social status, and he had wealth. We each had what the other lacked. One needs more than money to make it in the world. Without at least a semi-reputable name attached to you, you're liable to get laughed at most social gatherings. I first met Jacopo there, in this country. He didn't even know what the other looked like, or we didn't even know what the other looked like until our meeting day, or wedding day. I am losing comprehension of story. Hopefully not keeping it as pure as 2 stories ago, right? Yeah, not pure in the bloodline. This is actually an arranged marriage. No sibling trouble, hopefully. Just, a scumbag. To be quite honest, I was scared to death at first. I was so nervous. What kind of man would he be? Was I to be wed to some middle-aged stranger? We were not marrying because we had fallen in love like a normal couple. I knew I was in no position to be concerned with such things. But when I thought about our future, I shook with fear. But the man I saw through my veil at the wedding was remarkable. He was young, had strong, masculine eyes, and at the same time, he too appeared nervous. He was shaking so much. No, even more than me. Seeing that, the priest gave an impish little smirk when he asked Jacopo if he vowed his eternal love to me. I counted myself among the happy, and I still do. For in that moment, I experienced true love. He wanted to hear about when he was kind to me. Well, after the wedding, we were given a week to ourselves. I suppose you could call it a honeymoon, though we didn't take a trip overseas, or even go very far at all. He looked at me with uncertainty and asked, "Where would you like to go?" I beg your pardon. That's what this week is for, right? I'll consider granting your request, so tell me where you want to go. This is all so sudden. Nothing? Well, this whole engagement was spur of the moment. Normally we would have planned a trip in advance. But unfortunately, our purpose is served so long as we act the part. You must be disappointed that you have to plan your honeymoon as it's happening.
No,
What? Speak clearly. I don't like it when people don't speak their mind.
I'm sorry, but I'm happy. Even if this is a political marriage.
Well, you're quite the positive thinker. Your parents say something to make you think that way? Well, either way, if you're so glad to be in this arrangement, then hurry up and decide on a destination. Though there is a limit to how far we can go. If you want to take a trip, I'll consider it. What, is something funny?
It just seemed comical to me that our honeymoon has begun, and we're only now deciding where we want to go. Not in a bad way, though. I'm glad our parents didn't arrange everything for us. Perhaps you've heard, but I'm quite sensitive to sunlight and not in the best of health, so it'd be rather trying for me to spend a full week out of the house. We couldn't go on a trip, but, if it's not too much trouble...
Speak up.
Could you show me around town? I'm new to this country and unfamiliar with its customs, and I'm rather afraid to go wandering around on my own.
Show you around.
Yes. Would that be possible?
On a rare bit of time off, you asked me to show you around town? Is that really the most exciting idea you have? I'm waiting for him to be kind. He still seems stinky.
I'm sorry. If, there is somewhere you would like to go, I am fine with that. I will accompany you anywhere.
As if I could drag someone who just professed being sickly as if I could drag someone who just professed to being sickly all over the country. My God, I've lost all interest in a trip. Hello? What are you doing? Go get ready, now.
I beg your pardon?
Didn't you want to see the town?
You will show me around?
You're the one who asked. Not like I have any other options, so yeah, I'll show you around.
Thank you.
Don't just stand there, you dullard. Get a move on.
One moment. Wait for me, please.
He hurriedly climbed into a carriage he had called for, a look of frustrated displeasure on his face. And then, as if he'd forgotten about me until that moment, he returned, grabbed me by the arm, and led me to the carriage. In retrospect, I realized he was not being very gentlemanly, but I was pleased that he was making any attempt to interact with me at all.
He's so kind. He gave me the bare minimum.
As the carriage trotted down the streets, I saw so many new things. I had spent so much of my time cooped up inside the house, so it was like stepping into an entirely new world. And add that to the rapid industrial advancement currently taking place. I saw men shouting back and forth as they smacked newspaper articles with the back of their hands. I saw corner cafes crowded with cigar-smoking men on break from work. It was like the hustle and bustle of a festival, but every festival has its underside. I also saw overworked men, looking like they were on the verge of collapse, drinking water from a spigot on the side of the road. Wah. I love a man who treats me like garbage, right? I love a man who gives me the bare minimum and nothing else. Treats me like trash other than that. I wish the carriage ran him over, right? That would be a feat. It would have to, like, flip. By the way of contrast, I wore fine clothing and had a carriage at my disposal. I imagine every day was a struggle for them just to remain afloat. Had I not married the man I had, I too might have found myself on the streets in a similar situation. But it was not a relief that spread through my breast in the sight of them. It was the pangs of guilt. It felt to me like the life of opulence was wrong, sinful. It broke my heart to know that I was living so much better than them. Jacopo snorted disapprovingly at me, seemingly reading my mind, and then said, "The poor man who envies the rich, covets his wealth, and finds the ambition to make the same for himself. And the rich man who pities the poor, thinking it is his duty to make them offerings of philanthropy. To me, the latter is far more nefarious. Excessive charity will ruin a man, make him come to expect handouts. And then there are those with the wrong idea of pity, who let themselves fall down the same place, mistakenly believing it will somehow make the poor feel better. What a joke. If you're going to do anything for them, you might as well encourage them to climb upwards, spur on economic growth and the flow of capital. Doesn't that sound like the better option? I say nothing, simply smiling and giving an ambiguous nod. He had a point. My sympathy and guilt meant nothing to people actually experiencing hardship. If, feeling guilty of my own fortune, I acted upon that pity in the way he described, I would accomplish little more than self-satisfaction. He seemed to have seen straight through my very core. This was the man who had built his own fortune through investment, which I imagine required him to be rather astute. But doesn't a world where everyone is constantly trying to climb higher and higher sound rather exhausting? I personally would prefer to be in a position where I could watch, if only from a distance, as others climbed. But obviously I could not say as much to him. Some time later, the carriage came to a stop in front of a shop. As I looked at the building perplexedly, he gestured to the door with his chin, signaling for me to get out. Lost and confused, I stepped down from the carriage, and before me spread a showcase behind a large glass window. However, lined up in the case were not precious metals or expensive clothing, but machines. At first, I had no idea what kind of devices they were. Have you never had your photo taken before?
No. I have had a portrait painted, though. Are these machines for taking photographs?
A portrait, eh? Am I not surprised?
I did not mean to boast.
Go on, get in.
Please, wait for me.
The owner came out to greet us with a wide smile as he entered the shop. Well, if this ain't the strangest thing I've seen all day, you bringing a lady and a real looker at that. Where on earth did you catch this pretty little thing? She's my wife. Huh. Well, I beg your pardon. I'll be a monkey's uncle. Just goes to show you never know where the cards may fall. You make it sound like my getting married is some kind of miracle. I always saw you as one to choose money over love, sir. Oh, pardon me, this isn't appropriate to say in front of your wife. He's like, don't rat me out in front of my new wife!
Do you often come to the shop?
On occasion. I need some things here from time to time.
I see.
There you go, smirking again. What's so funny?
We're going to have our photo taken, yes? I'm so nervous and excited. I've never had one before. And to have it taken side by side with you.
What are you talking about?
Pardon?
Who said we were getting our pictures taken? And side by side? Please. You're sending shivers down my spine. I hate women.
But this is a photography shop.
Hey, shopkeep. The product I contacted you about, is it ready? Oh, yep. Sit tight. It'll be right out.
Hmm?
You take a seat. There's a chair over there.
What?
I'm going to show you something much more exciting than sitting still and waiting in front of a camera lens.
Oh?
Just do as I say.
Okay.
I sat down in front of a large mirror, which I presume was normally used to check your appearance before having your picture taken. Sitting before a mirror with someone else present was quite nerve-wracking. Out of embarrassment, I dropped my gaze to my knees. But when Jacopo returned, I was entranced by the curious object in his hands. A plate.
What is this?
Do you know what persistence of vision is?
Huh?
The human eye does not perceive the world 100% accurately. This is especially true for objects in motion. It remembers images for a short time, so if you put a new image in the same place, your eye perceives it as motion. Seeing for yourself will be faster than explaining it. See the slits in the disc? Look through the bottom one and into the mirror.
Okay.
Good, just like that. Bring your head in close. Here goes. Standing behind me, he slid his finger across the top of the peculiar toy, causing it to spin gracefully. And then... Are we gonna see the animation? That's cute.
Ah.
So, what do you see?
They're dancing.
A man and a woman are dancing. Sounds like you're not having any trouble seeing it. Are they dancing well?
Yes, they are. It's the most adorable thing.
What? Adorable? That's funny. I asked to have it modeled after a ballroom dance.
Yes, it's a very elegant dance. But you see, they're small, like little dwarves, which I thought was kind of cute. And they seemed so close, going around and around without ever letting go of each other's hands. This is incredible. Why does it look like they're dancing? They're all lined up in a row a few moments ago.
Goodness, I just explained it to you. It's playing a trick on your eyes. What you're seeing are lots of different pictures in a short period of time. To put it in words you might understand better, it's an illusion. Your eyes are being fooled into thinking the image is moving.
An illusion? But they're dancing. They really are. And they look like they're having a wonderful time. Are you sure it's an illusion and not something else? To me, it does not seem to be. I cannot see it as anything but two tiny people dancing.
That's how it works. Reach out your hand and try and grab them. You won't be able to.
You're right. That's a shame.
I didn't think you actually would.
But it's the most precious thing. They look as if they're dancing on top my palm.
I was mesmerized by the strange phenomenon. Pictures were moving, after all. Still images had begun dancing before me. It was almost as if God had breathed life into them. He had called it an illusion, but I could not grasp that. It was such an adorable, heartwarming sight. I imagined the two were off living in some other world, separate from our own. They looked so happy. I was almost certain that they were off dancing in their joyous world, free from all the sorrow and loneliness and pain of this one. Eventually, the speed at which they danced began to slow, as if they were resting their legs. I almost thought I could hear the sound of their feet with each step. I'm like still waiting to see his kindness.
They've stopped.
They could dance forever. They don't get tired.
I see. Amazed that such an incredible device exists in the world. It makes me wish I had gone outside sooner.
I'm sure someone from a distinguished house as yours has seen plenty of amazing things with your family.
Hardly. I rarely ever left the house. I'm ignorant about the ways of the world. If you had not told me, I would have probably never known about moving pictures, the illusion of moving pictures.
Do you like it?
Yes, of course.
More than the portrait you had painted?
Yes. Yes, I do. The paintings were wonderful too, but...
You can't seem to make up your mind. Go on, tell me, which do you like better? The portrait or this? This reminds me of the stereograph guy from the one Ace Attorney game. Oh yeah, a little bit. I keep like looking at him and it's just like, I think the hat is making me think of Hidari from Kamen Rider Devil.
I like this better.
I see.
He looks somewhat pleased.
So, when it comes down to it, it's a simple trick only a child would fall for.
Then, I suppose that makes me a child. If it means I get to watch something as splendid as two tiny people dancing, I'll happily fall for the trick.
Quit describing it as two tiny people dancing. You're going to lose your head that far up on the clouds.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do not know how else to describe it, though.
It's a toy called a phenakistoscope. 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 Phenakistoscope.
Phenakistop?
Phenakistoscope.
Phenakis wheel.
Close enough. It was invented around 30 years ago. I had the shopkeep make one modeled after the original design.
So the shop owner drew this?
He did. I knew it was gonna be identity crisis. My goodness, it's not letting me do. Oh gosh. Struggles with a simple word.
塾の国のスルケルカイジャラスカイジャリスが水魚の水魚を待つ
Urai matsu furai matsu kunaru toko no nisubo tokoro. Yabaru koji no buru koji paipa 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 no shuringan no gurinde no pokripi no pokripa no chokome no chosuke. Eh.
He did a lot better than you'd expect, isn't he?
Yes, indeed. I am surprised he could draw something so cute.
Say that to his face and he'll go red as a beet. What I'd give to get a load of that. You should tell him the next time you see him.
He's a sweet man.
Despite how he looks, you mean?
It's not right to judge people based on their appearance.
I'm just kidding. Don't take it too seriously. The shopkeep here loves new technology. The phenakistoscope is one such invention to catch his eye. I am losing comprehension. You can trick the eye into thinking drawings are moving. Using a sequence of photos, you can perhaps make it seem as though real people are moving too. And if it becomes possible to show these images to many people at once, these developments could broaden the options artists have to express themselves.
Not drawings, but photographs?
Yes, photos. By taking hundreds or perhaps thousands of photographs, it would be possible to reproduce the world as we see it. This room, the people walking down the streets. There's no point in recording boring everyday life, though. If you're going to leave a record of anything behind, it should be the projects and enterprises that move nations. Say, for example, a moving record of the opening ceremony of the railroad. That would be something worth watching. And then, in time, it would expand beyond the mere record-keeping technology and find its way into the hands of artists.
Is such a thing possible? You must remain still for a long time just to take a single photograph.
Right now it isn't, but eventually it will be. And I'm not simply fantasizing here.
Is that so? It sounds very futuristic. Do you...
What?
Do you want to support people who work on that sort of thing? Is that why you are friends with the owner?
It has nothing to do with my wants. I merely think there's money in it. The rich starve for entertainment, and artists crave that entertainment. I have no interest in their pretentious self-expression. I just want their money. What? What's so funny?
You look like you're enjoying yourself.
Honestly, it's just about the money.
As you say.
Alright, let's get moving. Next is dinner.
What? We're leaving already?
Does that displease you?
No, not at all. To tell you the truth, I wanted to spend a little more time playing with the Phenacus wheel, but I could not bring myself to say much. Reluctantly, I approached the owner to return the wheel.
Don't bother. Bring it with you.
What? But...
If you don't want it, that's fine too. Just make your decision quickly. You're making the driver wait. Having said that, Jacopo exited the shop. I alternated between looking at his back and the Phenacus wheel, debating what I wanted to do. And then with a smile, the owner whispered to me, "You're allowed to keep it, really. Your husband out there had it made as a gift for you."
For me?
A little while back, he came to my shop asking if I could make a phenakistoscope. Now that about knocked me out of my chair. He's a man who almost never asks for favors. He's pretty dang brusque, and he's got a tongue sharp enough to cut steel, but he's not wicked to his core, I swear it. So please, ma'am, be a pillar to support him. In that moment, the Phenacus wheel became a precious treasure to me. We had only just married days earlier, and yet he'd commissioned it for me without even knowing what I looked like. I was filled with a warm, pleasant elation. I agreed with the owner. Jacopo was not a bad man. He merely had difficulty expressing himself. Hurrying back to the carriage, I gave him my deepest thanks. He glanced over at me for a moment, then turned back towards the window and muttered, "Yeah." From there, we went to a restaurant for dinner. You call this a pizza? The crust is an atrocity. It's like I'm chewing on rubber. How can you wave my country's flag and not serve spaghetti? Do you have any shame at all? This wine is pitifully unbalanced. Far too high levels of acidity. Listen to me carefully. The house wine is the face of a restaurant. He complained about every little thing. It was a complete disaster. we got banned from the restaurant. But curiously enough, I was not put off at all by his behavior. When the sun set, the carriage made its way to a nearby hill. Cool nighttime breeze felt wonderful on my skin, flushed to the alcohol, and the light from the gas lamps had a comforting warmth to it. Though Jacopo had complained about the quality of the wine, once he had intoxicated himself, his mood improved visibly. It made him unexpectedly talkative. Look at the city. A gloomy town that shuts down at night isn't suited to expansion or growth, but the city isn't like that. You can see people walking beneath the lamps, and you can hear the bustle of them talking. This is a city that still has plenty of room to grow. As they ride the rising wave of the economy, many, many more people will gather here. More people means more money in circulation. More money in circulation means the city grows, companies are founded, and more goods are bought and sold.
Will it really change so drastically?
It can be difficult to see what's happening from the inside. The majority of people just go about their daily lives, and the next thing they know, things are different. No, I'd wager most don't notice the changes at all. Only those with sharp enough eyes to realize what's happening can see success. I cannot afford to overlook even the most minute change.
Do you have a dream of some kind?
A dream? I'm not sure it's easy enough to attain to call a dream. Others might call it greed or perhaps ambition. Don't laugh now. My intention is to make the world mine.
The world?
Yes, the world. And to do that, you need either physical strength nor neither physical strength nor kindness, but money and influence. People have no choice but to kneel before these forces.
Why are you so intent on obtaining power?
Because I want to change my country, I imagine.
Your country?
You are aware that I, like you, am an immigrant, right? Immigrated from an island in the Mediterranean, though not the same island as you. My country is a peculiar place where candor and violence go hand in hand. As a whole, the country is on the poor side, and if nobody does anything about that, I am one but a few of my fellow countrymen who has set his sights on the New World. They are falling far behind other nations. If I find success here, perhaps that will catch their attention. But if it doesn't, then my country is doomed to collapse.
You have much love for your homeland.
My feelings are a little bit more complicated than mere love. But that's nothing you need to concern yourself with. Well, I'll have to remember not to get myself drunk around a woman again. Forget everything I just said. It's about time we head back home to the house.
All right. But,
What is it?
is it all right if I provide you encouragement as you try to attain your dream? I know my presence is more likely to be a hindrance, but I would like to be there to watch as you trek forward.
I suppose. Do as you wish.
Thank you. You have my support then. Darling.
Sent a shiver down my spine, though not an unpleasant one. I'm glad to have found you as my partner.
I was without a doubt happy then. His smile, the things he said, the Fennicus wheel he gave me, they were all undeniably real. And those memories gave me the will to wait for the day things go back to the way they were. They allowed me to believe.
It just goes back to the maid, and she's like, Girl, your standards are way too low. Leave it. My goodness. Okay. I'm going to save.
And then we are gonna take a quick little break. Gonna get myself some rice, get some
Stretch in for remember how to word.
How dare. I know. If I could just keep powering through it without a break, I would. But either way, this is a good moment to get up and stretch, use the bathroom, get a snack. At the very least, stretch your leggies. Anything else that you would need to do? I will be back in 10 minutes, and then I don't know if anything will happen to him in this session of stream, but hopefully. Anyway, I will see you all in 10 minutes. Waha!
Yo.
So, what's going on here?
That's the third eyeball. That's
Guess it's time to let the cat out of the bag.
Hear her grinning happily.
Now then, let us be off, Rika. Punishment games are one of our duties as club members.
Setsuko seemed awfully happy, not frustrated in the slightest, like she always was when she lost. Damn, Rika-chan's right after all. Everyone here is a moron. Mion, I'll come clean too. I didn't make my bento today. I was the same, so I'm going with the kidding, right? This is reality. Wake up!
Thank you. I have a nice little Christmas hat. I got little Christmas lights all over me. I'm kind of little wrapped up a little bit. I got a little candy cane in my hair. I'm all Christmased up.
That's rigged. That is rigged, Dad. I didn't mean to fall down here, but it might be in my favor. I don't think I'm big enough for these mice. So I'm just gonna grab.
Usually leads us to but one conclusion. Your arm is in fact a particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I'd never shown him this now. The man's barking mad. Dad, lie! Out of nowhere, my goodness, Lionheart. How are you doing? Thank you again. My goodness. So a choker, yes. Did you just puke? I came to the realization. If Sonic exists in Yakuza because it's a Sega property, would that mean that Hatsune Miku exists? because Project Diva is Sega. So would that technically mean that Kiryu or Majima would know of the existence of Hatsune Miku? Probably not of their own volition, probably of somebody else, because those, let's be honest, those two men don't know anything. You play Yakuza 0 and you have Majima help this couple with the crossword puzzle and he's like, what is gravy? Huh? Did I drop the present? I did. No! Give me back my present! Give me back my present! My present! No! No, my children! Oh no! Okay, I think I actually have it now. I think, yeah.
You get pets because you're the good child. You're the good child.
Who told you could get out of the water? You know it's dangerous to go outside. Did you want to leave that badly? Did you want to run away from me that much?
And oh my god, Leon nipples. Oh!
of pain the goddess Loviatar teaches us.
Oh no.
Through penance, administered by my skilled hand. My work can grant peace and serenity, the likes of which few experience. It will be worth it. I promise.
Go ahead. I'm sure you're in need of a little penance.
Shadowheart! The last person that I would have expected to chime in about this was Shadowheart. Just being like, oh yeah, like totally. You know what? You should get all the kinky stuff out of your system with this man. And it's like, Shadowheart!
There's no way I'm going near those bees.
Well, how would we get near those bees? Do we... We have to go a certain way. Get your peepus out of here! Oh jeez!
Then, are you Mom?
What?
You know all of that, but you're not thinking. You're letting your brain fill in the gaps.
Wait, what?
Hello? She just stopped existing.
I do not think, therefore I am not.
Hi. They're dead now. The cheese. I can't believe we just killed those people. Means you're probably been really bored over the last few weeks. This very well could have been my mistake and I'm so sorry. Not an excuse, but I don't think I've ever been this exhausted at a job. Our interns are... Oh! Lionheart! Oh, thank you! Oh, sorry, nobody. I missed the duel. Sorry. But thank you! One conclusion. Your arm is, in fact, a particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I'd never shown him this now. The man's barking mad. Dead lie! Out of nowhere, my goodness, Lionheart. How are you doing? Thank you again. My goodness. So a choker, yes. Oh jeez. No.
Thank you. I cannot see. Was this not the way? It was not. It was this way. Oh jeez. There's no way to dodge you. So many of you look at me immediately. There's too many eyeballs there.
Oh, there's people here. That's...
Welcome home, Sea King.
Sea King?
Oh. Is this your first time here?
Sorry. I'm not here as a customer.
But can we?
I need to talk to someone about something.
Give me your hand. Okay.
Unsent. Oh no, hand holding the lewdest of actions. Psych! Oh my gosh! goodness! Oh my god! My goodness! It really is a money fight!
And we are back. Hopefully everybody had a good break.
You said the word banana to your friend 87 times, my goodness. That, however, that did remind me of, like, there was this one video that was, like, they were sending, I don't know if they knew the person, but it was just, like, they were sending gifts to, like, the terracotta pie, terracotta pie, terracotta pie, hey, terracotta pie, banana, banana, banana. Like, they just had, like, the Minecraft terracotta, a picture of a pie, sometimes hay in there, and then they just aggressively pressed. They aggressively sent a bunch of banana spinning gifs. It was so funny. This is something that actually happened to another maid. She heard a sound in the middle of the night, a sound like dripping water. At first, she thought it was raining, but she looked through the window and there wasn't a cloud in the sky to cover the stars. Maybe it's a faucet, she thought. So she stepped out of her room and into the corridor. Compared to her room, it was unearthly chilly. The maid regretted not bringing something to cover herself with. But that didn't make any sense. Normally the temperature wasn't that much colder outside of her room. Her night clothes had always been more than enough for a trip to the lavatory. Wondering what the reason could be, she made her way towards the sound, but then she realized something. There were no faucets in the direction she was going. Rather, she was headed towards a hall. The mansion where she served had many halls, but this one was off in a more far corner of the house. Pardon. In the least used hall of them all. It had a high roof, but not a lot of space. It was so difficult to make use of. It also had a somewhat heavy air to it, a very curious room. It was the kind of place you might assign someone to clean as part of their hazing. Anyway, when the maid realized the sound was coming from that particular hall, she, as you might expect, let out an uncomfortable sigh. But there might be a leak, and having noticed, she simply couldn't ignore it, you know? So as much as she hesitated, she pushed open the doors to the hall. There was nobody there, and it didn't look like anything was leaking either. There were no puddles or water stains anywhere to be found, but she could still hear the sound. Drip, drip, getting louder and louder. Slowly stepping further into the room, looking left, then right, then left again, she searched for the source of the sound, coming to a stop in the center of the hall. She stood there, still, quiet, and then a chilly spot on the nape of her neck. With a little yelp, she reached back to feel her neck, but it wasn't wet. Confused, she slowly, warily tilted her head backwards. That's a skull! And there hung a bloody skeleton from the ceiling. Gah! That's rich! Amazing! Oh my god, you scream like a little girl! Maria, you little... Oh god, are you men or children? This is my house, and I would rather you didn't think about it like that. Whose words were those again? Shut your mouth. How do you know about that? Were you eavesdropping? And another thing, I do not care for that sort of stupid fantastical tales you women love to pass around. Because they scare you? Ah, you've never been able to handle anything scary, Jacopo. Whoa, don't glare at me like that. You're gonna destroy my sides. So, did you come here for the sole purpose of telling me that cheap tripe? Acting tough after the fact just makes you look like twice as much of a wuss. Well, I mean, I did make up a good half of it, but the maid really did love the did hear the sound in the middle of the night. And it came from the back hall of this very mansion. Did you know that? Or did you know? They say it used to be a chapel. Again, I have no interest in your women's little ghost stories. Is that so? You sure you're not just scared? Maria! Well, that said, the rumors aren't completely unfounded. It is a pretty old mansion, and it's had a lot of work done on it. Kind of feels like it's barely holding itself together, like a big old quilt with pieces from all different time periods. The back hall is one of the oldest patches. There's a huge window on the far end, and supposedly there used to be stained glass in it. It was a depiction of an archangel, they say. Such a shame. I wonder when it was broken. If it was still there, I bet it'd be worth a fortune. I find that hard to believe. First of all, why would anyone put a chapel inside a mansion? You got a point, I guess. Now, how about you do some actual work instead of distracting yourself with all this nonsense? I do work, but the other maids can be a bit nasty, you know? Dealing with other women is like walking on glass. Am I to blame for that? What if I said you were? Yeah, someone's absolutely gonna be killed. Don't give me that look. They're just not fond of me, simple as that. Nothing you can do about it. Is that so? Yeah, I was talking to the madam, and she was telling me you used to be quite the gentleman. Were you perhaps actually in love back then? You sure don't act like it, so it's easy to miss, but I guess you're not made entirely out of steel. Just like when you were younger, you're still... Do not speak of that. The past is not worth remembering. It is unnecessary. So to you, the past exists just to be cast aside? Nah, it's not important. You don't want me to talk about it, and I won't talk about it. But your wife? Never mind. I'll leave you be. I have to get back to work soon, or I'll be staring down the head maid's arctic smile. All right. If the fancy strikes me, I'll drop by and we can trade more ghost stories. Maria. What? No ghost stories? No, not that. I've not forgotten those days. But, no, I'll be off then. All right. If the fancy strikes you, drop by and we can trade something other than ghost stories. What I tell ya. I'll consider it. Goodbye. Interesting. Very interesting developments happening here. Heck. Can't escape anything. Well, they definitely knew each other in the past. Either she's been a maid for quite a long time, or they used to be together. They have grown to be so beautiful. Such a wonderful fragrance. The scent of the scent of roses is so calming. I wonder why that is. Would it cause any trouble if I picked one? Well, hello there, out for a midnight stroll, are you? Quite the peculiar hobby, madam. I could not spend as much time as I would like outside during the day, so I ended up coming out at night. I apologize if I startled you. Oh, no, not at all. There is a chilling, captivating beauty in the sight of your snow-white form standing there in the moonlight garden. I would hardly... What are you doing out so late? I saw a figure through the window. On the slight chance it might be a burglar, I thought it my responsibility to ensure they did not break in. It was also the middle of the night when the grocer's servant broke into their safe. News of that spread quite far. I am sure you would have heard about it. Oh, but Gamash was imprisoned some time ago. Dear me, cannot seem to get my head out of the past. Do you intend to give that white rose to someone? Yes. I was thinking about giving it to my husband. While I expect he has little fondness of such feminine tastes, the scent of roses has a truly calming effect. He might find it relaxing when he needs a reprieve from his work. Oh, is that so? You are very kind-hearted. Speaking of white roses, the rose he meant to give you was the same shade of white. Oh? He? But when you touched it, it turned a deep shade of red.
but a single white rose in the garden, he was unable to give it to you as he had wished. In its place, he had a decorative rose fashioned for you. What exactly are you referring to? Oh dear, do you not remember? Then I am to assume you've forgotten what happened to the rose accessory as well. He was unable to give that to you either. But that time, because you rejected the gift. I'm not criticizing you for that decision, of course. You had a perfectly good reason for not accepting it. Heartbroken from having lost you, he buried the rose in this garden. Over the years, the roses in the garden withered away. In their place grew thick, unsightly nests of weeds. Many, many years later, that accessory was dug up by a beast, and curiously enough, it had not a speck of rust on it. The beast? You do not remember him either. The foreign man who, through his interaction with you... How did I pronounce that? Through his interaction with you, almost regained his humanity. I'm sorry. I have no idea what you speak of. The only gift I have ever received from a man is my Fennicus wheel. And furthermore, I have only lived in this mansion for a year. While the garden was not as thriving as it is now, it was certainly not in ruins when I arrived. Because I had been taking care of it, yes. But for whatever reason, by my hands alone, I was unable to make it into anything quite as splendid as it is now. Once you arrived and began to work on it, however, and just look around, you have restored it to its former glory, to the magnificence of the flaxen-haired family's time. I promise I am not trying to fault you for anything. Now that I think about it, it makes sense you would not remember. Though you are still you are different from before. Different, though not in the sense you are a wholly distinct person. Tell me, is your name again? My name is... Yes, but you should already know that. Again? More proof that you are, indeed, you. Did you know that your current name is pronounced the same as the name of the person you were waiting for? What are you talking about? I have met you many times, and I know of your past, of events that transpired long, long ago. I'm telling you the truth. I first came to this mansion just a year ago. Until then, I had never left my country or even set foot out of my own house. We do not have any servants or we did not have any servants either. So where, then, are you saying we met? This mansion, of course. But I'm telling the truth. It was a year ago, shortly after my parents fell ill and received an offer for my marriage. I knew something had to be done. I knew it, and so I'm telling the truth. If that is what you remember, then I do not doubt you. But I also suspect I know why you seem so flustered. Are there moments when your memories seem hazy? When it seems like important details have fallen through the cracks? You needn't fret. One day, eventually, you shall remember all. One day. One day, after looking through all these doors.
What the heck is this? A white rose? Did she leave this here? Flower. What does she think she's doing? Is she trying to aggravate me? That garden. That damn rose garden is the whole problem. Flowers serve no purpose but to deceive. That garden is a sign of weakness. It has no place in this house.
Oh no. Approximately a week had passed since then. The white-haired girl was, as usual, spending her time in her room, reading, staying inside the house. Then Maria barged in.
Madam! Madam!
Oh my, you're out of breath. What happened?
What happened is we have a big problem. The garden! The rose garden!
Garden?
All the roses you put so much love and care into growing are being chopped down. We'll lose them all if we don't hurry. Upon hearing the news, the white-haired girl dashed from her room and towards the garden, with Maria following close behind. When she arrived, she saw a dozen or so sweaty, rugged men at work, Jacopo shouting orders. The men clearly had no concept of how much a single flower was worth, no concern whatsoever for their beauty, for they mercilessly, thoughtlessly hacked away at the shrubs like they were naught but weeds. Each flower they tore from the earth extinguished another of the many lives the white-haired girl had put so much time and effort into tending for. Jacopo, what are you... Oh, hello, Maria. I didn't expect you would come with her. Why would you do... Why? Why, it goes without saying. This house has no need of a garden. Dang flowers have no place here. Might as well do something worthwhile with the soil. A miniature railroad would be better use of the space. It's certainly a great deal easier on the eyes. What? A miniature railroad. Just, oh, we don't want flowers. I will look at railroad tracks. Yippee! This man. Just constantly shaking my head. I could even get my hands on some genuine wheels, the same wheels being used on the revolutionary transcontinental railroad. 10 or 20 years down the line, they'll be worth a fortune.
Jacopo, you know how much this garden meant to me, don't you? Did it honestly have no place here? Flowers have a calming effect on people. They give you peace. They are not by any means worthless. So you're saying that White Rose was your passive-aggressive way of telling me to calm down? No, not at all. I simply thought you... At the end of the day, you're just using them for your own purposes, to trick and deceive. To you, this rose garden was nothing but... Jacopo! You've gone too far. This isn't right. Gone too far? This is my mansion. What I do with my property is my business. Screw nature, I want industry right. I want money!
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
With that rose arc out of the picture, we'll have a much better view. There won't be anything blocking the sun any longer. Weren't you supposed to be sensitive to sunlight? Spend too much time out here and you're liable to fall ill. Get back inside now. You too, Maria. Poor thing. Though she did not say a word, was surely thinking, are you truly that determined to rob me of my sanctuary? The words twirled around in her head, unable to make the final journey to her lips. She stood there, looking down at her own feet as her husband marched off, and listened to the screams of the roses being reaped. After being torn down by Jacopo, the garden reverted to a state of ruined desolation. A shame, after all the work that went into restoring it to the beauty it had under the flaxen-haired family. And as Jacopo had said, in its place went scraps of metal, train wheels, prototype models, carbon rods. These items may have had value for him, but I certainly do not think it was worth robbing his wife of a place that made her feel comfortable, just so he could store them there. Besides, I was rather fond of the rose garden myself. The roses seemed to evoke a sense of nostalgia in me. I felt as though, somewhere beyond the edge of my memories, I had seen another garden of roses, modest though it may have been. But I could not remember when it was. Does that come as a surprise to you? I am quite sure there are periods of the mansion's history of which I am not aware. But in any case, Jacopo had caused many people great pain in order to repurpose that garden for himself, and he continued to walk all over his wife. Whenever she tried to do something kind for him, he would brush her off, saying, "That's not your place." He paid no mind whatsoever to the looks of dejection that rose to her face each time he rejected her. I was beginning to wonder if anything she had said about the man he had been a year earlier was actually true. I mean, he wasn't that great a year earlier. And if it was true, could a person really go through such a drastic change of heart in such a short time? What do you think, Master? No. I've spoken enough about me already. I seem to be talking a lot about myself this time.
but this is hardly appropriate behavior for a maid. Now, let us return to our tale. That evening, the white-haired girl sat in her room staring sorrowfully at her Fennicus wheel. A small mirror before her, she tried spinning the paper disc, but it was just not the same as before. Her husband was not there at her side, and even more critically, there was not a smile on her face. And then she heard a faint knock on the door. Who is it? It's me, madam, it's me. May I come in? Oh, Maria. Of course, come in. What are you doing here at this time of night? Was just wondering how you were doing. Should I have left you alone? No, it's no trouble at all. I am always glad to have you. You're making me blush, madam. I got the feeling you were a little down in the dumps. So, I'm not here because I need to be. I just kinda ended up here, I guess? Maria. Sorry, I'm not making any sense. I can be a bit of a busybody, you know? Trouble with boundaries, I guess. Never been able to fix that. No, I don't consider you intrusive at all. I cannot count how many times your bright smile and cheerful energy have shone a light on me when things were dark. If I didn't have you, I would have given up already. You seem to see right through me. Even now, you are exactly right. I'm feeling a bit dispirited. The garden was an even bigger life raft than I thought. Perhaps I'm being over dramatic, but the roses were almost like children to me. I get it, I do. Put your heart and soul into tending that garden. It was obvious how much you loved them. Of course it's gonna hurt watching a bunch of men stomp all over your flowers when you cared for them like your own children. And now, I know I've said this once already, but you don't need to force yourself to put up with him, really. If you don't have to bend to his will just because you're a woman. You can survive without him. Anytime you want to walk away, that's your choice. So long as you bring me and offer your fingers. I mean, I'd sure be lonely if you left, madam. But your happiness is more important than any of that. So, you know? Thank you, Maria. I truly do appreciate it. But I would still like to wait for the day I can see his warm smile once more. If you say so. Well, in that case, I guess we'll just have to be there to back you up. Thinking about your fingers. You'll be. They'll be alright. You leave everything to this holy virgin. I'll have a silly grin on my face no matter how down you're feeling. You really are the reincarnation of the Mother of God, aren't you? Oh, you. I told you, it's just a joke. Whatever. So, hey, madam, how about a dance? Dance? At this time of night? Yep, and since it's so late, no loud music other than the music that's in the background. All you get is a little whistling courtesy of me. But this room is too small for... We'll use the Great Hall. Wouldn't that put us in everyone else's way? We would probably complain about the noise, too. No need to worry. Jacopo's out inspecting some factory or something today. After that, he's got a meeting, so he'll be staying the night elsewhere. The rest of the maids are in their rooms chatting away. No one will notice. Where I come from, we dance all the time. We take eat, drink, and be merry to heart. No food or drink for us, but we absolutely can dance. Dancing's a great way to forget all your cares. I am not much of a dancer. No big deal, nobody's watching. Come on, put on a little fancy perfume and let's have some fun. I don't have any perfume, though. Didn't think so. You've got all the right ingredients, madam, but you don't try to make anything special out of them. You've got so much potential, but not even a decent-sized wardrobe. At the very least, you should wear some perfume. Which is why... Ta-da! I brought some with me. The maids are in love with this stuff. It's a big hit with women all over the country. The base is vanilla, and it's got several other fragrances mixed in. Give it a try, it smells divine. But Maria, Come on, what's the harm? Just a little splash on your wrist, like so. What do you think? You were right. It smells wonderful. Doesn't it?
So, you like it?
Yes, very much so.
Excellent! Now, off we go to the Great Hall!
Are we really going to dance?
You bet your butt we are! It's not healthy to hole up in your room all day. I know you can't handle a lot of sunlight, but you've still gotta have some fun and move your body. Come on, let's go!
Oh, Maria.
End up hooking up. I know it's kind of early in timeline, but you can still hook up. Just a little smooch. Though she looked outwardly uncertain as Maria led her forward, hand around her wrist, the white-haired girl seemed to be enjoying herself on the inside. Having spent her life without a single friend, she never dreamed the day would come when she would find herself being dragged through the empty halls of a dark mansion by another woman. Maria's presence seemed to shine a light upon the quiet corridor. It would have been a very lonely trek without her. Maria spun around, gave an impish smirk, and raised her pointer finger to her lips with a soft shh. The sight of it caused the white-haired girl to chuckle quietly. The two of them, on their way to their secret private ball, were like two adolescent girls. In short order, they arrived in the Great Hall. My heart was pounding all the way here. What's there to be nervous about? It's not like you're breaking any rules. Only kids get in trouble for staying up late. Once you've grown up, you're responsible for yourself.
I will say, though, that it seems rather odd for two women to dance together.
Oh, if you're having a good time, what does it matter what's between your legs? Where I come from, there's dances where families lock arms in a big ring and go around in circles. So who's to say two girls can't have some fun together?
I imagine you had many good memories with your family.
Well, I don't have family anymore.
What?
Alright, so I'll show you how it's done. Watch carefully, because you're up next.
Okay.
With a wide grin on her face, Maria began whistling softly and prancing across the floor with an energetic rhythm. It was not the kind of complicated dance you'd see at many parties. The motions were simple, flowing, unembellished, a folk dance, I suppose you might call it. She seemed to be improving a little bit as well. But in any event, the white-haired girl was captivated. Despite it being a sequence of steps anyone could replicate, Maria breathed life into them. She was neither as lithe as an acrobat nor as light on her feet as a professional dancer. She was her own lively, beautiful self. Maria twirled in place, the skirt of her maid uniform billowing gently up around her. With a smile, she extended her hand towards the white-haired girl. She hesitated for a moment, but as if being pulled forward by some invisible force, she took Maria's hand. Hand in hand, Maria ushered the white-haired girl into her dance. It was just the two of them, but you could almost see the crowd forming around them, the other people stepping up to join in. That's it, madam, doing great. Now lift your leg up, good, and spin like so.
This is not easy, Maria. I'm having trouble following along.
You can do it, looking good so far. You're a natural, madam.
Oh, Maria, I won't fall for your flattery.
I mean it. The whispers of the two girls, their muffled laughs. Step, hop, step, step. The rustling of fabric. Many different soft sounds layered atop one another, creating a little bubble of happiness in the center of the hall. The white-haired girl's movements were a great deal clumsier than Maria's, but Maria would never disparage her for that. On the contrary, she showered her with praise. As flustered as the white-haired girl appeared, I imagined she was quite pleased. Before long, the tightness in her face muscles loosened. A smile spread across her lips, and she began to brighten up. See? What'd I tell ya? Fun, huh?
Yes, I am quite surprised, both that I can dance and that I enjoy doing it so much.
Glad to hear it. They exchanged looks and both laughed. That might have been the first time I had ever seen the white-haired girl so delighted. However, because of her infirmity, she quickly found herself out of breath, her porcelain skin flushed red. Maria immediately stopped for a break. She could surely have continued dancing for some time yet, but Maria was conscientious of the white-haired girl's physical condition. She looked over at Maria regretfully.
My apologies. If only I had more stamina. I am hardly a suitable partner for you, Maria.
Sure you are. This is all to cheer you up, madam.
So long as you're having fun, nothing else matters. And heck, I'm enjoying myself plenty too. What do you think? Wouldn't it be nice to do this again sometime? Whenever you're feeling down, let's dance. If you really do enjoy dancing with a frail girl like me, then I would be glad to. Have a little more confidence in yourself, madam. You're so pretty and kind-hearted. I have loads of fun when I'm with you. So you don't need to be so hard on yourself, got it? Thank you. The pleasure is mine. 'Tis an absolute honor to have the rare opportunity to see such a bright smile on your face, madam. My apologies for keeping you out so late. I should get back to my room. Oh, I didn't even realize what time it was. I'm more than up for a little more gum flapping. You have improved my mood more than adequately. I would not want you to be tired for work tomorrow. Okay. Well then, let's get out of here. Yes, let's.
That was very cute, but it's like, I'm worried. I'm worried for these two.
Smiles on both of their faces, they made the exit to the Great Hall. However, before they reached the door, it swung open.
Ah, it's already bad. Okay.
A man's towering shadow cast the two women in darkness, his cold, bitter glare fixed on them. If I'd even the faintest premonition this might happen, I would have done anything in my power to stop the two cheery girls on their way to the hall. But I am eternally powerless.
What are you doing?
Standing before them in the doorway was the master of the house, Jacopo.
Or was it Jacopo? I think it was Jacopo. My brain is like, okay, it's Jacopo, but you changed the first consonant.
I thought you would not be back until tomorrow.
And how would you know that? No, forget that. Does my staying the night elsewhere have any effect on you? You were just waiting for this opportunity, weren't you?
No. What would I possibly want you out of the house for?
I'm sure you know better than anyone.
What
does that smell? Perfume? When did you get perfume? And I have to say, you seem to be having quite the time. Look at you, you're out of breath, red as a beet. I made the right decision coming back. Where the heck were you going?
No, I wasn't going...
Jacopo, calm down, seriously. You shut it. Now you're taking this tramp's side.
Huh?
I have told you before, you are not to leave this house without first consulting me. Or did you mean to tell me you've forgotten? God, your ears are just for show, all right. They're better than that. Or aren't just for show, they're better than that. They'll even throw out the parts you don't want to hear.
No, I swear, I was not doing anything you—
Silence! I've no interest in your excuses. You're always watching from the shadows, observing, trying not to step on anyone's toes. And in the back of your mind, you're mocking me.
No,
Listen up and listen good. I will try, or you just try stepping out of line again. You just try disgracing me again. You will not get away with it. For the love of God. Get back to your room now. You too, Maria.
All right.
God, what is the sickeningly sweet smell? How utterly infuriating. It'll take forever to get this off of me. I always thought you had at least some sense of taste. He found out they were roommates, right? Well, like, he's thinking they, like, went outside or something. I wish that they would suddenly say one uncanny thing and then never repeat it. My goodness. I hope that Jacopo will just die of mysterious causes.
Why did he have to disparage her so? What did she do wrong? What did she do to deserve that? She did nothing whatsoever wrong. She deserved none of the ridicule he showered her with. However, she was not a strong-willed woman. She did not have the courage to retort to the man yelling at her. I can read. And neither did Maria, it seemed. Without another word, they both scrambled out of the great hall, away from Jacopo. The white-haired girl was a painfully miserable sight to behold. The cheer had drained from her spirit, and the rosy hue from her now pale cheeks.
She was hunched forward slightly, looking like a small, scared animal. Say, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. If I hadn't asked you to dance, me bringing the perfume only made things worse. No. You need not feel bad about anything, Maria. Everything you did was with my best intentions at heart. So, don't worry. I will be fine. So, madam, I'll clear everything up. I really am to blame after all. He wouldn't even give you the time of day if he tried. He's a stubborn little when he's mad. I'll talk to him. He's more likely to listen to me. I'll make sure he knows he was jumping to conclusions, that I'm the one who dragged you out there to dance, and also that I forced you to wear the perfume. I'll clear everything up, okay? So please, you cheer up. It would be best if I could tell him myself, but yes, you are right. He would likely not listen to me. He rarely ever listens to me. I should be ashamed. I cannot even hold a simple conversation with my own husband. These things happen, you know? It's not easy being married, in a lot of ways. Yes, you're right. I apologize for having you do something so unpleasant, but I would appreciate that. Oh, no problem. I'm happy to. No need to apologize. I got this. I'll dunk his head in cold water until he's not blowing steam from his ears anymore. I'll cool him down, promise. And you never know, maybe he'll be open-lid to listening. You could be back to the way you were a year ago in no time. Don't you worry, I'll take care of it, madam. Be positive. You look so much better with a smile on your face. All right. Thank you. Maria's like, I'ma drown him. I doubted Jacopo would listen, even coming from Maria. And I imagine the white-haired girl felt much the same way. However, she grabbed onto that sliver of hope. She let herself dream. She let herself believe, even just faintly, that everything would go well. Such is human nature. When uncertainty has you in its clutches, you grasp at whatever hope you can find to keep yourself afloat. That night, she did not sleep. She was afraid that even in her dreams, Jacopo would be shouting at her. She felt as though her memories of a year prior were beginning to crumble away. More like her memories of a year ago were, Those are noises. I forgot what I was saying. Memories for a year ago were tainted. The rose-tinted glasses or something. The next morning, Jacopo stood alone in the den by the billiards table. He appeared to be rather agitated. His face was twisted into a frown and his pointer finger tapping restlessly against the hard surface of the table. Evidently no longer able to stay in one place, he paced a circle around the table, and then swiped up a rack and cue, setting up a game of 9 balls. I'm not intimately familiar with the ways by which men entertain themselves, but in truth, I was bewitched by the sight of him leaning over the table. It almost seemed as though a steel rod ran straight through his shoulder to the tip of his outstretched finger, upon which the cue was secured by another finger looped over it. With a smooth, flowing motion, he thrust the cue forward slightly, pulling it back and repeating the process once more, before ramming it into the cue ball, sending it rolling into a diamond of colored balls. A chorus of clicks and clacks emanated from the center of the room. Balls collided with one another and ricocheted off the cushioned walls, a few landing in the pockets situated around the edge of the table. Jacopo appeared to have accomplished this with little trouble, but I imagine merely striking the cue ball with a stick would be rather difficult for someone inexperienced. But despite his accomplishment, it seemed to only exuberate his agitation. Lousy positioning, he muttered, though I hadn't the faintest idea what he was talking about. What should have been a game for his enjoyment, he went about with a constant look of exasperation. I suspect he was using it as a way to blow off steam, and as a result, the tension in the air was palpable. I felt it would be improper to intrude upon him, even considering my distaste for the man. There was an undeniable beauty in every motion he made, every perfectly audible clack of billiard balls bouncing off one another. It was An enchanting sight. But then someone without the slightest regard or appreciation for beauty came marching in with a hammer to shatter it with glass. Gotta say, that was pretty impressive. Man leaned against the frame of the open door. He was neither a resident nor a worker of the mansion. The man's face was covered in scraggly stubble, his body draped in grime-caked garments. His eyes were sunken so deep it was as though I was looking at a fleshless skull, though there was a feral glimmer in them. Needless to say, he was not prim and proper. He was Harry Dubois. How long have you been there? Tomaso? Not long, but man, I can't keep laughing. You were completely in your own world there. What do you want? And why didn't you send a maid for me? Don't be such a hard... We ain't strangers, man. Why should family have to go through the maids to see you? That just ain't right, brother. Your doors should always be open for family. Enough. I am not your family. We're bound by something even stronger than blood. By our family, our Costco? Our Costco? our Casa? No. Cosa? I'm pretty sure it's possibly an Italian word. You know he's Italian? I think. Don't. You only ever bring up the Costco when it's in your interest. Oh, scary. Come on now, what happened to you, little Jack? Where'd the little boy who used to call me Uncle Tommy go? Don't you dare use that godforsaken name. Get the heck out of my sight. What in God's name are you doing here? The man hailed from the same country as Jacopo. They had a peculiar relationship, though they were not blood related. He referred to Jacopo as family. They came from a sunny island in the Mediterranean Sea, a place of many unique customs, an entire underground society. Cosca was a word that originated from and referred to those underworld families. It would be another 30 or so years before organizations like theirs received more public attention. At the time, they were not widely known. Just a short step into the future, and they would grow so powerful that the very mention of them would send a chill through the room. Hey now, that's no way to talk to a fellow Berzati. You're on the short list to become in the next cup of... Oh no, it's attacking me with words! Capofamiglia. We respect our brothers. That's how we operate. I could go home and say you threw me out of your house. How'd you like those rumors to spread? The soon-to-be Capofamiglia. I'm assuming the G might be silent, I don't know. Wouldn't even listen to a little request. I very much doubt anything you said could damage my reputation. I ain't been exiled yet. And as long as I'm still one of them, they won't ignore me. It means head of the household. Okay. That makes sense, that makes sense. It's just a thing of like, I don't know how to pronounce it. That's some mighty fine looking whiskey you got there. Don't mind if I do. Head of the family, more literally. Okay, yeah, so basically like chairman's essentially, if you were to compare it to Yakuza, I guess. I don't know. Nothing here is for you to drink. Booze is my lifeblood, man. No love for a brother? You worthless leech. It surely won't be long before you find yourself in exile. If you're lucky enough to get off the hook with just exile, that is. A child could snap that scrawny neck of yours. I'm gonna go. I'd rather go tied up, tortured for days, covered in tiny little cuts from head to toe. You sick. You disgust me. Call me a carnal adventurer. Okay. I despise the mundane. Last thing I want is to go out like a wet fart. Is that what you came for? To waste my time with your insipid nonsense? Oh, hardly. Surely you have an idea what I'm here for. And how much I need. Damned maggot. A worthless leech. A sick... A damned maggot. How many names you got up your sleeve for me? You son of a... Do you honestly think this is how you ask for a favor? Whoops, excuse me. I beg of thee, O esteemed future capo familia. I'm bone broke, not even enough money to put bread on the table. Could you spare a little for a brother? You brought this on yourself, I'm sure. I hear more than enough stories about you, and hardly any of them pleasant. Drinking, gambling, debauchery. I'm humiliated to be in the same casa as you. I feel like that's not it. Oscar? Oh no. I'm just mispronouncing everything. You want to make money playing, you gotta learn the game first. Says the worm who played himself into oblivion. Now, do you honestly believe I'll give you anything? Oh, but you will. You got no choice. Casca rules. You're required to help a fellow countryman, especially considering how few of us there are stranded in this colossal landmass. You wouldn't even notice the money's missing. It ain't because you can't, but just because you don't wanna. The Jacopo being a type does nothing for you. Italian accent. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I think I've only heard like over dramatized Italian, so like the eto like the kind of like like that kind of thing, but it's like I don't think I wanted 自分も自分の心をするけれ解除のそれすらい待つ裏い待つふらい待つくんなるところに住むところやぶる国のボルクチパイプのシューリンガンのグリーンでポクリグリーンでポクリビールポクリバルチョコメの長介 I don't know. I don't think that was right. I don't think that was the accent. I don't even know if I I'm not sure I would identify that as the accent as Italian, but I tried. Just like I think most of the ones that I hear are like over dramatized, and it's like I don't want to necessarily go for that one. I don't know. But Jacopo, being a type does nothing for you. Me coming to you for help keeps your good name clean. That's the thing about being boss. You quietly keep little like me out of trouble, so that trouble doesn't come raining back on you. You do not seem to understand your place. Rather than lecturing me, you should be on your hands and knees begging and crying for my help. If that's what you want, I'll gladly comply. Happy to kiss your boots while I'm at it. Don't even think about it. Know this. There won't be a second time. I will be reporting your conduct to the family back home. I look forward to seeing how they deal with you. Just try to have a little mercy, will ya? Hey, is there a maid around? It doesn't matter who. How may I serve you, master? Get a single stack from the safe. Here's the key. It goes without saying, but don't touch anything else. Give the money to the man as you're escorting him out the door. As you wish. Is that all you needed? Yes. Now get to it. Very well. Excuse me. Well. That's one looker of a maid you got there. But there's something, I don't know, eerie? Strange about her. Fancy that. We agree on something. How long has she been working here? I couldn't tell ya. As I recall, she came with the house. Is that the kind of woman you fancy? A gal who can't read will always be interesting. Is that so? Now that he mentions it, how old is that woman? Did I? Oh, girl, you can't read. Okay, I was like, but then I was like, wait, I did that wrong. Oh yeah, Jacopo. One other thing I wanted to talk to you about. What is it this time? And if it's more of your blather, I will shoot you dead where you stand. Now, no need for threats. This one's about your, better half. What about my wife? Well, to put it simply, yeah. She came to me asking for advice, looking a little distressed. My wife asked you for advice. Yep. From the sounds of it, you're pretty rough on the little lady. That just ain't right, man. You managed to snag yourself a broad that pretty, you ought to treat her at least a little bit better, you hear? She looks good with a smile. You gotta make her show it to you every once in a while. Why would she come to you about that? Don't ask me. Maybe she got no one else to talk to? And, you know, for whatever it's worth, I'm part of the same Casca. Guessing she thought I'd get through to you easier? Really, you just ought to put a little bit more thought into how you act around her, and she'll be smiling for you like always. Oh yeah, I've just got the thing. Women love this stuff. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. Is that perfume? Haven't you heard? Everyone's talking about it. I'm a big fan of that stuff too. Smells great. Pretty girl smiles at you wearing some of this. Any man would be in love in an instant. Yeah, he's still alive, sadly. You have never given her nothing fashionable before, have you? May look like just scented water, but you can't let that fool you. Go on, give it to her. You like a nice smelling lady too, don't ya? A little bit of scent can give a different flavor for your nighttime excitement. Vanilla. Well, I've said my piece. I'll be taking my leave. I wonder if this was this is either before or after. I'm not 100% sure. We'll see here in a bit, I think. Don't want to keep your maid waiting too long to get on her bad side. Hold it, Tommaso. Why would she... Make it last. That's all the advice your Uncle Tommy has for you. Ciao. Wait, Tommaso! Could go after him. It would be a simple task to catch him, grab him by the neck, and make him tell me. Tell me where he spoke with her, and what she told him. Why? Why will my legs not move? Asking him for advice. Fashionable perfume. Smile. She looks good with a smile. She'll be smiling for you, like always. Can't be. She hardly ever smiles around me. But she'll smile for him? Last night, when she was short of breath, having a grand time wearing that perfume, getting ready to leave the house. Just who was that smile for? Yeah, god damn it. Don't you think I'll let you run free any longer? Okay, yeah, this is afterwards. His eyebrows were furrowed, creating deep creases on his forehead. Several servants stood off to the side, watching their master attentively as he stomped past them down the corridor. However, no one said a word to him. Had I not been preoccupied attending to his countrymen, I likely could have prevented it. The look on his face would have made it obvious something bad was about to happen, something that would serve only to further her misfortune. She was already in a less than ideal situation, and it was perched on the edge of a hill, soon to be rolling down it into even worse territory. Jacopo, what's the matter? If you wanted to visit, you could have said something rather than coming in without knocking. Is that really necessary? Pardon? Is there something you so desperately want to keep from me that I must knock before entering? That I should have to let you know in advance that I'm coming? What? What are you... Well, is there? You want to talk with him behind my back, I'm told. What'd you tell him? You moaned to him about my behavior? That hurts! You told him I'm rough with you? You cried on his shoulder because I'm not nice enough? Him, of all people? Wait, Jacopo! You're mistaken. Let me... Silence. Not a word. Not a single forsaken word. The only thing that comes out of your mouth is excuses, lies, and fabrication. You put on the sweet, innocent girl act, but what's really going through your head? Maybe I should just rip that mask off your face. Stop, Jacopo! You look down on me. Your nobility. I'm just a nobody who married into it. No, stop, let go of me, please. When did it start? How long have you been seeing him? Who else have you been seeing? covering yourself in fashionable perfume and smiling even though you never smile around me. Please let me go. I can see it in your eyes. He's just a worthless commoner. Why would you think that? Why will you not listen to me? Silence. It's all your fault. Every last thing. Oh, the line. Yeah, that was her line. Oops. I tell you not to leave the house, but you do. I tell you to do as I say, but you ignore me. Every last thing you do drives me mad. I don't have time right now to deal with this, to rack my mind over you, over a woman. I don't have time for it. Why do you not do as I say? Do you not have enough already? Huh? Will you not be satisfied until you've taken even my arms and legs? I've given you money, clothing, everything. You have an incredible life. Look around you. What kind of luxury you and your parents wanted? It's right here. You have it. I don't know. Man, I don't know what's going on. I zoned out for a while. Oh no. So, this guy is part of, like, I guess equivalent to a mafia, and one of the guys was like, hey, I want to borrow some money. Also, you need to be nicer to your wife. I don't know who he talked to, or like if he just made it up, but the previous night, she was in the hall dancing with one of the maids, and so he thought that she was cheating on him. What more could you possibly want? Why do you insist on being unfaithful? Faithful? You think that what I was doing is unfaithful to you? How else shall I describe it? You leave your room despite my ordering you not to. Don't think I don't know. When you came to the den the other day, you had your eyes on the other men. No, I did not. I had no such inclination. Enough. Not another word from you. I have no interest in your excuses. If that's how you're going to act, then say goodbye to your freedom. You're forbidden from leaving the mansion, or your room for that matter. Or even speaking to the servants. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll make you a new room. Too many people come in and out of this one. It'll be somewhere quieter, out of the way. You like the garden. How about I put it in there? If you leave that room without my permission, this time, I'll kill you. Why? Why will you not listen to me? Jacopo, the master of the house, likely loved the white-haired girl. That is what I saw in their exchange. Normally, love is supposed to be a sweet, warm, wonderful emotion. It makes you care for, value that person even more than yourself. But it was the exact opposite for him. I never knew that love could be such a painful thing. How did this love end up so twisted? What did he expect to happen by confining and abusing the woman he loved? Perhaps he was conscious of that. To be human is to sometimes find oneself driven by uncontrollable internal impulses. A few days later, Jacopo dragged the white-haired girl from her chamber and led her outside. The garden she had once loved was now a thing of the past. It had become a dreary space, nary a rose in sight, and being taken there did nothing to improve her mood, only sadden her further. The cold gray piles of metal freckling the barren earth seemed to mock her. Her husband led her, the lady of the house, to a shed that had been repurposed into a Spartan living area. She begged and pleaded, but Jacopo would not have it. He shoved her into the sad little shack and locked the door. Right. Love that objectification of women in the early 1800s. Actually, mid-1800s. My goodness. I really hope something really bad happens to him. But track record-wise, she's gonna have something bad happen to her first.
How did things end up this way? Why? All I wanted was to go back to the way things used to be. For us, to be able to smile around each other.
It had been several days since Jacopo had locked her in the shed, and her day-to-day life was only growing more arduous. She was under constant surveillance. The door was only unlocked to deliver her meals 3 times a day. And despite what an unfortunate situation her employer's wife found herself in, The maids chattered and gossiped and giggled freely. Not even in the shadows, out of her presence, the tactless young maidservants whispered directly to the white-haired girl when they brought her meals. "Look at you, madam, caged away like cattle." I could almost hear the sound of cracks forming in her heart. I imagined she had gotten to the point where she was having difficulty merely holding herself together. She had done nothing wrong, and yet she was forced to live this life of insult and mockery, of ridicule. The only reason her tenuously held together spirit did not completely shatter was because she still had her one and only ally. The maid Maria volunteered to attend to the white-haired girl. Maria took over the duty of delivering her 3 meals, meaning the other maids stopped coming by, and that relieved the white-haired girl's mental and emotional stress considerably. Maria became her sole conversational partner, her sole companion. She did not leave as soon as the meals were finished, instead of remaining in the shed with the white-haired girl for some time. So, madam, how about a funny story? I flubbed up pretty hard the other day. You want to hear about that? So a couple days back, I didn't get enough sleep the previous night, right? I'm helping out in the kitchen, half awake, plating up some food, and when I go out to bring it to the guest, my heart about leaps out of my mouth. Guess why? What I thought was a plate was actually an ashtray. Man, I was sweating like a pig. The guests didn't seem to notice, but the other maids were as pale as ghosts the entire time. Just about everyone had themselves a case of the vapors. I got quite the tongue lashing at cleanup. Pretty funny, huh? Oh, did you? Sounds like it was a pretty bad day. Yeah. I hope that he gets trapped in the cellar and chained from the roof just off the floor so the mice can crawl on him and eat at him until he loses his legs and the chains tighten, making right. Absolutely, he needs to die a horrible death. I don't know if we'll get that luxury, but I really hope. I really hope. Hey, madam, I know there's not much point in telling you to cheer up right now, but I'm sure he won't keep you locked up forever. He's a bit of a crybaby for now. It'll be alright. Wait. What if the dude was talking about Maria and thought Maria was Jacopo's wife? He's just a bit crabby for now. It'll be alright. Although, I guess this is a bit drastic for a temper tantrum. And that's easy compared to what I can think of, right? I'm sorry, madam. If only I'd pushed him a bit harder. If only I had a little bit more influence, you might not be in this situation. I thought I could be of some help, but I guess I'm not doing a great job of that. Of course not, Maria. You absolutely are. Just your being here takes a great weight off my shoulders. Still, though, I feel so worthless. Because I'm just a maid, I can't set you free. It's okay. I am used to being imprisoned. What? Well, what do you mean you're used to it? He's never locked your door before. You're right. I'm not sure why, but I feel as though I've been in a similar predicament before, lacking freedom and contact with others for a long stretch of time. I'm sure it's simply the exhaustion getting to you, madame. No one should ever be used to living like this. Yes, I agree. And I pray things go back to the way they were soon. Has getting mad at him never crossed your mind? Getting mad? Yeah, you know, when he yells, you yell back. Let him know he's in the wrong. Never considered that? I guess you're not one to get angry, madam. Which would mean you're a better fit for the Holy Mother than me. Oh, no. I do. I do sometimes want to get angry. To tell you the truth, it's almost always going through my mind how if I did raise my voice, perhaps he would listen to what I have to say. But when I'm standing there in front of him, and he starts shouting at me, I freeze up and end up not saying a word.
I'm just such a pitiful woman. Everything about me. When I need to speak up most, to stand up for myself, I cannot. Oh, don't look so down. That's not a bad thing. It's just you've gotten a little bit of a pickle right now, but it's clear everything. I'll clear up everything with him. You hear me? In my mind, your modesty is a virtue. And the more I think about it, I can't even imagine you screaming. I like you better the way you are, reserved and ladylike. You can leave all the yelling to me. I'll do whatever I can to help you, madam. Were you able to clear up his confusion about the night when we were dancing? Oh, about that. Sorry, he just wouldn't hear it. I see. But I'm not throwing in the towel. I'll keep trying, as long as it takes. So... Say, Maria, could I perhaps ask another favor?
Huh? Yeah, sure, let me have it.
I would like to write him a letter.
A letter? To someone who lives in the same house?
Yes. As things stand, I cannot simply go visit him on a whim. And I feel as though I could calmly express on paper things I am unable to say to him face to face. I suspect I might have more luck that way. I also believe he would be more likely to maintain his composure reading my thoughts in a letter than hearing them from my mouth. With it, I can clear up the confusion, and things can go back to the way they were.
Sweetie, I'm so worried for you. I feel like whatever you do, he's gonna take it the wrong way.
A letter, huh? Interesting. I'll write the letter, which I would like you to deliver to him. May I ask that of you? Absolutely, not a problem. Thank you, Maria. You're the only person I can count on, and I mean that.
I'm really worried.
Why? How did this happen? Why did she betray me? I wanted to give her a decently happy life. I didn't want to get violent with her. Yet when I saw her face, when I heard what she had to say, I couldn't restrain myself. I guess when it comes down to that, no matter how you dress it up, I'm still a Berzati. There was never any way for this bloodline to give that girl happiness. Damn it. Why am I fretting over this nonsense? Am I supposed to be the future head?
Or I'm supposed to be. Well, what if Ms. Maria is just backstabbing, keeping her locked in there lying? I don't know. There's definitely something going on with Maria, whether she's doing it on purpose or not. Because I'm really thinking that the guy that showed up thought Maria was Jacopo's wife. Maybe. Not or he just made it up. Who knows?
An illusion.
Oh wait, let me...
But they're dancing. They really are. And they look like they're having a wonderful time. Are you sure it's an illusion and not something else? To me, it does not seem to be. I cannot see it as anything but two tiny people dancing.
That's how it works. Reach out your hand and try to grab them. You won't be able to.
Ah, you're right. That's a shame.
I didn't think you actually would.
But that's the most precious thing. They look as though they're dancing atop my hand.
It's another frightening. It's almost frightening how much innocence rests within those hands. It's as if they've been completely cut off from the world's filth. My hands, however, are soaked in blood. I fear that bringing her into my world may taint her. Am I capable of protecting this woman's purity?
Maria wants Jacopo. I don't know, because they brought up earlier that like there was some kind of past between Maria and Jacopo. They didn't really specify it though. So it's either like she's been a maid for him for a while, or they used to be a couple. It's kind of in a gray area. So I'm thinking maybe Maria talked to the guy that showed up, and the guy thought she was Jacopo's wife. And so there's like some kind of confusion with that.
I'm not sure.
Yet as I watched her so joyously playing, I felt as though I had gotten close to her. I was the one being a child that day.
Jacopo, it's me, Maria. Is it alright if I come in?
Maria. Maria! It's fine. Come in.
Alrighty. Color me surprised. I didn't think you'd let me in.
Have I ever denied you access to my room?
Nope, but you've been looking pretty glum lately.
I've never exactly been a cheery man.
True enough. I know you told me before not to talk about your wife, but I'm going to stick my nose where it doesn't belong today. There's been a lot of clatter among the maids lately about you getting rough with her. I mean, you've got the poor thing locked up in a shed outside.
Right? We're probably gonna find out here in a second.
You're not leaving the best impression on anyone. You here to box my ears?
I don't know. 50-50. The other half is, I'm concerned about you. I know you're not the kind of man to threaten someone without a good reason. You're not.
I thought you were friends with her.
I am. And it hurts seeing her in so much pain.
Then why has it not changed the way you act around me? I would think you'd be scorning me with the rest of the maids.
Oh, I see how it is. You don't trust me. And we've known each other for so long. This isn't a question of whose side I'm on. You're in pain too, I can see that. You've always bottled things up, kept them hidden. You're too proud to rely on others, but you should probably vent to someone before it reaches the point where you no longer can. Say, Jacopo, do you remember the promise we made a while back?
How far back?
Back when you were still shorter than me. You were 14 and I was 12. I had to leave town and you came to see me off. Quite frankly, I didn't think you'd come. I was surprised even if I didn't show it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, it's probably they had a relationship. Dude misunderstood.
Jacopo? Where's your dad? Or are you here alone?
He didn't even tell me.
Ah.
There's no reason you have to leave town. My old man says the Campelenas have more power. I should be the one leaving.
It's not that simple. Grown-ups have a lot to consider. So don't give me that look, Jacopo. We were kids, but we'd both kind of started to catch on to the situation with our families and to the bonds that land held on us. Although we didn't know any of the details at the time, my grandpa owned all of the land the city was built on, but he was a very conservative man. He didn't try to spread his influence, instead opting to fortify what he already had. I don't know exactly when it first started, but organizations were used to administrate cities. And when we were kids, my dad was the capo familia, or however you pronounce it, and my grandpa was his consigliere. But just because he was an advisor didn't mean he was powerless. While my dad had made the decisions, my grandpa was the only one allowed to fight him on them. And then he died, someone. He probably, or your father was a capodecina that served under my dad. He wasn't especially happy about that. Oh. But parents quarreling doesn't affect their kids, or at least that's what I thought at the time, and what you probably thought too. But there was still a chance that we could be caught in the crossfire, so my dad decided to send me and my mom away. Off the island and to the north were some more prosperous areas. He thought that by sending us there, we could live our lives clean, regardless of where we came from. Consigliere.
Consigliere. Okay. This chapter is throwing so many words that I'm just like, okay. There's no changing what's in your blood, though. You could have told me too. Or are you planning on leaving without saying anything? No, it's just all decided so quickly. Why do you sound so accepting? Adults have a lot to consider. You bet they do, but you could at least let them know you're opposed to it, Maria. But now, I accidentally pressed enter. Your tail went straight between your legs as soon as you were told. You just gave up and accepted it straight away. Right, too many words. I thought you were better than that. You think I don't know that? But I'll just be in my dad's way if I stay. I'm a kid, a girl. I wouldn't be of any help if something happened. And I don't want to need someone to protect me. I've never once thought of you as a girl. Hey, now that's mean. Oh, geez, thanks, Jacopo. Now you're getting me all mushy, too. If anyone should be sad here, it's me. I am not sad. Oh, really? You sure you're not actually torn that I won't be around anymore? You're a huge crybaby after all. Jacopino. Hey, when have I ever cried? And don't call me that. I made you mad. Short fuse as ever, I see. You gotta learn to keep your head. You're a man and heir to the Berzati family. Don't you lecture me. So pig-headed. You could at least listen to me for once before I'm gone. Hey, Maria? Got a little time to spare? Yeah, sure, but not much. The carriage is gonna be here soon. Do you have enough for the trip to the hill and back? Yeah, I should have time for that. Had to look up the words years back because of mafia-based character story. Fair enough, fair enough. Because of our families, we weren't really able to get along with the other kids in the city, so we played a lot up on the top of the hill. It became kind of like our secret little lair. There was an abandoned house up there, I guess an old farmhouse or something, and kids love that sort of thing, you know? We called it Casa Nostra, our home, and we pretended it was actually ours. We drew circles in chalk and used it for target practice. We brought up a bale of straw and used it to make makeshift beds. When either of us got into fights with our parents, we'd stay the night here instead of home. In retrospect, I'm sure they knew where we were going and just let us do our thing. Oh yeah, there was this one time we were playing and a huge storm rolled in, trapping us up there. The wind just wasn't howling, it was screaming bloody murder. It was blowing so hard I thought the house might fly away. As I recall, you were crying that night. Hey, Nero, you here to see me off too? Aw, there you go, wagging your tail with that silly look on your face. You have no idea what's going on, do you? It wasn't just the two of us who had made Casa Nostra our home base, though. There was one more, a stray black dog. I'm pretty sure it didn't actually have black fur, though. It was just really, really dirty. Of course he doesn't. He's a silly animal. Oh, don't talk about him like that. He's one of us. What were you planning to do about Nero? Just leave him behind? Nothing else I can do. Can't bring a dog in the carriage. Besides, you're here, so it'll be fine. You take care of Nero, alright? He doesn't like me. You're the only one who can take care of him. Maybe so, but I'm not coming back. He'll starve to death if you don't figure something out. He's a puny runt. I doubt he could win in a fight for scraps. Come on, do it for me? You said you won't be coming back. Did you mean that? Are you absolutely never returning to this town? There's no telling what may or may not happen, so it's best not to get your hopes up. Better than the pain of getting let down. Well, I've turned into quite the cynic, huh? Maybe if I'd been born into a more normal family, I'd be in my room in a pile of dolls right now, my head in the clouds. I can't imagine you doing that, nor do I think that's normal. Well said. Hey, stop that, Nero. Quit licking me. That tickles and you reek. Maria. Huh? What is it? Come back. I don't care if you don't know when it'll be. Just don't say you'll never return. No one knows how things are gonna end up. Maybe my old man will gain more power, or maybe yours will. If things continue the way they are, it'll be your old man. Then down the line, I will work in service of the Campolina family. And that's just fine by me. But even if that's not the future that lies ahead, I promise I will make a place for you. So Maria.
Question. Do you have a crush on me? What? Kidding. I'm just kidding. No need for a conniption fit. I was just playing around.
Here I am trying to have a serious conversation, and then you... Listen to me. I don't have any of those, those kinds of feelings for you. I consider you a lifelong friend, my one and only friend. That's why I came to see you off, and that's why I'm telling you now. Whether you're a girl or a boy is irrelevant. Friendship lasts much longer than something so fanciful as romance. Am I wrong? Don't laugh, dang it! It's humiliating!
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because I agree entirely. Yeah, we've always been on the same page, Jacopo. Maybe we did fight a lot, but there wasn't one that we didn't go through, or didn't get through. No one else understood just how lonely it was, wearing a mask for all the other kids, trying to fit into their happy little circle. We couldn't afford to be found out after all. Neither of us had any real allies, except for each other, of course. Nope. I'm glad I got the chance to play with you. If you hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't have bothered caring for Nero either. It was too funny watching him chase you around. You're a sick girl, Maria. So hey, Jacopo, this place will still be Casa Nostra even after I leave, right? You won't do anything to it, will you?
Of course not. This is our home. That was always the plan.
Right. Thanks.
So, you being all nice is kind of creepy, Jacopo. It's not gonna start snowing, is it? How rude. Well, if you're gonna be like that, I'm not sure I want to give it to you. Huh? Give what? A present? You should have said it so sooner. Gimme. You don't have a shred of tact, do you? What's it matter? Come on, what'd you bring? Let me have it, soldier. Oh man. Consider this a temporary parting gift. You'd been wanting one of these for a while. Oh, is that a cartridge? From a Colt Navy? No way, did you swipe it? I'd probably catch heck for it too. Wow, this is amazing. I always wanted to get my hands on the real thing. This is from the one hanging up in your house, isn't it? The one your dad was bragging about? They just started selling them this year, and it's ridiculously hard to get your hands on one, or so I hear. Man, guns from the New World are something else, all right. Just imagining the moment the hammer comes down on the back of this sends a chill down my spine. You sure you're a girl going crazy over a bullet cartridge? It's a big deal. I like what I like. You'll get in trouble if you don't put this back, though, won't you? Don't worry. I'll return it when you return. And I won't tell anyone I gave it to you. Okay. Well, I guess I'll take you up on that then. Thanks, Jacopo. It'll be my treasure. This goes without saying, but don't you lose it. I'm giving it to you as a symbol of our friendship. No matter how far apart we may be, or how much time may pass, or how things play out with their families, we'll always be friends. That cartridge symbolizes that promise. It's a promise, Jacopo. Our families may outwardly hate each other, but I'll always be your friend. Always be on your side. And don't you ever go back on those words. I swear upon this glorious cartridge, this historic land, and the names of my ancestors, I shall not make myself a liar. I trust you, Maria. We'll meet again. Maybe years from now, but that won't change a thing. Our friendship will never fade. Okay. God, you were adorable back then, and short to boot. But now you've hardened so much. I was flabbergasted when I next saw you. Dressed all fancy from head to toe. You've been quite the smug little... I'd thought. You sure weren't that little kid anymore. You have quite the memory.
Well, yeah, I don't forget my promises. And I'd never forget I said I'd always be by your side. The question is, did you remember?
I did. Remember every word you said that day. And as I said, I left Casa Nostra as it was. Though it was quite some distance away now, I imagine if we went back and did a little work on it, we could have it looking just like old times.
And Nero?
About a year after you left, he suddenly disappeared. And just for the record, I did take care of him, as you told me to. I'm guessing he got in a fight with another stray or something. I searched, but could never find him.
Ah, well, it has been more than a decade. Not everything's gonna be exactly the same.
You, however, haven't changed a bit from the girl you once were all those years ago.
Neither of you. Sure, you seem different on the outside, but at your core, I believe you haven't changed at all. Still, there's still the same old Jacopino.
Could you not call me that? I have changed quite a bit, unlike you, and I'm well aware of it. I became a...
Say, Jacopo, do you consider me supportive?
Everything you could have said. Of course you are. You're constantly supporting me, past and present. You are proof of the existence of a kind of friendship that can transcend gender, blood, and any other such distinctions.
You know, it's honestly kind of bizarre seeing you without a stick up your...
Wow, harsh words.
Come on now, hear me out. You almost had me blushing there. Anyway, before you put that stick back up there, tell me something. Am I still your only ally?
You are.
Of everyone in this mansion, I'm the only one.
Yes. If she would, at least, have a little more.
Madam.
I didn't actually intend to treat her like that, but you did. Your intention does not change the fact that you locked her in a shed.
Believe me, Jacopo, I know. I mean, from a girl's perspective, what you did is pretty awful, but hey, I'm not a girl according to you anyway. I will always be on your side no matter what.
God, I feel as though I'm being consoled.
That's what I was going for.
I should have never opened up to you.
Hey, now's probably not the best time to bring this up, but I have a letter.
A letter?
Written by the madam. Here.
A letter? From my wife? Let me see it. I feel like you should kind of clear the air with what happened yesterday first before handing in the letter, but okay. What the heck am I reading?
I was considering keeping it a secret, but having seen it, I thought hiding it from you might only hurt you more, so I decided it was best to show you.
Who is this? Who is this letter for? It's as if... But that can't... I love you? Who is she writing to? Oh my gosh, she is! She is purposely... Oh my god! She... Oh my gosh. Maria, you... I don't know this man.
Take a deep breath, Jacopo, and listen to me. The madam is having an affair.
Hello, Jake is the cake. How you doing? Right, she is that person that makes drama. I can't believe her. I can't believe her. I was like, oh, these two should elope. And she's like, nope. My goodness. My goodness. I feel so bad for white-haired girl this time around. Because nobody is on her side. I haven't changed a bit? If you seriously believe that, then I've got news for you, pal. Anyone who acts exactly the same as they did in the past is doing just that. Acting. Much like I do around you. What? She looks entirely different now. Just finished cooking. Noise. What'd you end up making? Our friendship will never change. What a joke. You picked the wrong girl to put your trust in. They call you astute. Can you taste the irony? Well, that just makes things easier for me. Her mouth is open so wide, but my God, it's suffocating playing the good girl. It's so that stupidly cheerful little ray of sunshine, Maria. Ugh, sickening. On the other hand, the payoff is fantastic. I can't stop. God, watching her lose his cool was incredible. My sides are just thinking about it. You're telling me she wrote this? Who else could have written it? It's in her handwriting. Why? Why must she continue to betray me? Has she not taken enough already? What else could she possibly want from me? I told her to stay away from my gatherings. I had the rose garden torn down, and yet still she finds other men. I destroyed the one thing she loved. Why did she not love me? I warned her. I told her that it wouldn't happen again. That she betrayed me one more time, I'd kill her. Jacopo. Out of my way, Maria. I have to talk to her. Ask her what this letter's about, who this man is, and depending on how she answers. Hold it, Jacopo. Calm down. Silence. How am I supposed to stay calm right now? Listen to me. Relax. You try to talk to her right now, and you aren't going to get anywhere. You're aware of just how frenzied you are, aren't you? Besides, you think she's going to tell you the truth even if you do manage to ask? Of course not! She may look all prim and proper, but that's not the real her. I don't think she's a bad person, but not a bad person, the woman who wrote this letter to another man? She crossed the line, you hear me? I agree with you there. She's gone too far with this letter. But remember, she's your wife and the daughter of a noble. You know exactly what will happen if you lose control on yourself and do something to her. It's not gonna look good for you. She may be nobility, but I have the Casca. We have our own way of taking care of these kinds of problems. Still, it's plain as day. It'll only make a bigger mess. No one knows about this yet. Are you telling me to act like nothing happened? When she so blatantly disrespects me? Jacopo, could you let me take care of it? I'm friends with the madam, you know that. She'll listen to me, so I'll make sure it gets through to her just how much you care about her. I couldn't ask you. It would be disgraceful. That's nothing to be ashamed of. What did I tell you? I'm on your side and you're on mine. We're in this together. You can ask me things you couldn't ask others to do. I have tight lips. Anything you ask, I'll keep absolutely under wraps. Dang it. You're right. Yes, you're right. I'm well aware that I always lose myself in her presence. If I try talking to her now, I probably will do something rash, yes. I'll probably bear evil vibes. Oh, absolutely. So, for like a quick context, this man is very abusive to his wife. He is sexist and racist and just overall kind of bad person, even when she was looking in the past. She was like, oh, he used to be so good a year ago. And then we were all watching and it's just like, and this is nothing different. He gave you a present and that was it. He's still rude to you. And so now Maria over here is stirring drama that does not exist for no reason. Right? Both of these two on the screen need to blow up. I'll make sure everything works out. Got it?
You and the madam can go back to the way things used to be so you don't have to suffer anymore. I'll take care of it. I'm the only one who understands your pain, and I'm the only one who can help you out of it. Maria. Oh, don't make that face, Jacopino. Thank you, Maria. Please, let her know that even if she is seeing other men, and even if she does silently mock me for not being of noble blood, that I still love her, and I don't want to raise my hand again against her.
She just goes over to the white-haired girl and it was like,
Yeah, he said he hates you. You love her? That's a riot. You're too busy chasing your stacks of paper. You don't have what it takes to truly love a woman.
I will say, though, I was surprised you lost your head that badly.
What a little crush you've got on her.
You could just sit down and talk to her like a rational human being, and presto, your problems would be solved. But you can't even manage that, which is why you're in this predicament. Once you're convinced of something, Jacopo, you never let go of it. And she's too timid to speak up for herself. Sorry, madam. I got nothing against ya. I just didn't expect things to go quite this well. There's no stopping now. Not when I've gotten this much momentum. Also, watching the pretty girl like you break down gives me goosebumps. You're still convinced I'm the only person you can trust. How did he react to the letter? Well, yeah, about that. Would he not take it? Oh, no, he took it. Just, don't feel too bad about this, madam. He said he's too busy with work and tossed the letter aside. I told him to make sure he writes you a reply, but he hasn't gotten around to it at all. I see. That's a shame. It kills me to see you like this, madam. I don't get why he has to be so heartless, not even taking a little bit of time out of his day to read the letter you poured your soul into writing. It's unacceptable. I'm sure he really is busy. He did not throw it away, though, did he? I imagine he means to read it when he has more time. Madam, after everything he's done for you, you still think he means well? I have faith. My timing was poor, that's all. I believe in him.
you can tell she has a finger kink. Just look at all the trouble she's sticking her fingers into, right? My goodness.
I believe the day will come when he gives me his attention again as he did before. Madam. So, could I ask you to believe with me, Maria? To have faith that he will once more show me his love, and that mine will reach him. Something tells me that it will all work out if you pray for it.
Yeah. Okay, if you're fine with me with praying, I'll pray. I'll get down on my knees for you, madam. I'll have faith.
Thank you. I would like to write another letter. When it is complete, can I ask you to deliver it to him? I'll give him as many as you want. As many as it takes for you to get through to him.
My goodness, why is this?
You really ought to learn not to be so trusting, madam. Take a real close look at my giant chin, and you'll see exactly who it is that ground your happy life into dust.
Thank you, Maria.
I'm the reincarnation of the Mother of God. Oh, God, I can't hold back the laughter. This is a stage of my own creation. We didn't have enough actors, so the playwright had to take on a role herself. But that only adds to the excitement, yes. This is all my masterpiece. You're just ignorant puppets dancing to my tune. From the first shot to the last, blind to those fingers standing on the trigger. And man, do I love fingers. Listen to me, Jacopo, and try to keep your head. I saw the madam meeting with another man behind your back. You know the arch in the rose garden? The far side.
I just blew up. No chains, only no change, only explode.
The far side out of sight from the mansion, making it a perfect place to hide.
Oh my gosh, How far back does this go?
I saw her back there. From the looks of it, the madam is having her meetings with one of the men who comes to your business gatherings, and they don't like that they're just friends. But just to be clear, I don't have any solid proof. It'd be best if you didn't mention this to her yet. You wouldn't want to start throwing around accusations only to find out too late that it was all a big misunderstanding. I'll get to the bottom of it. I think the madam might have her eyes on several men. Being a woman, you know, I can tell these things. She is giving these suggestive looks, but to whom, I can't pinpoint. A lot of people come in and out of this house, after all. What? You want to keep her from leaving her room? That might be for the best. With so much going so well, this makes me think even God's on my side. They could just talk it over with one another, but they won't, and they're in deeper for it. You're the only one I could trust, Maria. And the timing that night, my God, it was perfect. Hey, Jacopo? I could just be misreading her, but something seems off about the madam. Like she's been on edge or something. I tried to egg her into revealing what's going on, and she let slip that she might be going out somewhere tonight. She's not going with you, is she? You were going out to survey a construction site today, right? Then I suggest you get that taken care of quickly. A dance? At this time of night? Yep, and since it's so late, no loud music. All you get is a little whistling courtesy of me. But this room is too small for... We'll use the Great Hall. Wouldn't that put us in everyone else's way? He would probably complain about the noise too. No need to worry, Jacopo's out inspecting some factory or something today. And after that, he's got a meeting, so he'll be staying out the night elsewhere. I thought you would not be back until tomorrow.
And how would you know that? No, forget that. Does my staying the night elsewhere have any effect on you? You were just waiting for this opportunity, weren't you?
No. What would I possibly want you out of the house for?
I'm sure you know better than anyone. What is that smell? Perfume? When did you get perfume? I have to say, you seem to be having quite the time. Look at you. You're out of breath, red as a beet. I made the right decision coming back. Where the heck were you going?
I'm sorry, this is all my fault. If I hadn't asked you to dance, me bringing the perfume only made things worse. No, you need not feel bad about anything, Maria. Everything you did was with my best intentions at heart.
She doesn't even expect me in the slightest. And I was able to put that perfume to great use. That money-sucking leech Tommaso showed up at the perfect time, too. I'm pretty sure that's when Jacopo started getting actively violent. A jealous man is a wonderful thing, always imagining the worst and making matters worse for it.
Wow, is that you, Tommaso? It's been so long. What brings you here?
Oh, looky at this, little Miss Campelina. There's a surprise. Didn't expect to see you this side of the Great Blue.
Oh, you know, I've been giving Jacopo a hand.
Huh. Color me impressed. After what happened, I wouldn't have thought you'd want... I wouldn't have thought you'd want nothing to do with him.
That was between our parents. Jacopo didn't have anything to do with it.
Well, it would be sure nice for all you younger generation to go through life without nothing to spark that kind of powder keg. Not that it's my place to talk.
No need to worry yourself about any of that. So, what brings you here, Tommaso?
I'm a little, you know how it is. Having a bit of trouble staying afloat.
Ah, I see. So you're here to beg for offerings.
Pretty shameless, Tommaso. No point in having shame if it ain't making money. Toss that out with the chamber pot. Heck, I'd make things easier if I just quit being human altogether.
Are you that hard for cash?
Unfortunately. Numbers were supposed to go up, but for some reason they ended up going down instead.
Might be best if you kicked the gambling habit.
Now, that's like telling me to go off myself.
I bet. So, say, Tommaso, maybe I could pinch a bit too? electric pitch a bit too? Oh, you mean it? That'd be a huge help. There's seriously not a scrap of shame in you. However, in exchange, I'd like you to do something for me. Someone whose face needs a visit from my fists? Depending on the number, I could also probably cut him into chunks and toss him into the ocean. Whoa, keep it clean. I'm not asking you to do anything like that. What is it then? Something a lowlife like me can do? It'll be easy. And it's nothing bad either. You're going to talk to Jacopo, aren't you? Well, there's something I'd like you to tell him while you're at it. You know he's married, right? He can get pretty nasty with his wife, though. That's so? Sounds like she's got it rough. She does, and she's religiously devoted to him, too. I've been trying to nudge things in the right direction to get her back on good terms with him, but I haven't had much luck. Ain't that something the two of them should work through? Normally, yes, but it's reached the point where I can't bear to sit back and watch anymore. I don't like seeing the two of them in pain. I want to do something for them. How noble. You're pretty devoted to yourself, little lady. I'm not important right now, just doing the right thing. But the thing is, Jacopo won't hear a word of it. I figured maybe you, being a man, might be able to get through to him a little better than me. Doubt'll listen to me either, to be honest. Come on, you used to be really close, though, and I doubt he hates you. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Anywho, talking's something anyone can do. So, what do you want me to tell him? I need you to give him a bit of a scolding. Tell him the madam came to you asking for advice and that she accidentally let slip the way that he treats her day to day because of her grief, or causes her grief. I've never met this wife his before, you know. It works even better that way. She's so downtrodden she can't talk to anyone about it, and she thought maybe you, being family, might be able to help. She's never met you, but she's still latched onto a ray of hope. I'm sure that Jacopo finds out she's brought it up with family. He'll know he can't keep me mistreating her. My goodness. Things like this, they hit home harder when they come from someone on the outside. You make a decent point. Just remember, little lady, all I can do is bring this up with him. Can't guarantee it'll change nothing. That's all I need you to do. Thanks a bunch, Tommaso. Oh, right, one more thing. This is some perfume that's grown quite popular recently. Ask him to give it to the madam as a gift. If he won't take it, you keep it. Give it to another woman, sell it, whatever you want. Perfume, eh? Very thoughtful of you. Women do like getting gifts like that. Right, just absolutely snap her joints. Yes, we do. If Big Bad Jacopo gives her some of that, they'll be lovebirds again before you know it. I'm sure of it. Never thought the day'd come when I get to play Cupid. Now I'm starting to get kind of excited about this. Stay focused, Tommaso, and thanks. Also, you didn't hear any of this from me. I'm fine just pulling the strings from the shadows. Their relationship's in complete shambles, and Jacopo still insists he loves her. And the madam says she still believes in him. Seriously, how stupid can you be? Poor Jacopo, poor madam. Now then, let's see where this boulder rolls to next, and how far it keeps rolling. Naturally, I will be nudging it along its way. Yeah, just, because after all, a play lives or dies by the director's hands. Just, the Sonozaki treatment, just nails in each joint. Every single finger joint. And then onwards from that. That's what she deserves. Knowing the track record, probably not gonna be good for anybody. Because the last few, I'm like cracking your knuckles, right? It was just fine. Nothing to worry about. It's what she needs. She has all the evil stored in there. We need to pop it out. Master, are you shocked? Or do you insist, or do you instead lament this development? I was deeply sorrowful.
Though to a lesser degree about Maria's true intentions and more my shameful inability to recognize her machinations. At the time, I too believed that Maria was the white-haired girl one and only ally. It was not until everything had drawn to a close that I discovered the truth. Then, I now know how the tale ends, you say. Yes, that is correct. Well aware that it was not the case, I told you the story in a way that suggested she was on the white-haired girl's side. Oh my, I wonder if that constitutes lying to you, Master. I merely wanted to present the events to you in order, starting from the beginning when Maria's ill intentions were still veiled in shadow. I wanted you to know the same feeling of consternation I had experienced. So worried for her. The white-haired girl continued to write letter after letter. They were all addressed to her dear husband, detailing her ever-persistent love for him, and her desire for their relationship to return to what it had once been. My beloved, I am sure your hands are quite full right now, but that is fine. It does not change my love for you. You remember the day we went out together? That was perhaps the most wonderful day of my life. I had a truly incredible time. I still treasure the gifts you gave me, for it is the one and only present I have received from you. That reminds me, Maria tried to teach me how to dance. I doubt I will ever progress beyond being laughably bad, though. It would be nice if someday you and I could dance together. Perhaps when you have little respite from work. We could go out again, maybe take a carriage somewhere a little further away. We could dine at a restaurant more to your liking. Although I think the cuisine at the other restaurant was exquisite personally. Do I perhaps have an unrefined palate? Maria altered the letters before delivering them, however. She changed the addressee from Jacopo to another man. She would cut away the top of the page with Jacopo's name on it, and in the space below write a different name. She could not have mimicked the white-haired girl's handwriting for the full length of the letter, but Maria could make a single name look adequately similar. And it would, after all, be quite difficult to notice minor discrepancies in such a small quantity of text. Again, another letter? Why did she keep writing these? To Jacopo's eyes, the modified letters looked like professions of love for another man. The more she inscribed of her feelings for Jacopo, the greater the turmoil grew within his heart. Even though her love was directed towards him, I can't believe what I'm reading. A restaurant more to your liking? I knew it. You have been going out with other men, all the while pretending to be chaste in my presence. I still treasure the gift you gave me. God's sake! You have to be kidding. But I've ensured that she can't leave that room. She'll never see that man again. In time she'll let go, and so will he. Listen to me, resigning myself to the hope that everything will fix itself. How did I end up like this? Such a pitiful man I've become. On the surface, Maria acted quite heartbroken at the sight of their suffering. But when she returned to her room, the walls echoed with her cackles. She derived a great deal of entertainment from their squirming. The more they writhed in anguish, the deeper her satisfaction grew. So dang hot right now, oh no. Yeah, the weather is definitely getting hotter. I've been getting away with having like sweaters and stuff, and so I think last week I was just like, I need to stop doing this. And both the white-haired girl and Jacopo continued to place their confidence in Maria, the one responsible for everything. The white-haired girl had never possessed a sense of distrust, and so she took everything Maria said as truth, continuing in agony to write Jacopo letters. Letter after letter after letter. My house is getting hotter than it is outside, oh no. My beloved, are you still tied up with your work? It has been some time since we last saw each other, so I know not what you have been doing of late. I only hope you remain in good health. I would, if possible, prefer to tell you everything in person, but I do not have the courage, so these letters are my only option. Am I adequately expressing my feelings, my love for you? If you have the time, I would appreciate a response. Girl, please be more specific in your letters.
You're never gonna get a response, though. Not as long as I'm intercepting them. There's no way I'm allowing these, or your love, to get to him. I could not stop reading them. It would certainly make things easier, but I didn't. My imagination would run wild, fantasizing about her writing to this other man and what she might be putting into her correspondence. I'd be better off knowing the truth than torturing myself with fantasy. It's the better option. Jacopo accepted every letter Maria delivered without fail. He would merely nod as he accepted it, his face contorted in discomfort, and then pore over the text when he was alone. Oh yeah, bugs are definitely an issue with opening the window. Especially with, like, bugs starting to, like, come out of their hibernation now, and it's just like, no. I've been seeing, like, little, like, scouter ants looking for food just randomly, and it's like, no, get out of here. I assume he did not want her to see his heart sinking into darkness. Had he put his trust in his wife rather than Maria, he would have almost certainly been able to realize the letters were directed at him, despite the altered recipient name. Everything she wrote about concerned him, after all. How could someone who lived as isolated a life as her have so many identical experiences with two distinct men? Why could he not find it in himself to trust her? Perhaps doubting her was simply easier. If you were in his position, would you trust her? Would you maintain faith in her, the woman who had waited so long? Would you believe the feelings she professed to you were genuine? She continued writing letters, day after day, week after week, without hiatus. She had, by and large, run out of things to say, but that did not put an end to her letter writing. She simply repeated what she had written before. Nevertheless, they did not see one another in person. The white-haired girl, forbidden from leaving her shed, could only wait for her husband to pay her a visit. My beloved, there is a little bit of fog out today. Weather like this reminds me of my home country. I was born on an island perpetually covered in a thick fog. I am not saying I would like to return, but thinking about it does make me feel rather homesick. Does that happen to you? That reminds me, aside from that one time, you've not told me much about your homeland. It would be nice if we could pay it a visit together sometime. Speaking of which, before I left, an exhibition of some sorts was held there. I was unable to attend, but perhaps you had the chance when it was near you? I imagine you would have, with your interest in new technology. Next time you have a chance, I would enjoy hearing what they had on display.
Went to a summer camp once, apparently a type of cicada that only comes out every 17 years came out that year. Oh my gosh. The sky also turned green because a tornado was nearby, but like, oh no. Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever heard a cicada in real life, but I heard they get loud, especially like during that time.
An exhibition? Oh, that's right, there was one. It was a year ago. Got quite a bit of attention since it was supposed to be held in Paris. I was busy preparing for our wedding. I had no time to attend an exhibition. And while I was doing that, giving you, a woman I had never met before, my full attention, you were giving yours to a different man? Has this been going on for that long? Had he simply stepped up and taken action, he could have put an end to the stream of letters, each of which gave rise to further misunderstandings. He needed merely ask the white-haired girl in person to whom these letters were addressed, whether what they described were true, and the twisted threads of confusion would have been unraveled. But he made no such effort, relying instead on Maria to serve as his intermediary. I feel as though I have now, at long last, come to understand what kind of man Jacopo was. While he had a great deal of pride in his capabilities, he had far less confidence in himself as a person. If he'd had faith in himself, perhaps he could have put faith in his wife as well. Had his pride not been so twisted, perhaps he would not have been so afraid of being hurt. Indeed, he was afraid. Afraid of being rejected by her, afraid to face a reality where his beloved partner scorned him, where the woman he loved laughed at him disdainfully, where she and countless others mocked him. The thought of it paralyzed him. The environment in which he had been raised played a significant part in his state of mind, I expect. Occasionally, the name on the letter would change.
Maria was making the white-haired girl out to be having affairs with multiple other men. She could never do any such thing, of course, but Jacopo, thinking Maria to be his only ally, believed everything she said. Higurashi. Yeah, I've heard them like in animes and stuff, but like never in real life, but I've heard they're very loud. Droning at night. Oh no. Yeah, I can imagine. If I could figure out who this man is and where he resides, I could make him tell me every last detail about his relationship with my wife. But what if that information went public as a result? News of her infidelity spread, and were to reach the Koska. The fate of the Berzadis is in your hands, son. There's a limit to what we can accomplish on this tiny island. If we don't turn our attention outward, we will wither away and die. Not just this family. This whole land will find itself famished and emaciated, defenseless against invasion as we waste away. I won't stand by and watch my homeland crumble. Sure, our methods may be crude and not always worthy of praise, but they produce undeniable results. The unfortunate thing is, previous cup of... You said this earlier, right? Whoops. What was it? No, it was the other one. Unless it was the... No, it's a different word. Capofamilia was an incredibly reticent man. It took all he had to merely preserve his small chunk of the world. But I'm not like that, and neither are you. The most I can do is lay the foundation, make it easier for you to work, which means everything rests on your shoulders. Both the future of the Berzadi family and the future of this country. It all falls on you. The marriage is happening too quickly? It would be madness not to hurry given the circumstances. You should be well aware of that. We need the Berzadi name climbing the social ladder in short order, or we're going to have everything ripped out from under us. If the woman isn't to your liking, you could find another one, that is. She's only going to be your wife in name. Listen to me, son. You must not allow her to fool around. What are the most vital things to have in our society? Money? Power? Yes, those are important. But what matters most is respect. No one's going to follow a capofamilia they can't respect. They'll try to undermine your authority. Once someone deems you weaker than them, courtesy goes out the window, and that's a judgment that's near impossible to overturn. Betrayal spreads like a fire through a forest. And once that flame's lit, the both of us come crashing down. You must not let anyone look down on you. You must not let anyone think you're the kind of man a woman can walk all over. If by any chance your fiancé is ever unfaithful to you, kill her before anyone finds out. Your place is above others. Climb to the top. Never be content with someone above you. And never forget the weight you carry on your shoulders. This is your responsibility. The fate of the Berzadis is in your hand. The fate of the land rests on your shoulders. Aim for the top. Obtain the truth. Something. Poverty is the root of all evil. Corruption, poverty, respect, words. I don't feel good about this. I must keep intercepting her letters. I must keep her locked up. I still have work to do. I cannot allow anyone to learn about how she's disgraced me. Kill her. That's how my old man says to handle it. That's the last resort. It's not yet. Dang it. It's downright wrong for me to even be having these feelings for someone. Yeah, she's gonna die. We know from the last two things where it's like, she usually doesn't make it out alive. I mean, at the very least, she doesn't get out unscathed. Because the first one, she just got, like... I think... I don't know if all her hair got cut off or not. Because it felt like she, like, got the roots, like the base of her skull cut off. But I don't know. They weren't super clear on that detail. So it's one way or the other. But in the last one, she straight up died. So she's not gonna have, we know she wasn't gonna have a good time.
Master, your carriage is waiting outside. How are you coming along?
Coming along? Oh, that's right. I had an inspection scheduled today. I'll be right out. Have him wait.
Is something the matter, Master? You look a little bit hazy.
I'm fine.
If you're not feeling well, you should stay.
I said I'm fine. It's not your job to try and interfere with my condition.
Yes, sir.
Dang it. Keep it under wraps. Act like normal. Yes, a big murder is gonna happen. Also, hello, nobody. Probably not as big a murder as the last round, but you know. Can at least do that much, dang you.
Take care on your trip, Master.
Yeah. It's not the usual coachman. I also feel like I've seen him before. Your fault. What? That we... Hey, speak up. Die, Jacopo Bezzati! Oh gosh! What? Is he actually gonna die before her? I'm so glad. Master! There's a knife in your stomach! Oh god, someone, anyone! Silence! Don't make a scene! Call a doctor. Yes, sir! Now I remember where I've seen him before. That's right. I put his factory out of business. I needed it out of the picture to expand my own business. I guess he held a grudge about that. I should have been more careful. Blood flows. With surprising abundance. From a stab wound. It's not stopping either. Son of a... The world is going white. Come on now. You have to be kidding. A factory grudge. I mean... I was gonna say he's not the best person, but also, like, he might have been gaslit into being that way. I don't know. He wasn't also the best person a year ago, so I guess, no.
I know very well what kind of man you are. You wouldn't hesitate to lead a blind man off a cliff if it furthered your own goals. You make money off of others' lives. You stand upon a mountain of corpses, cackling at everyone below you.
Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. Oh gosh. I was shrimped. I was absolutely shrimped. Hopefully you're doing well, nobody. Big stretch.
For a man like you, love comes as naturally as flying. Guess what? You don't have any emotions. And you never have. You've always been this way.
Right? Don't toss blind people off cliffs.
My childhood was day after day mockery.
You're just a bunch of nobodies trying to pretend your name means anything. Oh my gosh. My shrimp impression.
I'll have it be here, I guess. I don't know if this is shrimpy. But Jugama no Koko no Surakere Kaijuro Sura Matsu Ure Matsu Fure Matsu Kunne the Tokono Nisama Tokoro Yabura Koji no Burukuji Pipe no shooting gun and the good in the no Pokapina Pokat Matu Chokame no Chosuke. I don't know if that was actually a shrimp.
That was just the voice that came into my mind. Just a bunch of nobodies trying to pretend your name means anything.
They would say, sneering and glaring, Maria treated me as an equal, but she was the only one.
You're right, I should cure their blindness so they can see the ball. No! I mean, cure their blindness, but believe in the shrimp that believes in you.
She was the only one. I wanted to show them up, and to do that, I had to rise to the top, or at least high enough that I could laugh at them. My old man wasn't the only one who wanted that. I did too. I had to make them acknowledge
that I had value as a man who actually wants to go through life being laughed at. I had to make them recognize that what I did had value. I needed neither love nor compassion to do it. Or, that's what I thought. In the beginning, I only ever intended to use that woman. I simply needed her to build a name for myself. When she served her purpose, I could simply cast her aside. That's what I thought, or rather, that's what I endeavored to make myself think. But deep down, I felt bad for her. I pitied this woman, who was being made to marry a man she had never even met before. I'm sure what she really wanted was to have a regular marriage with someone she loved. But because her family wanted to cling to their name, she wasn't afforded that opportunity. I wanted to do something for her. It didn't have to be anything grand. I genuinely wanted that. The day of our wedding was when I first met her. Her smile, partially obscured behind the veil, was gorgeous. I am not perceiving words right now, apparently. And crucially, she was smiling at me. I had expected to find only gloom and despondency in her eyes, but instead, she smiled. The moment I saw that smile, I wanted it to be a permanent part of my life. I truly did want to ensure that she always had a smile on her face. Is this my room? I'm alive? Dang it. Ugh. I feel nauseous. What time is it? The world's a blur. So hot. You mustn't get up. The doctor said bacteria entered your body through the wound. Because of that, you have a very high fever. What are you doing here? I was told you had been badly wounded, but thankfully it was not fatal. How did you make it out of... Pardon? Oh, I see. Maria opened it. Would you like some medicine to reduce the fever? It should help you feel better. Yes. No. Huh? Stay by my side for a little longer. Is there anything I can do for you? You can ask me anything. My hand. Your hand? Could you hold my hand? If you don't want to, that's fine. Like this. Your hand is quite cold. It probably feels that way because of your fever. So, yes? I've done some regrettable things to you. Please forgive me. To tell you the truth, from the moment I first saw you, I felt like you were what I had been searching for my whole life. Laugh if you'd like. I felt like I'd finally found you. I'm almost worried that we're not actually talking to the white-haired girl. But I couldn't act around you the way I honestly felt. You should get some sleep. Could you keep holding my hand until I fall asleep? If you don't want to, that's fine. My hand is in yours. Thank you. You appear to be quite delirious, Master. Those are things you should be telling your wife, not me. Yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna be her. At the very least, it wasn't Maria. It was all a dream. Of course it was. It wouldn't be that easy. She would never come to my room. She's involved with other men. Jacopo, can I come in? I have another letter. She would never come to my room. She's involved with other men. No, she's not gonna come to your room because you locked her in a shed. Yeah, like... You definitely feel a bit sad for Jacopo, but like... I don't know. Now that you have this different perspective, it's more of a thing of like, he kind of had, I know there's probably a better way of saying it, but he had kind of like a tsundere kind of mentality of like not being able to express his feelings correctly. So with us just knowing that he's been rude is like, oh, he's just rude. He's just a terrible person. But now with this, it's just like, it's like it's not gonna end well for either of them. And I don't know if we'll have enough time to reach the end, but I'm gonna heckin' try. The white-haired girl's persistent letters did not improve anything, but simply stoked the flames of misunderstanding. This continued for several months. Though outside, the sun shone with the gentle warmth of spring, the cold, bitter winds of winter still relentlessly blew between Jacopo and his wife. Not allowed to leave her shed and never receiving a reply to her letters, the white-haired girl's only source of information was Maria. And, like, you wouldn't think your best friend would betray you, like, the way that... Right? Because, like, since she's just the middle person... It looked like something fell off in the distance. I don't know if it was real. But, like, you know, since... just bad. Just bad times all around. Week after week, her circumstances remained the same, but something else was beginning to show signs of change. Her mental state.
It's pointless, madam. You're only wasting your time at this point. I saw him throw your letter in the fireplace. He's not going to read anything you write, no matter how much of your soul you pour into it. He cares more about the money and work than love. It's the kind of man he is. Just give up and file for divorce already. No. I will get through to him. Everything will go back to normal. I have faith. All my letters may go up in flames, but my faith will not be lost with them. As long as I keep writing, eventually, I will get through to him. So I cannot stop. I cannot.
Do you have any idea what he says about you, madam? I can fix it. I think he's past the point of being fixed, actually. like he's too close to the breaking point, I think.
Jacopo doesn't trust you in the slightest. He goes around calling you a witch, a man-eating devil woman. It's awful. There's no one as pure and as beautiful as you. He says, I am a witch? Listen to me, madam. He never for a second actually loved you. He just wanted to the influence attached to your name, wanted to mingle with the upper class. He used you. But last year, when we went out together, he gave me the Phoenicus wheel at the photography shop. He'd had the owner made it especially for me. He was just trying to win your favor. If he really cared for you, he wouldn't have gotten you a paper toy. He would have gotten you something like a ring or a necklace or some perfume, a nice dress, something women really like. Has he ever given you anything like that? He doesn't have any feelings for me? I'm sorry. I just couldn't stand to see you going through this, but I don't know when to shut my fat trap. I went too far. The last thing I need you doing is hurting you worse. You know, for everything I've said, your unwavering dedication really is impressive, madam. I know I've suggested you get a divorce, but to be honest, part of me kinda doesn't want to actually see you split up. And despite knowing you staying with him is just causing you pain, you've made it this far. I'd like to see you make it all the way. Maybe he actually will start paying attention. Your sweetness can melt even his heart of steel.
Is she ever going to get the chance to call out the reincarnated mother of Christ on her wolf poop? I mean, she doesn't know. She doesn't know that she's being tricked. She's just like, I'm writing him letters. He's like throwing them away, not sending them back. So, right? Absolutely a mean girl. I'm going to body slam Maria. Absolutely. I want something bad to happen to her.
Yes, you're right. I will keep waiting, keep writing, and I will not divorce him.
Yeah, all right.
So please, keep delivering my letters to him. You are my only remaining connection to the outside world. Oh, yes, one more thing. If it is not too much trouble, could you tell me how he has been and what he's been doing lately? I do not have much else to write about. If I could at least relieve him of some of his work-related stress. I am his wife, after all. I should be able to do that much for him. I am his wife.
Don't blame Maria, blame Rosa. That's true. The upbringing made her this way.
Her dedication to him was perhaps closer to an obsession, but she did not seem to be conscientious of the fact that her obsession was killing her. She was visibly losing weight, and her spirit was breaking down. It is said that emotions fade with time, but the opposite can also be true. The act of waiting, of fervently believing for so many months, despite the object of one's affection not returning them, can tear apart a human's heart, crush their soul, and shatter their spirit. No matter how radiant, how thick-skinned they may be. With enough time, it will tear anyone down, and then they'll develop a witch personality. No one is immune. It's pointless, Jacopo. Wait all you want, you won't get her back. If she's going to be writing letters, she could at least write one for you. She looks so pure and pretty as an angel, but God almighty, is it only how she looks? You've changed a bit.
What? Have I?
The old you would be yelling and screaming, chomping at the bit to go storming in on the madam. Now you just go quiet.
I'm just a little tired.
You could break it off then.
What?
You've already made a name for yourself in high society. Nobody's gonna suddenly start ignoring you. You've more than put her family name to good use. To put it in your own words, it's no longer necessary. This isn't something I really want to say, but the madam has never liked you. She has married off to a total stranger and forced to leave her home. I'm sure she felt very alone, and so she sought the companionship of other men. Anyone who wasn't you probably seemed quite attractive to her. So without getting violent or threatening to kill her or anything, just end it already. Quietly and without a fuss. It'll be easier for you that way.
I cannot.
Because you still love her. That's wonderful, Jacopo. After everything, you still love her. That's just blind, slavish devotion at this point.
Perhaps it is a foolish and unhealthy obsession, but I still do not wish to sever ties with her. I cannot get the image of her smile out of my head. The look of utter elation on her face as she looked through the phenakidoscope. Those captivating eyes beneath the veil at our wedding. I will never, for as long as I live, forget those sights.
Color me surprised. You're a sentimental one. Well, I guess you always have been kind of mushy, haven't you? True to your heart, despite how you may look. That's not a bad thing, though, in my book. There's nothing but pain in it for you now, but all you can do is wait until she stops writing. But don't worry, if you need to let off some steam, I'm all ears. I'm here for you until she breaks it off with the other men.
No, that will not be necessary.
What?
I know very well that things cannot continue as they are forever. I knew it from the beginning and still couldn't do anything. This time I'm planning on facing her myself.
You're serious, Jacopo?
Yes. I've relied on you for far too long. I was afraid of what I might do to her. I didn't want anyone to find out that my wife was being unfaithful. And I thought the best way to ensure that was by locking her up away from anyone else. But the situation is not going to improve unless I do something. If I allow things to continue as they are, sooner or later word of her infidelity will leak. And before that happens, I must face her myself. I must do something.
It's probably for the best if you didn't. I'll tell her anything you want. Make sure things start improving. I appreciate everything you've done. And I apologize for getting you involved in our troubles. But I'm going to end it now. No. I must put an end to it. This is a problem between me and her. You might get violent again if you go to see her face to face. Yes, I might. I might do something that would look rather bad for me. But it's reached a point where, until the two of us face up to each other, it's never going to go away. It took me far too long. I wasted too much time trying to find my resolve. I see. And it decided the toilet paper roll was going to die and he shredded it to death. Oh no! Silly bandit, always getting into trouble. You'll need a way to break the ice then. Break the ice? Right! If you've got some convenient excuse to talk to her, it'll reduce some tension and make it easier to bring up what you need to bring up, right? Here's an idea. That transcontinental railroad you've been funding, that's supposed to be opening pretty soon, isn't it? Yes, it is. There'll be a message by telegraph when it happens, right? You can ask her to be there to hear it. And when you invite her to ride on the first train, you've put your heart and soul into this project, and it's finally being realized. It's going to be an amazing day for you, and a day like that's ripe for some more good things to happen. It's going to be an accomplishment of a lifetime. Don't look so down in the dumps. You're sending trains across this massive continent, carrying on them the people of this country's dreams. Who says you can't stick a dream of yours on it too? Right. Yes, you have a point. A railroad that spans from coast to coast. She's a sickly girl, which makes long trips difficult, but this new rail system should make them less straining. It would allow me to show her the world. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm getting excited myself. It'll go great, I'm sure of it. Yeah. Oh! Thank you for gifting Iowa the sub, nobody. I have to really look hard for the gifted subs. But thank you. That was, oh my gosh, that's the 10th gifted sub. Yay!
Hello!
Maria makes me violently angry, right? Oh, God, my sides! Seriously, they're a heckin' riot, the both of them. They keep on trusting me and keep on getting hurt. They don't have to be going through any of this. Oh my God, Maria, you're terrible. And these people call me the Holy Mother. I bet the real Mary's rolling in her grave. Now, I must say, I wasn't expecting you to make a move, Jacopo. A shame that. The squirming loser paralyzed by insecurity is a better role for you. But they do end up figuring it out. Tough. Doesn't hurt anything, just takes away a bit of my fun. I don't understand why he's so infatuated with this railroad. I mean, I do sort of get romanticizing steel, but my kind of steel's a little smaller scale. Anyway, I suppose it's time to get things moving. No matter how this plays out, you will not have a happy ending, Jacopo. You're going to get a real taste of just how much I despise you. Maria! Oh, there you are. What is it? I'm on break right now. You were assigned to clean the cellar today, weren't you? Well, headmaid's saying it hasn't been done yet. What? I did. I cleaned it. Just a casual once-over, but hey. Well, do it again and do it right this time, because if you don't, it's gonna fall on me. And that's supposed to make me give a heck? I mean it. You take care of it. You get enough special treatment as it is. Yeah, right. I heard you the first time. I'll take care of it. Don't you forget it. Let's see. Why should I have to be the one to tell her? Whoops. Is she gone? Ugh, what a pain. Who cares if the cellar is clean? It's not like anyone's bringing guests down there. Yeesh. Guess I should take care of it. Better that than the tongue lashing by the head maid. God, why did I have to be a maid anyway? Lock her in the cellar. Lock her in the cellar. Cask of Asiago.
or whatever it is. What a dank place. It's so dark and humid down here. It makes me feel gross. Huh? Someone there? Hello? Hello? Is anyone in there? Came from further in. Oh, it's seriously dusty back here. Were we supposed to clean this last week? I'll clean the whole thing next time, dang it. Just makes my job harder. Disgusting. Dang cobwebs. Oh god. Oh dear god. I do not want to clean this. Ow. For God's sake, stack this stuff properly. Now I've got to fix this whole mess. For the love of... Huh? What's this? Something carved into the floor? Never noticed this before. Someone got bored one day? What do we have here? It's mostly illegible. Let's see. It's not written in English, but my native language. Oh gosh. Absolutely just directly calling her out. It's not modern. It's really archaic. Why on earth would an old form of my country's language be carved into the floor of a mansion built here in the New World? Oh my gosh. We got so close in the fight. Unless I miss. Okay. I was like, unless I miss. Most of it's illegible, but I can make out one section. Our lives. Our lives shall be forfeit to the witch's curse. Nevertheless, we must lay bare those with sin upon their souls for the redemption of those whom are pure. Should ye mean not to dispel your curse, we implore you, O witch, to mark with it only their bloodlines. The blood of the sinners flows through those who dwelt within this house, but not I. One of the... A witch? That's crazy. That's crazy. But why does the handwriting look like mine? It's just coincidentally similar. No one's handwriting is perfectly unique after all. Why am I so sweaty? It's not that hot down here. Nope, forget it. Didn't see a thing. Not my problem. Not a chance it's real. It's just a tasteless prank. This is silly. Oh, hello, Merryweather. How are you doing? What were you doing? Let me see. We are going through the house of Fata Morgana. There's some weird things happening. There is death that happens. Oh, you're playing Pokemon. Nice. Hopefully that was going good for you. And hello, Lenka. She didn't die in the cellar. Not yet. She's still in the cellar, so hopefully she will die. We got maids causing drama up in here. And we're kind of like rooting for her demise, and it hasn't happened yet, but she saw some weird writing in her language that like kind of looks like her handwriting, so she's just like, what? There's something in this box. I was stuck in ad heck, but hello, I hope you've been having a good stream. I have. You might have missed the thing that I was saying, but we've been there's a lot of maid drama going on here, and we're kind of hoping for Maria's death. There was an abusive relationship, but it was made mostly abusive because of Maria. So we're kind of hoping for her downfall. There's something in this box. Is that a painting? Has that always been here? Huh? White hair, fair skin. Is this the madam? But then, why is the face all torn up? And her clothes look really old-fashioned. Paintings seem worn and faded too. Something about it feels off. I'm not sure how to describe it. It's very creepy, unsettling. The writing on the floor and this painting. What is with this house? Joining in on the hoping, right? It's like I'm crossing my fingers. It feels like maybe something might happen, but I don't know. It's just a painting. Nothing to get weirded out over. I bet I know what happened. Jacopo probably slashed it up in a fit of jealousy. He is a simple man. Seeing this probably wouldn't
put him in the best mood. Oh no. This is not going good. Yeah, white-haired girl absolutely deserves better. I know something bad is gonna happen to her and I don't want it to. Hmm? What was that? Is someone there? The door is open? Nobody's there. What's this? A painting? Who could have left it here?
Do we get to see it?
Is that me? Why? But my face, it's been cut. No. Why would someone have this painted just to do this? Who would do such a thing? You're like a witch, my dear, like a demon. Your very presence brings misfortune upon others. You're cursed. No, I am not. I'm not. Was it you, Jacopo? Did you have this painted? So you destroy it? Do you really despise me to that extent? Why? Why do you... What did I ever do to make you hate me so? Why? Why? All I'm doing is waiting for you. You worthless tramp. Are those ears only for show? This house has no need for a garden. I always thought you had at least some sense of taste. Silence, it's all your fault, every last thing. Then say goodbye to your freedom. I'll kill you. Does the mere act of waiting impose upon you? Does my mere presence pervert you? Would it be better if I were gone? Would it be better if I left this mansion? If I left you? I don't think I can wait much longer. There's no end in sight. I can't take it any. There is no end. No. I will set a deadline for when I give up waiting. When the project you pour your heart and soul into is complete. When the railroad opens, I'll be finished waiting. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. And then it's over. Because that's because that's when he was gonna meet up with her. Oh no. No, I don't want to have to save it for tomorrow. I don't want to have to save it for tomorrow. No. No. Because I'm pretty sure if I keep going, I'm gonna be like an hour over. No. I'm gonna tell my elf I'm gonna go a little bit over. I'm gonna give them the heads up. I'm going a little bit over because I don't feel like maybe. I'll do a poll before I ask anything, because like, how about you just set the clock back so we have more time without going over, right? Just like, get out of here, daylight savings. I wanna get to more of this story. I want the story to break my heart. Okay, we will. As much as I don't want to. I know. I think I should give my voice a rest at the very least. But just I feel so bad transitioning over here at that point in time. Because we know something bad is gonna happen. But I guess for now we can save that for tomorrow. As much as I don't want to. Let me see. Is this person? They're still streaming. They're not ending yet. They're not ending. We can go over to Amma. We can go over to Amma.
trapped in a shed raid. If anybody has any better suggestions, feel free and we might change it over to that one. But for now, there is the timer and the raid message. Thank you for joining me, Eggy Buddy. We are gonna continue this tomorrow. We are gonna cry tomorrow, probably. Because oh my gosh, the timing is gonna suck. The timing is gonna suck. Oh no, Maria, I want to tie her to the train tracks of the newly built train system. But I know it's not gonna work in our favor. Like, in theory, something bad is gonna happen to all three. But I absolutely want something bad to happen to Maria. Because oh my gosh. But hopefully everybody had a good time listening to me telling the story. I am very afraid of what's gonna happen. And then I'm also afraid of what the next door is gonna have for us. Because my goodness, white-haired girl needs love. She needs protection. Have her dragged behind the train, absolutely. Just Red Dead Redemption her. But I will see you all tomorrow. Be safe. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.